5 years have passed since the jump nodes to the Capella system were collapsed, sealing off a massive wave of Shivan Juggernaughts and preventing them from pushing further into GTVA space. The supernova and subsequent nebula hang like a growing scar throughout the GTVA as light from that event continues to spread across our worlds. The loss of Capella created serious economic hardship throughout the Alliance. A new Great Depression is upon us. The complete loss of the planetary resources and economic foundation of a rich world was devastating in its own right, but that is not all. 200 million refugees continue to walk the stars, seeking a new home. Some have settled, while others have been forced to move from place to place, hoping that the next place may welcome them with open arms. While the Galactic Terran Vasudan Alliance continues to hold, the current depression has given way to political instability. Local governments rise and fall as often as lunar tides. Organized crime and piracy have prospered in a black market environment. It seems no one is immune. Radical voices are raising echoes not heard since the blood cries of the Neo-Terran Front. The ghosts of the past are catching up with us. Since collapsing the Capella jump nodes, the recovering GTVA fleets have spent much of their time and resources in police actions. Our own resources are taxed to the limit, and yet still we have the courage to live up to our calling. Even so, it is alarming that there are those who are starting to take matters into their own hands. This is not an easy assignment, pilot. You will often be working in less than ideal conditions, but we trust that your skill will help to bring some much-needed relief to this region. Welcome to the Tau Sigma mining colonies, pilot. We are the boondocks at its finest. You may be used to high-tech fighter wings and the latest weaponry where you come from, but now it's time to forget all of that. It is a poor space jockey that blames their lack of skill on their equipment. Alpha Wing will be flying a routine patrol with the GTC Lone Wolf, a Great War vintage cruiser. She may not look like much, but she has a proud heritage. Tau Sigma Station functions as a receiving point for both inbound materials and outgoing mined ores. The minerals in this region include high-grade fissionables and are valuable in many parts of the Alliance. The Morgan Mining Company has been the first to develop the Tau Sigma resources for shipments to Altair and Aldebaran. Your job is to make sure all shipments go smoothly. Keep an eye out for pirates. We are not well armed, so you may be forced to rely on your skill and wits. Good luck, pilot.
Lone Wolf, this is Alpha, forming escort.
Roger that, Alpha. Glad to have you watching our tail.
Welcome to the boonies, pilot. The armpit of the universe. Did the commander give you that cock and bull story about the pilots and their equipment?
Hey, don't listen to him. It's true. If you can fly a piece of junk, you should be flying at all.
Piece of junk is one thing. I've got a wad of duct tape holding my control panel together.
Where you two put it, we're supposed to be on patrol here.
Tight ass. We gotta do something to pass the time. It's not like anything ever happens around here anyway. I mean, how many patrols have we flown? How many things have we not seen? I'm dying of boredom out here.
Well, how about a short history lesson? See the lone wolf over there? She has quite a history.
It means she's an old crate. They've never been able to get her fully repaired. You want another story about duct tape?
I heard that, Alpha 2.
Sorry.
Anyway, she's been through every battle she's ever fought. She may be small, she may be old, but she's tough as nails.
If that's the most interesting thing out here, then we're really in for it. Nope. Scan is clear. Nothing interesting happening out here.
Will you give it a rest, Alpha 2?
Sorry.
Pilot, Poseidon 7 seems to have taken the wrong cargo container. Catch up to them, scan them, and try to find out what is going on.
Something interesting.
Pilot, Poseidon 7 was a trick. Shoot down pirate vessel making an attack run on the ore carriers. Intercept those pirates. Alpha, the fighter bay has been sabotaged. Can't launch any fighters to help you. You're on your own.
Town Sigma Station. We are under heavy attack from inbound pirates. They've already destroyed one of us. Help us, now! All clear, Alpha. Return to the station for debriefing. We've been subject to many pirate attacks in recent months.
The crime syndicates in this area are much more daring. It seems that the most dangerous job in this region is a cargo carrier pilot. It seems that the Poseidon 7 was boarded by pirates on the station just before it left the dock. Its attempt to steal fissionable materials was simply a distraction to pull fighters even further away from the real target of the ore carriers. Excellent work intercepting the Blackbeard. You thwarted their attempt to steal a large shipment of fissionable materials. I trust you are settling in well, pilot, now that you have been with us for more than 2 weeks. To be honest, aside from the recent excitement with the Blackbeard pirate raid near the station, not much else happens out here. You're about to get a taste of the less exciting parts of life in the boondocks. Unfortunately, I am not much for motivational speeches, especially when we have work that needs to be done. Welcome to deep patrol duty. You can thank me later. While Tau Sigma has been settled as a mining colony for over 15 years, very little of the system has been marked for navigation. As a result, there are many hazardous regions of the star system that require navigational beacons to ensure safe passage in these areas. Until now, only a small number of beacons have been set around the system. They mark the critical commercial lanes, particularly near the mining operations. However, GTVA Command informs us that in the coming months, the traffic to Tau Sigma will increase significantly. There is a need to step up the schedule of navigational beacon deployment. Report to briefing for your specific assignment. With the recent shipment of Mark IV Pharos-class navigational systems, we are ready to proceed with their deployment as soon as possible. Your Myrmidon fighters are being modified to carry several of these beacons. They will become available to deploy under your control when you reach the designated area for that marker. In order to make room to carry these navigational beacons, your primary weapons have been limited, and your secondary banks have been reduced in capacity. Due to the length of this mission, you and your wingmates will be flying in shifts. You will take turns sleeping as you make your patrol rounds. While asleep, your navigation systems will be locked into your wingmates. In the event of any danger, you will be automatically alerted and your systems brought online. Each fighter wing has been assigned to lay markers in 3 different locations in the star system. Alpha, your task is simple. In each designated area, you are to make a clean sweep, noting any hazards and dropping the navigational beacons in their appropriate areas. Your onboard computer will automatically determine the best locations for deployment, marking them with computer-generated Pharos beacons on your HUD. Our knowledge of these areas is very limited, Alpha. The Mark IV Pharos beacons have 2 functions: to transmit navigational data, but also to provide limited sensor scans of their immediate area. Once this is all over, we hope to make Tau Sigma much more accessible to those wishing to develop this region. On the first leg of your patrol, you will be placing beacons near an ice belt further out of system. If we are lucky, these beacons may be able to use the reflective surfaces of the ice belt to amplify their own scanning range. Once you successfully place the beacons, your computer will automatically download the next stage of your mission. Despite your remote location, you are still well within communication range of Tau Sigma Station. Command will be monitoring your progress. Good luck, pilots.
Damn it. We've come out in the middle of the ice belt. Hold on to your shot.
Man, we're trying to get our heads the right way up. Do you have the first coordinates?
They're coming up now, Alpha. You can see the first deploy point. You'll have to get within 75 meters of it.
Roger that, Command. Proceeding to the first deploy point.
Okay, we're here, Command.
Acknowledged. Alpha 1, this is under your control. Press 1 to have one of your wing deploy nav beacon Alpha.
Command, we've deployed the first beacon. Proceed to next deploy point.
deployed.
Okay, number 3's away.
Excellent, Alpha. Your job in this area is almost done. The last deploy point is some 15 kilometers from your position.
He's got enough to go up now. Putting engines up to maximum. This will take a bit of time.
Great.
Hey, we've got some time to kill. Anything interesting on the newswire?
Let me check.
In spite of this, the prospect of economic recovery is still more than a year away. In a related story, it looks as if Capellan refugees may finally have a prospect of a new home. In a press conference, the Capellan governor, Morgan Technologies, and the GTVA Ministry of Resources unveiled an agreement to settle the refugees in the Tau Sigma cluster.
Wow. Now I know why we're out here.
Quiet, I want to hear the rest of this.
Exploration shows several habitable planets in the systems beyond Tau Sigma. When asked about the security in the outer systems, Morgan Technologies said that while matters are being negotiated, they have confidence in the GTVA forces stationed in the system.
Now that's a load.
Estimate that the first ships should be arriving in Altair and Tau Sigma within a matter of weeks. Governor McCambie promises to be on the first ship leading the way.
Okay, that's it. I'm cutting the feed.
Hey, I was listening to that.
We're going to be flooded with that stuff soon enough. I like my peace and quiet. May as well enjoy what little of it I have left.
Mackie, do you think this place will be ready for him? There's still a lot left unexplored.
And unexplained. Did you hear about the Athanas incident a couple of months back?
That was just before I came on station. Something weird happened out here, didn't it?
Yeah, you could say that. One of our deep solar patrols ran into something out here.
What is it?
Dunno. Hell, Kyle doesn't even know. He can't remember a thing. All I remember is pulling up to his fighter dead in space. He was unconscious.
What's so weird about that?
A few minutes before, he was yelling and screaming something unintelligible on his comm system. Something scared him good.
That's pretty spooky.
I'll say. It's the main reason why we don't fly solar missions around here anymore. Don't want space itself swallowing us up.
Okay, that's enough with the creepy shit. Let's plant this damn beacon and get on with it.
That's it. That's last speaking for this area.
Good work, Alpha. Proceed to the next leg. Engage your jump drive.
Okay, pilot, that first leg went reasonably smoothly. No surprises on the next stage of the journey. You are to place 2 navigational beacons in this area and investigate any anomalies. We are reading some low power fluctuations in this sector, but nothing else is known. Keep a sharp lookout. Once you have completed this leg, you will go into your sleep stage while your wingmates take the next shift.
Command, we've arrived at drop site 2. Proceeding to deploy beacons now.
Go ahead, Alpha 1. We'll follow you.
Nav Kappa is in position. Now bringing up nav lambda coordinates on scanners. You'll need to get within 75 meters of the deploy point.
Take it away. That ought to make this area a bit safer.
Hold it, guys. Doesn't look like we're alone out here. Scanners are picking up an unidentified signature.
Find and identify that signature, Alpha.
It might be a sensor glitch. This ship is so banged up I can't tell. Not on its text.
No, I've got it on scanners. It's a pursuit satisfier. Let's see if we can get a scan.
The sensor scans are inconclusive. We're going to need to send in a transport.
Alpha Wing, we are docking with the unidentified freighter.
We copy Omaha. Looks quiet out here.
Spooky. What do you suppose this thing's doing here?
Well, we get a lot of illegal traffic. This could be one of them.
Yeah, or it could be pirates. Either way, it's the most interesting thing I've seen on a patrol for a while.
Docking clamp secure. We are going in. Alpha Wing, it's dead in here. Another sign of life.
Any sign of a struggle, Omaha?
I can't tell. The ship has lost environmentals and gravity. There isn't any blood as far as I can see.
Weird. A real Mary Celeste.
A what?
It's an old Earth legend about an abandoned ship.
Can we go now? This thing's giving me the creeps. Leave it to the junk dogs.
We are with you, Alpha 2. On our way out now.
Come on, the Yamaha's gone. Let's get the hell out. I'll believe it. Time for us to take a sleep shift. Let's go.
Alpha Leader, I think we're lost. While you were in your sleep stage, we come out of subspace to some kind of dense gas field. Our instruments are scrambled, and we don't quite know where we are. Keep a sharp lookout. Seems we've stumbled into some kind of rabbit hole that wasn't on the charts. We won't launch any beacons until we find out where we are.
Great. We're lost. Who piloted us into this mess?
Hey, don't look at us. We were just using coordinates Command gave us.
Hang on, I'm picking up some kind of transmission.
Command, this is Beta 1. Please respond. Repeat, respond command. God damn it. Tau Sigma, answer me.
What the hell?
What is it?
This is too damn weird. That's Carlos Dennis's voice.
I mean the guy that...
memory a couple weeks back. Yeah.
There's something out here. I know it. I heard it.
I think this place is playing tricks on us.
Whoa, where'd that come from? It's Kyle's shit.
I thought you said this happened weeks ago.
It is like some kind of echo. Damn, he's not responding to any of my hails. Let's follow him.
I don't think we're in Kansas anymore.
Oh, Jesus. Command. Gotta see this.
What are we seeing here? This EMP mess is screwing up my sensors.
I can't see a damn thing, just the burners on Kyle's shit. We gotta keep following it.
Oh man, I don't like this.
Wait, what the hell is that? Up in the mist.
It looks like a... No. It can't be. Damn, I'm losing communication. Yeah, sleepyhead. Your shift is over. Wake up.
You're almost done, pilot. We trust that you're not having too many bad dreams in the sleep stages of your mission. Unfortunately, nightmares are an occasional side effect of deep space sleep. If you've had problems, you can see the station physician about them when you return to base. Now, down to business. We seem to have encountered a situation at your next destination. 2 Morgan mining freighters have jumped in too close to the asteroid field you're about to mark. Lack of navigational data is proving to be a liability. We have also picked up some transmissions from within the belt. It seems like you're flying into a pirate ambush. Be on your guard. While you will still lay the navigational buoys, your first task will be to guard the freighters by eliminating any pirates and clearing a path for them through the asteroid field. Once they have jumped to safety, you will then continue your mission to lay the navigational beacons.
Command, we've got the raiders on our screen. They're moving to attack the freighters.
Oh, we ain't glad to see you, Alpha. Seems we stepped in it big this time.
Acknowledged, Alpha. Configure your HUD and add the freighters to your escort list now. Keep the raiders and asteroids away from them.
HUD is configured. We have the freighters on our guard list. Stand by, Pantheon. I've got you covered. I hate this. We're on a scouting mission. We don't have the armament to fly guard duty.
Hey, you were the one complaining about boredom back.
Don't remind me.
Damn it, you lost the Besmia.
Okay, Alpha. The DeLeon has made the jump to subspace. Now get to work on those nav beacons.
Okay, Command. Nav beacon mute is in place. Proceeding to deploy point 2.
Okay, that's the last beacon, Command.
Okay, Alpha, you're cleared to come home. See you back at the bar.
What these freighters were doing in these uncharted lanes, we still don't know. However, given the recent attack at Tau Sigma Station and these raiders, it seems as if a peaceful tour of duty out here is no longer possible. We are going to have to start taking some action, especially if refugees from Capella may well be coming our way. You managed to protect the DeLeon freighter from both the raiders and the asteroid threat. You are to be commended for your quick thinking. The Benzia was destroyed when a power coupling in the engine cooling system overloaded. It appears it was damaged in the initial attack. Unfortunately, there was not much you could have done. Nonetheless, a Morgan representative has indicated their displeasure at having lost the Benzia freighter. Fortunately, the Benzia's crew managed to escape in a life pod and jump safely back to Tau Sigma Station. You managed to deploy the 2 beacons in this area, as well as the rest of the beacons on your entire flight. Go back to your quarters and rest, and this time, we hope your dreams are a bit better. Dismissed. With some help from the MMC's scans of the area, and from this latest attack near Tau Sigma Station, we now know that the pirates staged their raid from this remote location within the Tau Sigma system. If we move quickly, we may be able to surprise them, recapture any stolen goods, and restore the confidence of the local business operations. The staging area is located on the outer rim of the system near a large ice debris belt. Central to the area is a large refueling vessel along with several cargo containers and a Triton-class freighter. Guarding the area is a gunship of unknown configuration. There are at least 2 wings of fighters flying escort. These will be your primary target. Alpha Wing and the GTC Lone Wolf will jump in at close range for the element of surprise. Alpha, your primary target will be the fighter escort, while the Lone Wolf will concentrate on neutralizing the gunship. Once disabled or destroyed, we should have little trouble apprehending the rest of these pirates. Good luck, pilot.
I've got a visual. The gunship is dead ahead. Fighter escort closing.
We've got the gunship. Take down the fighter escort, Alpha. This is the GTC Lone Wolf to all pirate vessels. Stand down and prepare to be boarded. What the...
I'm bringing 2 with the fighters closing quickly. 4 artillery fighters in 1 day. Since when do these pirates stop flying frontline student fighters?
Say what?
You heard me. 5-4 direct-class fighters closing. Lone Wolf. What the hell is going on?
Clarifying now. Stand by.
Give me a clear line. What do you mean the GTVA?
I don't like the sound of this. Something's sharing your signal and we're not feeling you.
Wait a minute. The Meridian is in a refueling vessel. It's a medical frigate. Lone Wolf something stinks here.
GTVA Group. This is the Poker Rayleigh Group research vessel Meridian. We are a civilian research operation. Repeat. We are a civilian research operation. Break off this attack now. Negative, Meridian. We have traced a recent pirate raid to this location. Stand down and prepare to be boarded. Then your information is bogus, Lone Wolf. We are researching a mining beat. Stop shooting at us and we might be able to figure this out. Transmitting data now.
Damn it. They're attacking a civvy operation. There aren't any pirates here. Lone Wolf, request a mission to break off the attack.
All fighters, Meridian is confirmed. This is a legitimate civilian operation. Stand down. Repeat, stand down.
Roger that. Standing down.
Let's see where everyone is at. TRGC Psi, what is your status? I hope that we didn't hurt you too badly.
We're badly hurt, Lone Wolf. Heavy casualties on all decks. You can be sure we're going to lodge a formal complaint.
Acknowledged and agreed, Psi. It seems that we were fed extremely bad information. I will sign your complaint personally. All fighters, stay on alert. Let's see what else is out there. All fighters, we have inbound pirates closing fast.
I am reading 1 wing of fighters, 1 wing of Medusa bombers, and a Leviathan-class cruiser. Engage them now. Alpha, this is Lone Wolf. We managed to haul our butts out of the fire this time. You can return to base.
If there was ever a definition of snafu, this was it. Both the Tepua Rally Group and the Morgan Mining Corporation have filed formal complaints with the GTVA command on our actions here today. I don't like it, and we are reporting that we were acting on the intelligence supplied to us by command. Our intelligence indicated that this location was a pirate staging area, where in reality it appeared to be their next target. Fortunately, you were able to hold off the attack when the pirates did hit the area. We are still trying to determine what happened that our intelligence could have been so poor. Command Incident Report, August 28, 2372, 1510. After acting out on what we thought was accurate intelligence, Alpha Wing and the GTC Lone Wolf led a raid on what turned out to be a civilian operation. In the attack, the GTC Lone Wolf engaged the TRGC Psi, damaging it. Fortunately, we managed to stand down before an attack group of pirates arrived for the cleanup. Still, the Psi and the Lone Wolf were damaged enough that they are now in repair. The Tepua Rally Group has launched a formal complaint along with the Morgan Mining Corporation. They're saying the GTVA is incapable of providing security in the outer territories. This is especially pressing now that we have received word that 1 million Capellan refugees are coming our way. End of incident report. Alright, pilot, we've got our work cut out for us. A lot of people are mad at us, but it's not our fault, and we still have a job to do. Report to briefing. While the GTC Lone Wolf and the TRGC Psi are in repair at Tau Sigma Station, the TRGS Meridian and the TRGF Haulian demanded to return to their office on Altair. Until we hear otherwise, we are still responsible for their safety. Alpha Wing, it is your job to make sure that the Meridian and the Haulian reach the Altair jump node in one piece. They are carrying research materials that would fetch a high price on the black market. Alpha, you will fly close escort to the Meridian. The Morgan Mining Corporation has contracted mercenaries, designated Tachyon Wing, to fly patrol. They are not under our command. You are not to engage them. Given the recent attacks, another pirate raid is almost certain. Be on your guard, and good luck, pilot.
Alpha Wing, can can you confirm your coordinates? It looks like the Meridian and Hollian are already halfway to the jump point.
Dan, they've left without us. Engaging afterburners.
I'm with you.
Well, look at the little GTVA Alpha's run, eh?
Alpha, this is Command. We've got inbound pirates on attack vector towards the station.
Typical Merc. You've never been in a real firefight anyway. Wouldn't want to scratch the paint on those nice new fancy fighters of yours.
These machines have saved my hide more than once.
Hey, remember what the commander said about flying a piece of junk? It's not the equipment that you're flying, it's how you fly it.
Well, look at that. We've got some inbound pirates. Stand back, Alpha Wing. We're going to show you how this is done.
I've got a wad of duct tape I'd like to shove up your ass.
Anything we can do to help, Alpha Wing.
Meridian, this is Alpha Wing, now flying escort.
Alpha Wing, we've got another set of inbound pirates coming in fast.
So nice of you to join us. Frankly, we don't need your help. Last time we got our butts cut off. No, thank you.
And we've got our own problems.
Well, lucky you got an escort anyway.
Alpha later. This is not good for the self-esteem.
Alpha 2, keep the radio chatter down. Ah, great. If it wasn't bad enough dealing with tachyon. Alpha 2, does this seem a little easy to you?
More like a tacky ship.
Alpha Leader, can you get a closer look at one of those things and scan it? What the hell? Command, it appears we're fighting drones. Drones or not, Alpha Wing, they're still attacking us. Defend your charge.
What the hell is Tachyon Wing up to? They dispatched that wing a long time ago. Why aren't they helping us?
10-4, roger, over and out. Thanks.
We're just sitting back enjoying the turkey shoot. Carry on.
Alpha Wing, you've got 8 Ares-class fighters making their way towards the jump point.
We're a little busy here, Command. Can you send someone else?
Alpha Wing, you're the only ones close enough to intercept them.
These drones have started attacking the freighter. We can't leave them.
Acknowledged, Alpha. Alpha Wing, Long John Wing made the jump to substation in the Altair jump node. Alpha Wing, you've got another set of inbound pirates coming in fast. Long John Wing has made the jump to subspace in the Altair jump node. You're going to have to follow them. Repeat, you're going to have to follow them.
Roger that, Command. Engaging jump drive.
This was not an easy mission, pilot, nor is it going to get any easier. It seems that the pirates are not only well organized, they are better armed than any GTVA detachment in the outer territories. The TRGS Meridian and the TRGF Holian made it to the Tau jump node. Congratulations, but your job isn't finished yet. We can be certain of an impending pirate attack on the two Tepua Rally Group vessels in subspace. That's why you're following them into subspace. It looks like the Loki drones and Hook Wing were solely intended to tie Alpha Wing down, while the Long John Wing of Ares heavy fighters made their way to the jump point. Those fighters are top of the line. Their threat in this region is not to be underestimated. Good job in holding them off. Drones or not, you were outnumbered by more than 10 to 1. There was no way that you could have reached Long John Wing in time. It seems that this whole operation was intended to keep us occupied while the Ares fighters entered subspace. We have sent a priority Alpha transmission to a Vasudan task group in the Altair system. They will be dispatching a unit of fighters to help intercept Long John in subspace. Presently, Alpha Wing is flying close escort to the TRGS Meridian and the TRGF Holian. You are flying in the subspace corridor between the Tau Sigma and Altair jump nodes. At present, there is no sign of the pirate craft, designated Long John Wing. We know these to be 8 Ares-class fighters. They are more heavily armed than your Myrmidons. However, we expect them to be carrying armament intended for disabling ships. This may be to your advantage, but don't count on it. Remember that in subspace, your shields will not work. The only benefit in this situation is that neither will theirs. Because of their 6 forward gun mounts and heavier armor, it is recommended that you avoid attacking Long John Wing head-on. To aid you, we have dispatched the GTS Servicor to reload your weapons. The Servicor is carrying additional missile supplies, so you may change your missile configuration if you so desire. Due to the nature of this type of mission, we can expect that Long John Wing will not be operating alone. You can be sure of additional support craft in the area, and possibly even another wing of fighters. Be on your guard. The Vasudans have dispatched Omicron, a wing of Serapis-class fighters. They have also dispatched the GVT Izaroth to aid you. We expect them shortly. This is a dangerous mission, pilot. Good luck.
Alpha, Servicor. That's it. Everyone's reloaded and good to go. Good luck, Alpha.
Thanks, Servicor. See you back at the bar.
Where the hell is Long John Wing? We should have seen them by now.
Not a clue, Alpha 2. Keep your eyes open.
I don't expect Long John to be alone either. Plus, I don't like the idea of flying without my shields.
Hey, your grandfather flew without them. Why should you worry?
My grandfather died in the Great War, remember?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Hey, what's with all the debris floating around in here?
I don't know. Subspace must be playing tricks on our senses. My scanner's calling it Shivan.
No, that's something I didn't need to hear.
Hey, relax. It's probably just some regular debris that's been trapped in subspace.
There they are, going weapons hot.
coming from? Looks like they're appearing out of subspace itself.
Lady, stay with me. There's fast. Stay with me.
You know, I don't think the Meridian and Hollian were the target. I think we were.
That's how they were going to get them out of subspace. With a legit GTVA escort. Managed to go full of shit.
Damn it, I've lost power to all my engines.
Alpha, this is Omicron. We started ready to assist.
Glad to have you here, Omicron.
Alpha, support craft moving to provide us.
That's how they hide themselves. They have an AWACS.
Alpha Leader, we are getting some strange readings from the Muden array. It looks like it was using some kind of subspace generation field to hide the ships. That's very dangerous inside the jump corridor. The ship seems to be deteriorating. Alpha Leader, the Muden array is going critical. I'm detecting a surge in subspace.
Holy crap, what the hell was that?
Oh boy, now we really stepped in it. Big time.
Alpha Wing, confirm. We've got a massive Shivan ship, a Lucifer configuration. Oh dear God. Repeat, we have a Shivan Lucifer-class vessel in the corridor.
I never signed on for this. Everyone, clear out of the node.
All units, the Altair jump node. This is a Priority 1 message. Stand clear of the Lucifer-class vessel. Leave the area at once.
Activity or not, let's get the hell out of here.
That was quite a battle, pilot. The pirates were very well armed. We were right that Long John Wing was not alone. Congratulations on taking down Long John Wing. Those Ares-class fighters were a tough fight to be sure. They were primarily armed with Akaton SDGs and Stiletto II missiles for disabling the Meridian. Fortunately, both the Meridian and the Haulian successfully made it to Altair. Given the intensity of the firefight, congratulations on a fine job. It seems that your wing was also the target of the subspace raid. It appears that the pirates intended to destroy 2 of your craft and disable the other 2. It seems their intention was to use Alpha 2 and 4 as cover for their escape from subspace. Excellent work in dispatching Silverwing. They may have been lightly armed, but you were outnumbered. The destruction of the Mudineri created a subspace surge that destroyed the AWACS ship and opened a hole into subspace. This Lucifer-class vessel, designation SG Nyarlathotep, came through it. The Nyarlathotep appears to be a derelict drifting through subspace. We will be sending a team to investigate soon enough. This matter is now security level Zeta. Do not discuss this issue with anyone. Any disclosure of this will be in violation of the Beta Aquila Securities Act. Dismissed.
Personal log, Governor Raymond Francis McKemby, November 13th, 2372. It has been just over 5 years since the largest exodus humanity has ever seen. Towards the end of the Neo-Terran Front Rebellion, an ancient portal was discovered in the Gamma Draconis system. It had been activated by the NTF, opening the doorway to another confrontation with the Shivans. In our arrogance, we thought we learned from our experience 32 years ago. Nietzsche once said, "That which does not kill us makes us stronger." We believed him. Our trust in our technology and our alliances made us overconfident. We assumed we could overcome any obstacle and that nothing could stand in our way. When the Shivans came again, we thought, like Jerusalem of old, that our walls would never fall. But the prophets cried out, warning of doom on the horizon. We ignored them, believing the lie that we had made for ourselves. The lesson, like the universe, was harsh, and we had forgotten it. We forgot that we had paid the price with our homeworlds. We were cut off from Sol and Earth. Vasuda Prime had been laid waste, scattered across many systems. Our colonies became our havens because we had little choice. Terran, Vasudan, we walk amongst the cold space between the stars as exiles, looking for a place where we might find comfort, and most of all, home. We learned the lesson again with Capella, a place I once called home. When the Shivans came again, we fled our homes with the hope that we could soon return. We hoped that the GTVA would stop them, yet after a short-lived victory, we saw our place in the universe. The Shivans tore through our defenses as if they were paper, batting us aside as if we were nothing but a minor annoyance. In efforts to save the rest of our colonies, the jump nodes were collapsed, and the Shivan advance stopped at Capella. Yet I am left to wonder. I look at the starfield from here at Altair, looking at the golden glow of the star I was born under, yet I know this to be an illusion. This system will not see the supernova that destroyed our home for many years to come. It is a reminder of a place to which we can never return. We are exiles once again. In all, there were some 200 million of us cast out of Eden to walk amongst the stars. We look for a place to call home. Many resent us because the strain on the GTVA economy has thrown us into a new depression. The Vasudans have been kind, showing us a hospitality that we never expected. The wounds of the Terran-Vasudan War still run deep. It has been heartening to discover, however, their honor and their trust. Yet perhaps they have more in common than we once thought, for they too are exiles, having a deeper understanding of what it is to never return home. This is why we come to Altair, the doorway to a new promised land. The systems beyond show great promise and hope of a newfound freedom for our people. For the first time in many, many years, I feel hope for our future. R.F. McKenby, Governor of Capella. End of log.
It has been 1 week since the jump corridor between Tau Sigma and the Altair system was quarantined under provisions from the Beta Aquae Securities Act. Any discussion on this matter is classified. Travel in this subspace corridor is strictly prohibited, even to GTVA personnel. As such, all members of the 212th Silver Sites present in Altair have been temporarily assigned to the Vesuvian installation, GVI Luxor. The GVI Luxor is a decommissioned Vesuvian Typhon-class destroyer combined with a Ganymede docking ring. It serves its purposes well and is a very flexible design. While the Luxor's fighter complement can be that of a fully operational destroyer, they are operating at approximately half strength. Since your stay in Altair is for an unspecified time, your skills will be put to use. While assigned to Luxor Station, you will be assigned to fly patrols and escort duty alongside your Vesuvian colleagues. In spite of the closure of the jump corridor, Capellan refugees have begun to arrive in the Altair system. In all, some 1 million refugees are expected to pass through here in the coming weeks. Leading the way is the GTM Alexis, a medical frigate carrying Governor R.F. McKenby. As soon as the Alexis arrives, the Governor will be making his way to Luxor to meet with the local Vesuvian commander and a delegation from Morgan Technologies, who have sponsored the bid of the Capellan refugees for a new home in the Tau Sigma cluster. Alpha Wing, you are charged with ensuring security in the area. You are responsible for not only the Governor's safety, but for the GTM Alexis and the rest of the refugee fleet. Delta Wing is flying patrol around Luxor Station. They are under your command if you need assistance with the convoy. The GV-CV Qualmotep is also on active duty near the station. In an emergency, Beta Wing is also on standby as the refugee fleet approaches. They will only be launched at the discretion of Luxor Station. We do not know what potential security threats exist. However, there are several pirate groups in operation in these outer systems. They have been plaguing GTVA security forces significantly over the past few months. Morgan Technologies is one of the many voices claiming that the GTVA does not have the ability to maintain security in this region. Keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. With the Governor's arrival, it is very possible that one of the pirate groups may attempt some kind of raid. Good luck, pilot.
Welcome to Luxor Station, Alexis. Give my regards to the Governor.
A Terran pilot and a Vesuvian fighter? We weren't expecting that, Alpha.
The leader and myself, Derek. We've been assigned to Luxor Station temporarily. Do you have any good food with you?
Depends on what you call good. Our food transports are right behind us. Thanks for flying escort.
This is Governor Mkembe's shuttle to Luxor Station, requesting permission to dock.
Permission granted. Welcome to Altair, Governor. Luxor Station, Kappa Wing.
Thanks, Luxor. Kappa Wing moving to fly, escort, yeah.
Luxor, we have no record of Kappa Wing flying escort. Could you clarify this?
Probably just an oversight, Alexis.
Come on, this doesn't sound right. We weren't supposed to have any Terran fighters in the area, beyond Alpha Leader and myself.
Are you sure of that, Alpha 2?
There's something not quite right. It didn't come through on the translator. Just something in their voice.
Acknowledged, Alpha Wing. Close your distance with Kappa and investigate.
Come on, Kappa's rogue. Repeat, Kappa's rogue. We're engaging now.
Luxor to Governor Shuttle. We have been sabotaged. We are able to launch, but we cannot retrieve ships. Return to the Alexis.
Acknowledged, Luxor. Returning to the Alexis.
Alpha, we have 2 Fenris and 1 Aeolus class cruiser in the area. Stay away from their anti-fighter team. Concentrate on the bombers attacking the core system.
They're hitting the food convoy. Qualmatech, can you draw their fire?
Stand by, Alpha 2. Moving into attack range now.
Governor, we can't take you back on board with this firefight. Try and find a safe place to hide.
Getting pretty drafty out here with this fighting going on, Alexis. But acknowledged. Moving to the other side of the station and holding our breath.
Alpha, a transport craft has arrived close to the Governor's shuttle. It is beginning docking procedures.
Luxor? Alpha? Anyone? Now would be a good time for some help.
Scanners are reading a new inbound ship. The team occupied Corvette. Where'd they get in its firepower?
placed on a need-to-know basis, Alpha 2. All you need to know is they are here to help. Governor, our base is still damaged, but we have cleared them enough that you can now land.
Roger that, Luxor. Beginning docking procedures.
Alpha, we have driven them off and the Governor shuttle has now docked. Return to base. If any security threat was perceived before, now it has become critical. Pirates operating with fighters, bombers, and even a small cruiser is one thing. Yet, for this group to be this well armed indicates something much deeper and dangerous. Additionally, the docking bays of the GVI Luxor were sabotaged by a substantial explosion. In doing so, the Governor's shuttle was stranded outside the station during the firefight, leaving it vulnerable to a kidnap attempt. It seems that Capella had access to GTVA clearance codes in the system. This is a serious breach of security. Their IFF appeared as friendly so they could approach the convoy unmolested. Fortunately, with you and Alpha 2 flying escort, you were able to pick up on the inflection of their voice and act on the situation before they could carry out their orders. However, to the mission, you managed to thwart an attempt to kidnap Governor McKenby. Your quick action and adequate response has prevented what could have been a serious incident. The Ithaca, a Deimos-class corvette, represents a substantial security threat in the area. While it was driven off, we're going to have to take some steps to track it down. We were fortunate that the GTFF Cypher was in the area and helped to drive off this pirate attack. However, details of their presence in the system is classified. You are not to discuss this matter, even amongst your wingmates. Unfortunately, the food convoy fell under attack on the way to their station. The loss of this part of the convoy is serious enough that we will have to look at alternative means of feeding the Capellan refugees. The GTM Alexis successfully made it to her rendezvous point. As flagship of the Capellan flotilla, she will hold position at Luxor Station to supervise the operation. Hopefully, the quarantine of the jump node will be short-lived and the Capellans will be able to establish a new home. Regardless, the situation has now become serious enough that the GTVA is mobilizing its fleets to deal with the security threats in this region. We're going to have our hands full over the next few weeks, pilot. Return to your quarters and give yourself some downtime. You are dismissed. 4 days have passed since the attack by the mercenary group upon the Capellan refugees entering at the GVI Luxor. Thankfully, all that was destroyed were a few containers of food. Morgan Technologies has generously offered aid to the refugees until the subspace corridor to Tau Sigma is reopened. All has remained quiet in Altair since the attack, and despite numerous searches, we have been unable to locate the Ithaca, the mercenary corvette. However, At 10:46 Terran Standard Time, we received a distress call from the GTSC Berkeley. This Terran science cruiser was studying magnetic field anomalies near the Kaza Belt, a scattered asteroid belt between Altair 3 and Altair 4. The Berkeley reports that it was under attack from the Deimos-class corvette. Based on this data and the events of the past 4 days, we must assume this to be the Ithaca. The Ithaca destroyed the Berkeley at 10:52 hours. The threat the Ithaca poses is extreme. We cannot ignore it, nor can we wait for GTVA fleet assets to reinforce us. By that time, the Ithaca may have moved on. We must deal with the Ithaca at once. Unfortunately, the GVCV Qualmotep was severely damaged in its last engagement. Despite repairs, it is still not fit for battle. The Qualmotep will have to fight at long range, if at all. Still, at this point, we have little choice. Regrettably, we have been unable to repair the damage which your Myrmidon fighters sustained during the engagement in the Altair Tau Sigma jump corridor. We lack the parts required for a full refit of a Terran fighter. The Myrmidons will never fly again. You will have to make use of the Vesuvian fighters which we have available. Fortunately, we have enough spare fighters for you to use, and some fighters modified for Terran use. Get used to them. You may not be flying Terran issues for a while to come. Report to mission briefings on the double, pilots. As you are all well aware, the Ithaca must be dealt with immediately. Latest data shows it is seeking refuge in the Kaza Belt. The belt's composition prevents sensors from penetrating it. We believe that the Ithaca is making repairs within the belt. Because of its intelligence value alone, we must attempt to capture the Ithaca. This will also eliminate the threat posed by the vessel without having the Qualmotep engage it in direct combat. Alpha Wing, flying Horus fighters, will be integral to this mission's success. You must plant a tag guidance beacon on the Ithaca's hull. Evade the fighters guiding the corvette until this task is complete. Our data suggests 45 fighters, all damaged, guarding the Ithaca. The GVCV Qualmotep will then engage the Ithaca at long range using overcharged beam cannons. The weapons will only have enough energy for a few shots, so the Qualmotep may need your help to disable the Ithaca. For this reason, the Akaton STG disruptor cannon has been made available to you, if you wish to use it. However, you will be required to modify your loadout if you wish to use this weapon. You may vary your loadout if you wish, though the tag missiles will be required for the mission. The GTVA Neath will be providing a sensor scrambler field to prevent the detection of the Qualmotep by the mercenaries. Alpha Wing will then deal with the defending fighters. Once the Ithaca is disabled and the area secure, the GVT Isaroth will enter the area to secure the Ithaca and her crew. The mercenary vessel will be in no shape to put up a fight, so hopefully they'll surrender peacefully. If they do not, Alpha Wing will disarm them as well. When we have the Ithaca's crew, you will be authorized to depart. Good hunting, Alpha.
There's our target. The Ithaca, alright.
Tag the Ithaca so that we can lock our beam cannons, Alpha 1.
Epsilon Wing will engage the enemy at good fighters first, while you tag the Ithaca, Alpha.
Looks like they're repairing the hull on the corvette. We better do this fast before they're up to full strength.
Acquiring target now. Beam cannon acquired.
This is the Ithaca, requesting immediate assistance. We are under attack by the student forces.
Be on your guard, Alpha. The Ithaca has signals for reinforcement. The Ithaca's escort fighters have been neutralized. Good work, pilot. Now assist with our disabling efforts. Ithaca's engine subsystem has been destroyed.
Ithaca, remember your vessel's lost, and you will not be harmed. Stand down at once.
You're in no condition to fight, pirate.
Very well. Standing down main weapons. I do not have to answer that. As a prisoner of war, I have the right to remain silent under BATAC.
As you wish.
It doesn't look like they're going to cooperate with us.
We'll see how much they cooperate when we get back to the GTVA, Luxor.
I'm picking up a new hostile wing. All fighters, engage those pirates.
Epsilon Wing, you are required elsewhere. A civilian convoy is under attack. Alpha can handle this by themselves.
GBT Issaroff reporting. We are initiating docking approach.
Attempting to intercept the Ocelot. Stop them before I can compromise this mission.
Chromatech, we have 2 escape pods next to the
Attempt to repossess them, Alpha 2.
Negative. They're gone already.
Ithaca, explain this. Why did you launch those pods? Respond, Ithaca.
World Executive signature as long range.
Hold it. I just picked up some burst transmission data.
Paul Mota, I did not authorize the departure of those pods.
Jesus. The attack is going down. Repeat, it's going down. We've lost the Quebec and the Azurus.
Alpha, check out the unknown vessel which may hold some answers.
The unknown is a Foster's-class science vessel. The unknown is jumping out. We couldn't ID it.
Pull out, Alpha. This mission is over.
The apparent self-immolation of the crew of the Ithaca cannot be readily explained, especially considering their last words. It appears that they were taken them by surprise as we were. We suspect that the destruction of the Ithaca is linked to the unusual sensor readings recorded by Alpha 2 just prior to the explosion. The sensor data is under analysis now. The crew of the GTVA Iceloth were killed in action. However, their honourable death was not entirely in vain, but we have at least removed the threat the Ithaca posed. The mercenary wings which threatened us were all destroyed by you and your wings. For this, you are to be commended. In the fight against pirates and mercenaries, we need to retain the upper hand. The identity and allegiance of the unidentified Faustus-class science vessel sighted near the Ithaca immediately prior to the explosion remains unknown. Our pilots were unable to gain sensor lock. We're looking into the vessel's origin and motives, and we have little to go on. It seems that there may be more powerful forces at work here than we can previously have imagined. This is a rescue mission, pilot. At 03:32, Massoudin Standard Time, we received a distress call from the Terran freighter Bates, a Triton-class cargo transport. According to her profile, she was transporting supplies for the Capellan refugee fleet when she signaled an onboard explosion. As of yet, the cause is unknown. The GTVA Escher is responding to the distress call. Alpha Wing, you will be providing fighter cover launched from Luxor Station. The Escher recently arrived in the area and is conducting some preliminary scans for any additional pirate activity. While the pirate corvette Ithaca was neutralized in our last operation, security is of paramount concern. The Bates is presently stranded in the heart of the small asteroid belt. It appears that its cargo container was destroyed, scattering its contents as smaller containers everywhere. The Escher has already arrived on the scene and is moving to assist. However, the Escher just signaled us. They have noticed an odd plow fluctuation near the freighter and are proceeding with caution. Alpha, your job is to secure the area. Intercept any pirates while the Escher carries out the rescue operation. They may be flying any configuration of fighters or bombers.
Escher, this is Alpha Wing. What is your status?
We're approaching the Bates now. She appears to be dead in space.
Any sign of a transmission? I don't like this.
None, Alpha. They haven't transmitted since we acquired visual. Alpha, we're losing power in our forward engine. No, wait. We're losing power in all our engines.
Reverse your engines, Escher. Get out of there, now!
It's too late, Alpha 2. We're losing power too quickly. Some of the cargo containers appear to be energy-draining mines. We've lost all power, and our weapon systems are offline. We're trying to get a lock on the energy-draining systems. Alpha, we have incoming hostiles. Try to hold them off while we identify the energy mines.
Gah, they're not just energy mines. Some of those containers are anti-fighter mines. That's where you fly, everyone.
Alpha, we've detected a new wing of fighters on an inbound attack vector. They appear to be targeting our anti-fighter weapon systems. Alpha, we've got a lock on the energy mine. Clear them out and we can get our weapon systems back online. Alpha, we have incoming bombers on attack vector. Our weapon systems are still down. Clear those mines so we can defend ourselves. That's the last of them, Alpha. We're regaining our engine power. Weapon systems will be online momentarily. thanks for the escort, Alpha. We'll see you back at Luxor Station.
It seems the bait's distress signal was a trap. Pirates must have ransacked her earlier and planted the distress signal, along with energy-draining and anti-fighter mines. The real target was the GTVA Escher, as she is attached to SOC intelligence gathering operations. Congratulations, pilot. You managed to destroy the minefield and fend off the pirates long enough for the Escher to make her escape. There were some very important people aboard and they took notice of your actions. Delta Wing consisted of an elite squad of SOC fighters. While all of their pilots survived this engagement, one of them was injured enough to be temporarily removed from active service. As a result, Intelligence Command is looking for someone to undertake a special intelligence operation. Your name has been recommended. Return to your quarters and rest up, pilot. We still have a lot of work to do.
Welcome to Special Operations Command, pilots. This is Jonas Ekster, captain of the GTVA Escher. Not many are recruited into our ranks, but when they are pilots of the highest caliber. After your performance defending the Escher from pirates, as well as excellent performance in several other missions, we have decided that those pilots who flew Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 in previous missions will fill the gaps in our deep cover team. Deep cover missions are carried out behind enemy lines with little or no logistical support. You've got to be tough to make it through a mission like this, but we're sure you'll be able to manage. The subject of this operation is a mercenary group operating out of Tau Sigma, also active in Altair, that we believe are responsible for numerous attacks on GTVA targets. We must discover to whom these mercenaries report, and who has been leaking them and other groups sensitive information about GTVA ship movements. Your contact on this mission will be Lieutenant Tom Faulkner. Faulkner infiltrated the mercenary group 5 weeks ago and has been investigating ever since. He'll teach you all you need to know about deep cover ops. The SOC have certain privileges, and the Escher is able to travel through the subspace corridor to Tau Sigma despite the blockade. We'll be dropping you off at a rendezvous point in Altair before travelling on to Tau Sigma Station, where we have some supplies to deliver. Good luck, pilots. This will be a difficult assignment, but I'm sure we have the right pilots for the job. Remember that if you are uncovered, the SOC will disavow all knowledge of your assignment. Agents are provided with cyanide capsules for a reason. I'm sure I needn't spell it out.
Good morning, pilots. I'm Lieutenant Tom Faulkner, your contact inside the mercenary group for the duration of this operation. Our principal objective here is to discover to whom these mercs report and who has been supplying them with sensitive information about GTVA movements. We have you a fairly routine job today. We are to guard a cargo depot belonging to our mysterious employer. Pirate raiders are prone to putting in an appearance near these depots due to their poor defenses. Shadow and Kid Wings will be guarding the depot from any potential raids. I'll be flying Shadow 2. Your ship has been fitted with a secure channel communications device, which will allow you to speak to other members of Shadow Wing without the other mercenaries listening in. They should interpret your communications as systems diagnostic and targeting data. The device was tested extensively during the GTVA's conflict with the Neo-Terran front and should work perfectly. If you get the opportunity, try to scan the cargo containers. Their contents might give us a lead on the employer of the mercenaries. You'll never know if you don't take a look. As they say, watch yourselves out there, pilots, and good luck.
All quiet out here, Shadow.
Scanners aren't reading any hostiles. Shadow 1, can you get a quick scan of the cargo?
Say, what's to keep us from dipping into a share of this cargo? No one will ever know.
That wouldn't exactly be good for our employer's trust of us.
Besides, we have rules. We don't steal our employer's stuff and don't endanger their interests.
You know, with ideas like that, you'd better watch yourself.
Alright, I was just asking.
This is the red and gray freighter Sulfon requesting assistance. Anybody, please respond.
We read you, Sovereign. What's your status?
We're under attack by pirates. They're following us. They'll be here any minute now.
We're moving to assist you now, Sovereign.
Thank you. We're standing by.
Why are we helping these guys? We don't have to.
That's another of our rules. We'll help civilians in distress.
Besides, there might be a reward in it for us.
Any of you noticed how they left their channel open for that?
They're slick operators, aren't they?
Thank you for saving us, pilot.
It's not over yet. I'm reading another pirate wing.
Are there?
What the? Pirate freighters are jumping in near the depot. They're after the cargo.
This whole damn attack went astray. We have to get back to the depot.
Don't leave us here, please. We'll be slaughtered.
They're right. We can't just leave them here. Shadow 1 and 2, go sort out those pirates.
You sure you'll be alright?
Go. We can handle this.
Okay, Shadow 1. You take the freighters, I'll deal with these fighters. Corsair wing has been neutralized.
Jump drive has fully charged. We're out here, pilot. I'd say Redmond will be very happy with you.
It looks like that's the last of them. Return to base, Shadow.
Shadow, you did an excellent job of protecting the cargo from the pirates. It seems that these pirates are somewhat more organized and devious than most of the other groups operating in the system. They could pose a more serious threat to us than we had initially thought. All the pirate raiders were destroyed before they could make off with any of the cargo. What would have happened to us if they had got hold of the cargo doesn't bear thinking about. The RG freighter Saffron was saved with our help. This freighter belongs to Redmond Gray, a major Capella mining corporation now trying to set itself up here in Tau Sigma. However, larger companies such as Morgan have quite a stranglehold on the local mining market. You'll be pleased to hear that we did get a small bonus for our effort. The cargo containers seem to hold equipment for freighters and mining operations. Unfortunately, this doesn't really tell us a great deal. There are many mining companies in this system alone, and the cargo could belong to any one of them. The jamming equipment, however, is intriguing. What we did out there today is shown the mercenaries that we can be trusted. Bearing our precarious position in mind, we could do with as much of their trust as we can get. With the little intelligence supplied by myself, the mercenaries have pinpointed the GTVA convoy passing through Altair on its way to Luxor Station. This convoy is carrying valuable cargo which the mercenaries wish to procure. Since I supplied the intelligence, Shadow Wing gets the honor of leading the strike. The convoy consists of 3 Triton-class freighters, the Beck, the Finlay, and the Torres, with their respective cargoes. The convoy is guarded by a wing of Lokis, designated Omega. These fighters should pose no threat to us, as we will be equipped with far more modern fighters. However, the flak guns on the freighters pose a considerable threat. Avoid them if possible by attacking the freighters from below. We will attack the convoy as they near the coordinates for the jump to Luxor Station. We will have limited window of opportunity for attack. If the freighters make it to Luxor Station, we will not be able to pursue them. GTVA presence in that area is too high to attempt the capture operation we intend to make. Engage and destroy Omega and the freighters, but do not destroy the cargo. Once the fighters and freighters are eliminated, the mercenary freighters Synergy and Equinox will be signaled and arrive to collect the cargo. They will be escorted by Hook Wing, so assist them in covering the freighters while they collect the cargo and then depart. The cargo raiders in the area, although a small force, seem to have the uncanny ability to hunt out convoys under attack, or so I'm told. Shadow, this is for your eyes only. I've disabled any potential recording devices in the briefing room. This is strictly off the record. The convoy we're attacking is not a genuine GTVA convoy. It's a mock-up created by GTVA in order to give us the opportunity to gain the trust of the mercenaries. However, the cargo is real, as is the threat of raiders. The convoy is also armed. This is in order to create the illusion that it's real. However, the armaments on the fighters are considerably below the norm. It will also still jump to Luxor Station if we fail to intercept it. Needless to say, you do not tell anyone this. Do so, and our cover's blown for sure. I'm not sure how the mercs would react, but suffice to say, that swallowing that cyanide capsule would probably be a more comfortable death. Now get down to the fighter bays. They're waiting for us. There's the convoy pilots. Let's make this one quick and clean.
Relax, they're just drones.
Maybe so, but these drones can fire back. Watch yourselves. Freighters have been destroyed. I'm signaling the Synergy and Equinox now.
Equinox reporting in. Help Hookwing escort us as we dock with the cargo units.
Have any trouble with the GTVA convoy?
It all went according to plan. Those GTVA scrubs didn't know what hit them.
They don't know it's the convoy. It's a bunch of drones.
Uh-oh. Looks like we got some scavengers on the way in. That's a convoy that usually brings them out the woodwork.
Drones are gone. See, I told you there was nothing to worry about.
Unidentified hostiles. We are a group of Capella refugees traveling to Luxor Station. Please do not engage.
A group of civilian vessels have jumped in behind us. Ignore them, pilots. Setting IFF to friendly.
what those scavengers have brought in the big guns. The Leviathan. Designation, Pillager.
GTVA mass destroyer and accompanying vessels. Stand down your weapons and engines and prepare to board. Fail to do so and be destroyed.
This is the Capella refugee transport Astoria to any GTVA vessel. We are under attack by pirate vessels and request immediate assistance.
That was a mistake. We're being out with no choice.
Hook, Shadow, defend those civilian transports.
Okay, Shadow. You know the drill by now.
The Pillager's main beam cannon is damaging our convoy craft. Can you stop them, Shadow?
Yeah, we put our asses on the line until we don't know anything.
Thank you, folks, Shadow. If we make it out alive, we'll owe you.
Securing docking clamps. We're heading for the warbound point now.
Watch those bombers, pilots. Don't let them get to the civilian vessels.
Good dock. Spotting exit vector now.
Pillager beam cannon neutralized. Incoming jump signature. It's a GTVA capital ship.
Hey, that's the same ship we saw at Luxor Station. What the hell is it? That ought to be it. The pirates are running. Jesus! Look what that thing's doing to the Pillager.
We're getting out of here. I'm not sticking around here after what we did.
Allow me to introduce the Cypher, GTVA's latest project, the modified Icemia design.
GTFF Cypher here. How you holding up, Shadow?
Not too badly, Cypher.
We're here to secure the area, if you see what I mean.
Then we'd better be out of here. Thanks, Cypher.
No problem, Tom. Cypher out.
Good work, Shadow. We got the cargo that we needed from the convoy. Those TC-TR-1 units contain munitions and Hercules Mark II fighters that'll give the Mercs quite a punch in battle. Thankfully, no GTVA personnel lost their lives on the vessels, and the mercenaries did not catch on to our ruse. Excellent work protecting the Astoria and her accompanying ships. The civilian vessels are carrying thousands of Capellan refugees to the rallying point at Luxor Station and additional food supplies, which have become all the more important since Pirates destroyed the food supplies carried by the first wave of transports, and did a good job, though it's fortunate that the GTFF cipher showed up at the point it did. Shadow, we've been selected to fly escort on an extremely important mission today. We, along with at least one other wing, must escort the Elysium transport Zenith. The Zenith will be rendezvousing with a civilian Fenris cruiser called the Whisperer at a pre-designated point. There, a cargo transfer will take place, though what that transfer entails and why is anyone's guess. We don't know what security threats, if any, exist in this area, but given the increased pirate activity in recent weeks, an attack from at least one of these groups seems likely. Be on your guard. We should be able to deal with any ragtag pirate group that threatens us. In the event of a pirate attack, mercenary fighters will hold off the pirates until the Zenith has departed. That transport won't be able to take much punishment, so eliminate any pirates the moment they target it. Hopefully, this mission will reveal the Merc's employer to us. However, keep in mind, if this transport goes down, we'll probably follow them. Good luck, everyone.
Shadow Wing is now on station. Nice to have you with us, Shadow. Tachyon, do you recognize those guys?
Yeah. Aren't they those mercenaries the MMC hired? Hey, who's flying the Flash fighters?
Don't know. They haven't made a transmission since they arrived. I reckon they belong to our employers.
Weird. And who might this employer be?
That's for me to know and you not to. It's better that way.
What are we flying this escort for anyway?
We're making a pickup.
Money.
Got it in one. It's for the raids that we staged on GTVA targets. What? I thought the local pirates carried out those attacks. Well, yo ho ho, good to meet you. That's the whole point. We use the pirate activity that's around here to cover what we're doing.
What's the deal with that?
Our employer wanted it that way. We don't ask them questions, just do what they say.
Hey, we got a pirate wing incoming here. Real ones this time.
So, GTVA, huh? Are they good pilots?
Actually, they don't have good enough craft to put up a decent fight.
What? I could show him a damn thing or two, even in those heaps of junk and duct tape we usually fly.
So, how does attacking them help?
They can't control this area properly with the firepower they have, as that pirate wing shows. We could police this area better than they can. People are dying.
Mercs with hearts? Oh, how
Cannon, Shadow 3. Here comes the Whisperer.
This is the Whisper. We are ready to transfer cargo.
Copy, Whisperer. Be advised that pirates have been engaged in this area already.
have docked. The cargo is en route to the Zenith now.
Yeah, you can bet that wherever there's money, there are pirates.
Prepare to engage, pilots. We have to protect those ships until the cargo transfer is complete.
Watch the turrets on those gunboats. Get shredded if you're not careful.
We're done here. The Zenith is undocking now, and then we're getting the hell out of here.
Got you covered, Zenith. Just make your run snappy.
We have pirate bombers on an attack run. Help us out, please, or we don't stand a chance.
Jackie on. Can you hold the fort here?
Well managed. Shadow, break formation, defend the Whisperer.
Powering up jump drives now. See you back home.
Thanks for your help, Shadow. We are ready to jump.
We're all done here, pilots. Return to base at 1.
Good work, pilots. We got the goods we needed from the Whisperer aboard the Zenith safely and managed to get the Zenith out, despite heavy pirate presence. That cash will pay your fees, so give yourselves a big pat on the back. The crew of the Whisperer send their sincere thanks to all of you for your defense of their ship from the pirates' attack. She never would have made it through the engagement without your intervention, which was totally unnecessary. Thankfully, your extra duties did not endanger the Zenith as it made its way out. And Tachyon was capable of defending the transport. The pirate leaders that showed up to threaten our vital operation were all dispatched with skill and efficiency. Your skill matches your reputation, Shadow. Although there were many pirate vessels, none escaped the tale of today's engagement. You managed to cover the Zenith's escape, protect your Whisper from harm, and destroy all the attacking pirates. Excellent work, Shadow. Truly a sign of a great pilot. Okay, Shadow. We've been assigned an important but potentially dangerous mission by the mercenaries' employers themselves. Seems that our successes in the past few sorties we've flown have gained us something of a reputation. Hopefully, it's a good one. We will travel to the Altair Tau Sigma jump node. The jump corridor is currently closed to all traffic. However, we hope to sneak in while the Vesudans aren't looking. Their vessels patrol in shifts, and there are some times when there are few or no vessels at the node for several minutes due to a lack of resources here in Altair. We'll approach and enter the Tau Sigma node in between a vessel shift transfer. There should be no Vesudan presence, however, we don't want to linger in the area. Once inside the jump corridor, we'll approach the site of the Shivan Derelict, the Narlathotep. The Mercs want a number of scans of this vessel for themselves and their employer. The destroyer is not active, but the GTVA has secured the area. A number of Sentry wings patrol the area around the destroyer, and there are numerous science and surveillance vessels also in close proximity. Getting into the area may be difficult. The vessels at the site are unaware that we are GTVA operatives and will use force. Once in, we need scans of the weapons and sensor subsystems of the destroyer. Once we have the data, we get out as quickly as possible. Do not engage any GTVA forces unless directly threatened, and then do not destroy unless totally necessary. We don't need to make this any harder on ourselves. Get down to the loading deck, pilots.
Uh-oh. Looks like the Vesudans are guarding the jump node.
Identify yourselves. What business do you have in this area?
We require access to Tau Sigma jump corridor, Qualmotep.
The Tau Sigma jump corridor is closed to all traffic. You'll need a better reason than that. Leave this area, Shadowwing. We are authorized to use force to prevent a breach of the jump node security.
Look, Vesudan, we're GTVA agents. We need to get through the jump node.
I find that hard to believe. This is your final warning, Shadow. Depart at once or face the consequences.
I've signaled the Escher on emergency comms. We'll just have to sit tight for a minute or two.
Your inaction leaves us with no choice. Lambda, break and attack Shadow. If they attempt to depart, allow them to.
What? The Vesudans are attacking us. Are they crazy?
Shadow, engage Lambda Wing until the Escher arrives. You'll have limited authority to protect yourself.
Meaning what?
Meaning, try not to kill them, Mackie.
Stand down, Hormozep. These pilots are under GTVA protection.
Finally. That'll take some heat off of us.
New ISS data received, Escher. We are standing down. Our apologies, Shadowrun.
We'll take it from here. Hormozep, you may return to Luxor Station.
Affirmative, Escher. We are departing as ordered.
Sorry about that, Shadow. It seems that the Vesudans weren't informed of our activities here.
One of the risks you run working for SOC, I guess. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, we ought to be heading into the corridor.
What the? Subspace point, flying at the node.
This is the GTA Los Alamos. We are under attack from unidentified fighters. Please assist.
Those are the research vessels from the Nyarlathotep. Something must be going on.
We can't hold it! Losing structural integrity!
We've lost the Hawking. The fighters are right behind us. Please help us.
I'm not reading any hostiles, but something must have done this damage. Shadow, fall in and escort the science vessels. Be on your guard.
Calm down, Los Alamos. What happened?
We were near the Nyarlathotep. Unidentified fighters attacked us and we ran for the node. Oh my god, they're here. We don't stand a chance against those things.
Bring these fighters? But we have our work cut out for us.
Focus on the bombers, people. Those science vessels won't take much punishment.
We're powering up anti-fighter beam cannons now. That's interesting enough.
We've destroyed all the unknown hostiles.
We made it, Shadow. Thanks for your help. Engaging jump drives now.
Listen up, Shadow. We've been given new orders to secure the area of the Nyarlathotep. We'll be entering the jump node. Provide cover.
More unknown fighters jumping in. They're going for the Escher. Leading 4 Bono-2 bombers on an attack vector. These guys sure are high-tech.
Intercept the bombs, pilot. Ready to those bombers to their payload.
Jump drive now.
The remaining unknown fighters and bombers have left the area.
Shadow Wing, you are to return to Luxor Station immediately. You are to be debriefed on this operation.
I'm glad that's over. I've had just about enough of being a merc.
A series of unfortunate events prevented us from achieving our primary objective of scattering the Nyarlathotep. The GVCV Quabotep and her fighter escort were unaware that we were GTVA operatives and acted on the only orders they knew of. Fortunately, the Escher was able to intervene and rescue us. However, even if we had entered the subspace corridor, it is unlikely that we would have obtained scans of the Shivan destroyer. Hostile fighters from an unknown group attacked the science vessels at the site of the Derelict. All we know about them is that they are extremely well equipped, possessing fighters that are special issue only in the GTVA today. It is extremely fortunate that we were able to save the GTSC Tesla and the GTA Los Alamos. Most of the research data from the Nyarlathotep was saved, and we have invaluable eyewitness accounts of the attack. When the Escher neared the Nyarlathotep, they did not discover any hostile craft or tampering with the Shivan vessel of any kind, but all other friendly craft had been annihilated. Good work escorting the Escher. The attacks from enemy bombers were fierce, but you were able to stand up to them and protect our valuable corvette as it carried out its objectives. It's been a pleasure sharing with a group of pilots as talented as yourselves, and GTVI has gained some valuable information through our actions. However, our undercover job is over now. I've been reassigned to discovering the identities of these mysterious attackers, and you're headed back to Tau Sigma Station. I hear that the situation in Tau Sigma isn't good, and they'll probably need you there to help out. Good luck with your next assignment, Alpha. I'm sure you'll do well. Remember, GTVI is watching you. This may not be the last time your services are required. Lieutenant Tom Faulkner, signing off.
Captain Eccleston of the GTCV Escher here. Welcome back to the Tau Sigma mining colonies, pilot. The GTVA has decided to reopen the jump corridor. Unfortunately, your return will not be as warmly received as it was the first time. In the 3 weeks since the Tau Sigma Altair jump corridor was quarantined, supplies have not been getting through to the station. While there is another jump corridor into the region, it is far less stable and requires travel through the uncontrolled systems beyond Regulus. As a result, the residents have been cut off without much more than emergency supplies, and Tau Sigma is now in a state of unrest. Several hours ago, at 0745, workers on board the station commandeered the TRGC Psi and the GTC Lone Wolf. They, along with a group of freighters, gas miners and other cargo ships, have formed a blockade in protest of the GTVA's closure of the jump corridor. At this time, we do not know their demands. Since their original move, all communication with Tau Sigma has been cut off. This has become exceptionally pressing as our researchers have determined that the continued presence of the SD Nyarlathotep in the subspace corridor is destabilizing it. We have little choice but to move the Shivan Derelict out of the node and into the Tau Sigma system within the next several hours. If we do not, the corridor will become too unstable to support the flood of Capellan refugees now gathering in Altair. Alpha Wing, you will be flying escort to the GTCV Escher as we arrive in system to help calm the protest. We know there are mercenaries and pirates in system that may be part of the blockade. The Escher may need fighter cover if things turn ugly. Report for launch.
receiving line. They don't look happy to see us.
Escher, I'm reading multiple civilian craft in blockade formation. Several freighters, transports, and mining ships.
Acknowledged, Alpha. We're also reading 5 cruisers.
5? Looks like whoever commandeered the Psi and the Lone Wolf found some friends.
GTVA vessel, this is Adam Tarovich aboard TRGC Psi. We demand to speak to someone with authority.
State your business, Mr. Tarovich. In commandeering that vessel, we consider you in possession of stolen property.
Stolen property? Are you ever dense? Ever since you kids sealed off the jump corridor, we haven't been paid. You tell us who's been stealing.
That discussion is between you and Morgan Technologies, Mr. Tarovich. We're not here for union negotiations. You are ordered to return the Psi and the Lone Wolf to our control.
Your control? In case you haven't noticed, Escher, you're the ones who are outnumbered.
Is that a threat, Mr. Tarovich?
Make of it what you will. Since both you and your Morgan mega cronies have neglected to help us out here, we decided to take care of things ourselves.
Alpha Leader, I don't like this. They're spoiling for a fight. There's an Aeolus stuck back in there.
Keep it down, Alpha 2. We don't know if they can hear us.
Our orders are clear, Mr. Tarovich. Stand down, surrender your vessels, and abandon this protest. Nothing is going to be resolved here.
Oh yes it is, Escher. We want our pay, or your beloved MMC isn't going to see their next shipment.
I don't know who paints your view screen, Tarovich, but we are not here to negotiate. We have orders to clear the area for your own safety.
It's your own safety you should be worried about. Escher, we've got a problem. The jump corridor is destabilizing faster than we had anticipated. We're bringing the first docking station through now. The Nyarlathotep won't be far behind. What's that?
It means you had better clear out now for your own good.
Escher, we need to know what's going on. You're bringing a docking ring into the system? Damn it! We want some answers, not this for your own safety crud.
You've had your warning, Tarovich. You'd better just get out of the way.
Looks like the defecation is about to hit the ventilation.
Oh my god.
That's the Lucifer. It's the Lucifer. It's going to kill us all.
Stand down, Clement. This vessel is under our control, but you'll want to give us a wide berth.
A wide berth? It's heading right at us. Escher, we were barely able to pilot this thing out here.
We told you, you didn't listen.
It's going to ram the Psi. All guns open fire. Open fire!
I repeat, Clement, stand down. Stand... Damn it. We haven't got time for this. Alpha Wing, take out their forward beam turrets.
They are firing on us. They should be firing on them.
Escher, call up your dog.
Negative, Psi. We have civilians aboard that Shivan vessel.
We've got civilians on board this vessel.
That's it. All hands open fire. Alpha, you've got a full-scale riot in our hands here. Take out any hostile fighters. We'll try to readjust your IFS to target combatant craft. Be careful who you shoot.
Nero, what the hell are you doing?
Something that should have been done an awful long time ago, Derelict. Putting you and your Union goons out of your misery.
Asher, the Clement is down. We need your support down here. Nero is tearing this place apart.
Negative, Alpha. We can't risk firing beams to civilian craft around.
If you don't, there aren't going to be any civilian craft left.
You have your orders, Alpha. Alpha, we have incoming bombers into an attack run on the side. Intercept them. Alpha, we have more incoming fighters. Alpha Wing, we have designated the Psy and Illume Wolf as friends, along with a few other vessels. Tachyon Wing seems to be trying to protect the civilian transport, better than your allies.
Escher, the Nero, Cassius, and Brutus are firing on our co-workers. Do something.
Escher, this is Tachyon Wing. We're moving to intercept the new fighters. Get those IFFs changed.
Alpha, did you catch that? We sorted out all belligerent craft. Tachyon is friendly. Engage at will. Protect the civilian craft. The Cassius has escaped.
Escher, they're raiding a power spot.
What? Oh my god.
Good God, that lust came from the all, isn't it? Nero's down. Repeat, the Nero's down.
Alpha, the area is secure. We're routing the Nyarlathotep to its docking station. All ships, stand down and clear out. Don't want to trigger its automatic defense systems. Alpha, clean up the remaining bombers.
Can anybody tell me what the hell just happened? I thought that thing was a derelict.
Unknown, Alpha 2. It seems the Nero activated the Nyarlathotep's defensive systems. We'll find out soon enough. Return to base.
Welcome back to Tau Sigma Station, Pilot. The most difficult thing in any riot is being able to focus on doing one thing well in the middle of chaos. With all that has happened, we are still picking up the pieces. However, as near as we can discern, this is what happened. The arrival of the SD Nyarlathotep sent a wave of panic throughout the protest crowd. This wasn't unexpected, but we had hoped to clear the area before the super destroyer was brought out of subspace. It seems the crew of the Clement were experienced enough with the main guns of the Fenris cruiser that they panicked and began firing on the Nyarlathotep. Failing reason, the Escher ordered you to destroy the forward beam cannon of the Clement, which you did quickly and efficiently. It seems that while this was a protest on the part of Union workers in the region, some of the cruisers, including the Cassius, the Nero, and the gas miner Brutus, were hired Union busters. It seems that they were intending to instigate a riot all along, hopefully killing Adam Tarovich in the melee. Excellent job in protecting the Psy in the middle of that firefight. You managed to focus well in the midst of a very chaotic situation. Even though in custody, Mr. Tarovich is grateful for your efforts in warding off attacks during the riot. The Nero and all of her crew were unexpectedly destroyed by a stray beam from the SD Nyarlathotep. We are unclear if the Nero was deliberately firing on the Super Destroyer, or if they were simply missing the Psy. Regardless, the Nyarlathotep's defensive systems roared to life, destroying the Nero almost instantly. We are taking extra precautions as the Nyarlathotep is being placed into docking rings near Tau Sigma Station. We do not want to risk reactivating her automated defenses. The science team on board is working overtime to determine what happened. This was a difficult environment to fly in, Pilot. Riots are perhaps the worst kind of engagements to be in. Innocent people always get hurt, and no one wins. It is now of paramount importance that we secure the rest of this system. Our first task will be to recapture the GTC Lone Wolf, which escaped in the melee. Dismissed.
Since the mysterious closure of the Altair jump node in Tau Sigma over 3 weeks ago, civilians in the beleaguered system had not been receiving pay or supplies. The situation had grown desperate, with civilians living on emergency rations alone, until yesterday when disgruntled inhabitants of Tau Sigma Station took to their vessels or simply seized whatever they could lay hands on and formed a blockade at the jump node to voice their protest. The protesters met a GTVA group entering through the Altair jump node, demanding pay and better conditions. The GTVA vessels, however, were not prepared to negotiate and demanded that the protesters move their ships from the vicinity of the subspace node. However, the protesters refused point blank and were met with a terrifying sight as a result, a Lucifer-class destroyer, only the second vessel of its type ever encountered. The appearance of this destroyer sent a wave of panic through the crowd, sparking off a riot. As GTVA forces battled to protect civilians, hired Union busters made an attempt on the life of the protest leader, Adam Tarovich. The appearance of pirates did nothing to improve matters, and the peaceful blockade ended in bloodshed and a spiraling death toll now estimated at several hundred. GTVA Local Command refuses to comment on this incident or the purpose of bringing the SD Nyarlathotep out of the subspace corridor other than to say the destroyer posed a considerable risk to the long-term stability of the subspace tunnel. The Shivan Derelict has now been towed to the vicinity of Tau Sigma Station, presumably for research purposes. Reinforcements from other nearby GTVA systems are on the way to secure the Nyarlathotep and to deal with the growing pirate threat in the region. The Altair node has been reopened and trade routes re-established. For the moment, it seems some measure of normality has returned to the distant colony system.
Alright, pilots, you've heard the news scans, and you know what went on out there yesterday. We must recover the GTC Lone Wolf from the civilians who currently have control of the ship. We have traced the civilians to a small scrapyard on the outskirts of Tau Sigma. They appear to be hiding in this debris field. What they aim to achieve by retaining the cruiser is unknown. The civilians in control of the Lone Wolf aren't well trained. They are, however, totally unpredictable. We don't know how they will react to our appearance. The last thing that we want is the civilians to react badly and attack our forces. Exercise caution, pilots. Alpha Wing will lead this operation. We will arrive on the far side of the scrapyard and proceed towards the Lone Wolf. If the crew won't surrender, disable her. This, however, is a last-ditch option. If it seems that the civilians will not surrender, you will, however, be authorized to carry out the attack. When you have disabled the Lone Wolf, we'll send in a recovery team to secure the vessel and apprehend the civilians on board. Cover the team as they dock. We don't want the crew to pull anything on us. With our recent efforts to quell pirate activity in Tau Sigma, there should be no expected attack from any pirates. If there are, keep the Lone Wolf and the transport safe. The crew of the Lone Wolf may be rioters, but they're civilians all the same. Take care when dealing with them. We've lost enough dignity with the fiasco that was the riot, and we don't need any more, that's for sure. Capturing the Lone Wolf would certainly be some kind of victory for us.
I have the Lone Wolf on census. She's on the other side of the debris field.
Proceed with caution, Alpha Wing. We don't know how the civilians will react. Alpha 1. The Sentinels are giving off some anomalous sensor readings. Can you get a scan of them?
We've got you covered, Alpha 1.
Holy crap! Someone's reprogrammed the sentry.
Destroy those sentry guns, Alpha Wing.
What do you think we're doing? Sightseeing?
sentry guns have been neutralized.
Good work. Now let's deal with the Lone Wolf.
GTC Lone Wolf, power down your engines and prepare to be boarded. You are all under arrest.
No way, Alpha Wing. Leave us alone. Don't make us hurt you.
Hardly.
Looks like we're gonna have to do this the hard way.
Target engines only, Alpha. We don't want to hurt the civilians.
Doesn't look like they've got any problems with hurting us. They brought the beam cannons online.
All right, ceasefire. We'll come peacefully.
Capture team is en route, Alpha. Stand by.
This is the GTT Arcturus on docking approach to the Lone Wolf.
Just hold these guys out of here, Arcturus, so we can get back to the bar.
Whatever you say, Alpha 2.
Omaha here. Command said you needed a capture crew.
We already have a capture team, Omaha. Identify yourselves at once.
Transmitting verification codes now.
The coast check out. The Omaha's the real deal, alright.
Then who is talking with us?
The Arcturus is a pirate vessel, trying to capture the Lone Wolf. Alpha, we're sending another wing to your position. Data wing should be there soon.
What in the... I'm reading multiple hostile signatures. Some of these derelicts aren't nearly as derelict as I'd like. Good. You could do with a little help.
It's an ambush! Defend the Lone Wolf!
The Arcturus is down. We are beginning docking procedures.
More pirate fighters are arriving. Engage and destroy Alpha Wing.
Watch it, Alpha. Armless bombers on an attack vector for the Lone Wolf.
have completed engine repairs, pilot. Escort the Lone Wolf until her jump drive is charged.
Have the Lone Wolf. Alpha, you may return to base.
Good. I could really do with a code one right about now.
Well, I'm sure that the crew of the Lone Wolf will be happy to buy you one for getting back their ship.
Thanks to your efforts, a devious pirate attack was thwarted, and the GTC Lone Wolf has been returned to us, only slightly the worse for wear. The repairs will not take too long to carry out, and the Lone Wolf should be back on active service for your next sortie. The civilians who seized the Lone Wolf have been placed under arrest. Their court hearing awaits, but it is unlikely they will be punished too severely. The pirates who took part in the attack will trouble us no more, for Alpha Wing destroyed them all. While unfortunate, this was necessary. We must curb pirate activity in the system before it grows out of hand. Although they were unexpected, you handled the sentry guns well. It appears that someone had tampered with them before we arrived. Clearly, someone has put a lot of thought into this operation. Now get down to the bar. I think that this time, you've earned your drinks. With the Nyarlathotep secured at Tau Sigma Station inside 2 Ganymede docking rings, we are now moving research teams onto the vessel for an intensive study. The GTVA and TRG have already contributed vessels toward the research effort. Morgan Technologies has offered their assistance, but it seems that it will not be required, thanks to the number of ships GTVA Command has devoted to the study of the destroyer. However, we are expecting additional research vessels from the Tepoa Rally offices in Altair and the GTVA research labs in Aldebaran. These vessels carry valuable cargoes, are weakly armed, and even more poorly armored. Easy pickings for any pirates lurking around the jump node to Altair. Alpha Wing will comprise the escort for the science convoy. Pirate activity in the area has been intense, as the fiasco which ended the riot 4 days ago showed. Any pirates which do enter the area are to be eliminated. The valuable cargoes which the convoy craft carry, and the civilians and scientists on board the vessels, must be protected at all cost. The Lone Wolf and TRGC Psi will take over the defense of the convoy once you enter their patrol pass, and as the vessels assume their designated points. You will then be authorized to return to the station. Finally, you won't be flying with all your usual wingmates this time around. With the discovery of the Nyarlathotep, we've received an influx of supplies and new pilots. They're rookies, just out of GTVA Academy. Still, I know you're an excellent pilot, Alpha 1. I'm sure you'll teach them all they need to know. You know what you have to do. Get out there, Alpha.
I've got the science convoy on visual, approximately 10 clicks out. Moving to escort positions now.
Affirmative, Alpha 2. We're tracking you and the convoy now.
Is this your first sortie, rookie?
Yes, sir. I've just been assigned here, sir.
Candid sirs, Alpha 2. We're not quite as stiff out here on the fringes as you might be used to back in Beta Aquila.
Roger, sir. Okay.
Good, you're learning already, see? Don't think that you can slack off out here either, though. This whole business with the Nyarlathotep has got us on alert.
You can count on me.
That's great, pilot. Just follow my and Alpha 1's lead and you'll do fine.
Alpha Wing is now in escort position.
Alpha Wing, eh? I trust that the quality of your escort will be up to its usual standard.
Hey, we've hauled your asses out of some serious fire more than once, Meridian.
Uh-oh, looks like we've got trouble here. I'm reading a wing of hostile Perseus fighters closing fast.
Engage the enemy fighters, but stick close to the convoy. This may just be a ploy to lure you away, Alpha.
Looks like Green Wing, we're just a scouting party.
I don't like the sound of that. If you're right, we can expect more pirates pretty soon.
Well, I don't like the idea either, but we have to be prepared. Let's just hope we're all wrong.
Looks like you were right, Alpha 3. We've got pirate bombers in an attack sector. We'll try to provide covering fire.
We copy, Meridian. It looks like they're going for the Einstein.
Don't let those bombers get to the Einstein, Alpha. That vessel is carrying important cargo.
Alpha, the pirates' attacks have reached containment of all of the research models on board. We're losing integrity. The Einstein doesn't have a chance of surviving, but hopefully we will. We're launching an escape pod now.
Cover them, Alpha. Don't let the pirates kill those civilians.
Looks like they haven't done with us yet. Engage and destroy Red Wing before they do any more damage.
Alpha, we have the scientist. Good work.
Long-range scanners read no more hostiles, and the remaining convoy craft are within our patrol path. We'll take over here. You may return to base.
The pirates does a hefty blowout there today. You can console yourself with the fact that, due to the sheer number of enemy bombers, there was nothing you could have done to save those vessels from them. At least some of the crew and research prototypes on board the Einstein were saved, thanks to the efforts of your wing. Dr. Hadamard, leader of the Einstein's research crew, thanks you for saving his and his colleagues' lives. The intent of the pirates remains a mystery. The TRGS Meridian and TRGF Haulian were left virtually untouched by the pirates. We still don't know what this means. However, as a result of this attack, Command has decided to stamp down GTVA authority on these pirates and a series of missions to commence immediately. If the situation gets much worse than this, we may have to impose martial law in Tau Sigma. Without the science vessels, their crews, and their research, it seems that we will fall seriously behind in our research into the Nyarlathotep. Hopefully, Morgan Technologies is still interested in offering assistance to us. They seem to be the only hope of getting the project back on track. Alright pilots, Intel has just discovered a pirate ammunition supply depot near a small moon of Tau Sigma 7. Their supplies are considerable, with some 42 fighters, 6 bombers, and the supplies to keep them a pain in our side for some time to come. Intel has been using long-range scans to determine the composition and guarding patterns of the depot. We have reason to believe that the pirates and whatever political forces that guide them are set to move to a more secure location within the next 24 hours. With the arrival of the Nyarlathotep at Tau Sigma Station, it is imperative that we secure the region. This ammunition supply depot has been designated a primary target. Unfortunately, we cannot wait for the additional GTVA forces that are en route to the system. With this in mind, We are assembling a strike mission. Time is of the essence. We have a small window of opportunity, as the primary forces guarding the depot are now at their weakest. Even then, it will not be easy. The depot is still guarded by a wing of Hercules-class fighters, designated White Wing. Additionally, the supplies are guarded by no less than 20 sentry guns. The fighters are a credible threat, but the sentry guns are lethal. We will not have enough time to individually destroy each sentry gun to clear a path for our bombers. The sentry guns are controlled and monitored by a crew aboard the Vigilant, a medical cruiser carrying more than 3,000 civilians. Regardless of their political or criminal leanings, destroying the Vigilant is not an acceptable option. However, by destroying the radar dish on the Vigilant, we will temporarily knock out control of the sentry guns. Alpha Wing, your task is threefold. First, eliminate the fighter cover. Second, destroy the radar dish aboard the Vigilant. And third, destroy as much of the ammunition supply depot as possible. Destroying the radar dish will only give you a brief window of time when the sentry guns will not work. They will switch to automatic 60 to 80 seconds after they stop receiving communications from the Vigilant. You will need to place your shots carefully. A well-placed Cyclops bomb will be the most effective means to destroy the depot. Remember, time is of the essence. We estimate that reinforcements are due to arrive in under 10 minutes after you jump in. Hit them as hard as you can, and then get out. The Vigilant must survive the attack. Remember, we are soldiers, not butchers. We must do our best to protect civilian life, even if they fight against us. Report to the flight deck, pilots.
Okay, Alpha. Let's do this one by the numbers. We haven't got much time.
Roger that, Command. Time for some target practice.
Cut the radio traffic, Alpha 2. Lure White Wing out from the cover of the sentry guns and take them down. Vigilant's radar dish has been destroyed. You now have approximately 1 minute before their automatic systems come online. Destroy as much of the depot as you can.
Vigilant's firing at us. Mission to take down the weapon system.
A few more cargo containers left, Alpha. Okay, Alpha. All the cargo containers have been destroyed. Negative, Alpha 2. Vigilant is too fragile a target to risk disarming it. Concentrate on the supplies. Good work, Alpha. You've taken down 3/4 of the fighters. You're almost there. That's it for the fighters. Excellent work. Great job, Alpha. You've destroyed all the fighters and containers. Return to base. Alpha, sentry guns are back online. Try to destroy the last...
The most important thing in any strike mission is surviving. The odds are often overwhelming, and the necessity for speed overshadows the need for accuracy. It is a tribute to one's skill when one is both fast and accurate. Good work in at least making it back. Good job in making sure the Vigilant stayed alive. It was all the more difficult given that she was firing on you while you were making your bombing runs. In taking out the Vigilant's radar dish, you had a little under 80 seconds to do as much damage as you could. White Wing put up enough of a fight, but you were able to dispatch them effectively enough. Bombers are not the easiest craft to dogfight with, but then again, our options were limited. Congratulations on destroying all the cargo containers. They held parts and supplies for the fighters in the depot. Excellent job in destroying all the fighters in the depot. In one swift move, you have saved many lives and have stalled the operations of pirates in the area. Following our raid on the supply depot, the time has now come to begin bringing down the pirate syndicates in Tau Sigma. Our latest sensor scans have revealed the location of a small pirate repair and resupply depot, situated 200,000 clicks away from Tau Sigma 8. The depot consists of cargo containers and one refueling vessel. A Hippocrates-class vessel, the Socrates, carrying thousands of civilians, is also in the area undergoing repairs. The depot is poorly defended by only one wing of fighters. This is the perfect target for a large-scale arrest. The GTC Lone Wolf will enter the area and place the civilians under arrest. The Lone Wolf will be assisted by Alpha Wing. The civilians are not to be harmed. If they refuse to cooperate, Command will transmit further orders. It's likely only a few warning shots will be required to pacify them. The GTT Arbiter will arrive shortly after Alpha and the Lone Wolf to take the pirate leaders into custody. The other pirate ships will accompany the Arbiter to Tau Sigma Station, where they will be impounded. Alpha Wing will escort the Arbiter and the pirate vessels, ensuring that no vessel is destroyed. We don't want the pirates pulling anything tricky on us. However, remember that the objective of this mission is to maintain the peace, not to spark off another combat. Avoid combat with any enemy assets as much as possible.
Whoa, I almost collided with that cargo debris just then.
Debris? There's no debris field near here.
Well, look at all that stuff. Man, can you confirm we're at the right coordinates?
That's a Raj, Alpha. The coordinates are correct.
Then where's the pirate supply outpost?
I think it would be safe to say that this is the resupply depot.
But there ain't much more than dust out here. What the hell could have done this?
Jeez, there won't be much for the Arbiter to pick up here, unless they use a sieve.
Cut that out, Alpha 2. Have some respect for the dead.
Sorry.
going on here?
Rebel Wing, this is the GTVA. We're here to take you into custody.
Liars. Like hell you are. You just came here to destroy our supply base.
I am picking up wreckage from the Socrates.
Murderers. All pilots, engage and destroy them now.
Pirates have gone hostile, Alpha. They're on an attack vector.
We didn't destroy your base, goddammit. Listen to it.
More lies.
Arbiter here. What's going on, Alpha? We were told we had to pick up some prisoners.
Change of plan, Arbiter. The base was gone when we got here. The pirates think we destroyed it.
It's not safe for us here. I'm plotting an exit point, but it'll take a while for the engines to charge up again.
Okay, Arbiter. We have you covered until then.
We're almost there, Alpha. Just keep them off us a bit longer. We're engaging subspace drives now. Thanks, Alpha.
Alpha Wing, we're picking up a swarm of pirate fighters. They're attacking us.
You killed my brother, you bastard!
His fighters are ramming the lone wolf. Alpha, stop them now.
hot enough for us already here, pilot. See you back at Tau Sigma Station.
All friendly ships are accounted for. Return to base.
We have no reasonable explanation for the complete destruction of the pirate supply outpost and the Socrates. It would seem that rivalries between various pirate factions are becoming more heated and bloody. However, most pirates would have taken the defenseless vessels at the outpost, not destroyed them. We may be seeing the work of a dangerous and violent pirate group. The GTT Arbiter made it out safely, despite the efforts of the pirates to seek revenge for the crime they thought we had committed. Good work with the defense, Alpha. The pirates fought with a ferocity that we had not anticipated, and we very nearly paid with the Lone Wolf and her crew. Good work intercepting the kamikaze pirate fighters, Alpha Wing. Without your help, the Lone Wolf would surely have been destroyed by sheer weight of numbers alone. Hopefully, this will be the last instance of civilian bloodshed on such a large scale. We estimate that 2,500 lost their lives today. Sorry to wake you all so early, pilots. We have a situation developing. At 0514 hours, we received a distress signal originating from the Tau Sigma solar asteroid belt. The senders identified themselves as the crew of the Event Horizon, a mercenary base in Tau Sigma. They reported that they were sustaining damage and required immediate assistance. We have no record of an installation existing at the coordinates specified, but we're not likely to, given the less than savory reputation these mercenaries have. Nevertheless, we must treat this as any distress call and respond. Alpha and Beta Wings will investigate the area. From what we have been told, the Event Horizon is under attack from a well-armed force. This is supported by partial sensor data we have obtained. If the installation is indeed under attack, assist in repelling them and defend the base. We have also received orders from GTVA within the last 10 minutes. It seems that the crew of the Event Horizon have highly important information and must be rescued. The GTT Swiftsure will be sent to retrieve the crew once the area is secure. Its safety will be your responsibility. The Cypher is also en route and will assist you with defense once it arrives. Finally, beware of the enemy craft attacking the installation. The distress message stresses that the attackers are not normal pirates. Don't underestimate them, Alpha. Our sensor scans were interrupted at the same time as the distress call was cut, so we believe these hostile forces are blocking transmissions. We have...
Event Horizon, this is the GTVA. Alpha and Beta Wings are here to provide assistance.
Thank God you're here. We weren't sure our signal got out.
I'm notifying command of the situation here.
I wouldn't bother. That AWAC vessel has our long-range communication channels jammed and interfering with our short-range signals too.
He's right. I can't raise a signal. Looks like we'll have to do this on our own.
Where the hell did they get this kind of hardware? These aren't the normal pilots, alright?
Oh, right. They're not pirates. It's all MT hardware.
MT? As in Morgan Technology?
Yeah. Take a look at that AWAC if you don't believe me.
Right, it's an MT signature. God damn it, those smoking bastards have been screwing us over all along.
We need communications back online. Destroy the Phobos, Alpha.
The Phobos is down. We're re-establishing a long-range link.
What's going on out there, pilots? We haven't been able to reach you.
Communications were blocked, confirmed. We've kind of had a handful with the MT fighters, too.
Morgan Technologies?
Yep, that's right. They're behind all this.
Alpha, it is imperative that the Event Horizon's crew are evacuated with this information. The Swiftsure will be sent in the moment the area is clear.
We are assembling in Stockton Bay now, Command.
Swiftsure is coming in now. Upper wing, now moving into escort position.
Alpha, Blade Wing has targeted the Swiftsure. Try to get them to break off their attacks before you destroy them.
We've got incoming bombers. All craft. Engage and destroy them. Shoot down the bomb if you have to.
projector to disguise the docking ring. Not seen one of those out on the front before.
We have docked at the event horizon. It's going to take a minute or so to get everyone on board.
Aeola's cruiser incoming. Keep your distance, Alpha. The Cypher will be here momentarily to deal with it.
Roger for sure. We've got your back.
So, how'd you end up on the receiving end of all this Morgan stuff?
Yeah, you must really have pissed him off.
We were employed by them to discredit the GTVA, but they started asking us to attack civilian targets. We refused and said to go to the GTVA about it. Another wing of bombers has arrived. Destroy the pilot.
So they did this to you, huh? Well busted. I knew those Morgan creeps were up to something.
This is the Cypher. We're now on station and moving to intercept the Hephaestus.
We are all down here, Command. The Event Horizon's crew are all on board, and we are undocking now.
Make sure that the Swiftshire's target makes it out alive, Alpha. The Hephaestus is going critical. Good job, Cypher.
Command, an Orion-class destroyer just jumped in.
We have no record of such a vessel in our log. It must belong to Morgan.
Look at that. What the hell is that thing?
Command, we're unable to fire our beam cannons at the MTV region.
The Event Horizon's going down. Throw the blast barrier signal.
Don't let those fighters get to us, pilots.
We can't stand up to this kind of punishment. We're bugging out, Command.
Pilot, the Swiftsure has the mercenaries safely away. There's nothing left for us here. Let's go, pilots. Return to base.
Excellent work, pilots. The crew of the Event Horizon has given us valuable and deeply troubling information that would never have made it into our hands without your skillful piloting. It is clear that the events which occurred during this mission will change the future of the Tau Sigma system irrevocably. With the revelation by the mercenary forces that Morgan Technologies has been employing them to disrupt and weaken GTVA control in this region in order to increase their own influence, there is only one possible course of action. we have already sent encoded messages to GTVI and the GTVA Security Council in Delta Serpentis. While the Security Council cannot be expected to respond immediately, the GTVI has already authorized the freezing of all MT assets and impoundment of Morgan vessels operating on the Nyarlathotep. All Morgan employees will be removed from the Nyarlathotep, and the Morgan officials will be taken into custody. Unfortunately, Morgan's influence extends beyond mere political subversion. It appears that Morgan Technologies has gathered and supplied a large military force of the most high-tech vessels and weapons in modern-day GTVA fleets. At the head of the MT armed force is the MTD Ariga, a heavily modified Orion-class destroyer. You saw what it did out there, pilots. The Ariga poses a grave threat to the security of the region. Its full capabilities remain unknown, but it is clearly very powerful. Scouting sorties to ascertain the vessel's capabilities will be launched as soon as it is located. Go catch a few hours of sleep, pilots. We'll need you all later. We will begin the impoundment of Morgan assets at 0900 hours.
Home. I want to go home. It's funny. I've been working on projects like this for almost all of my life. I've been searching for the secrets of the universe for as long as I can remember. And now, all I want to do is go home. The Nyarlathotep is an archaeologist's dream. A derelict Shivan superdestroyer found adrift in subspace. Not since the discovery of the ruins of the ancients have we come across something so horribly beautiful. It is a work of art. Its lines and curves aesthetically pleasing in their own dark way. Some of these structures look like they have been grown, not built. We have had to make special adaptations just to get our people around these oddly shaped corridors. Who could imagine that the Shivans had culture? There's a sense of pride in what I see is around me, and yet I am repulsed to know that vessels like this destroy entire civilizations. Perhaps it was this very ship that eradicated the ancients thousands of years ago. To be surrounded by something this significant, the passion of my calling. But why do I have this overriding urge to go home? The recent business with Morgan Technologies has me concerned. Our research is supposed to be for the benefit of the Terran and Vasudan races. Now I find out that MT has been using their influence to gain political control of the region. They even killed some of my colleagues to get their people on board the Nyarlathotep. Maybe that's why I want to go home. Even with the MT employees now in custody, I don't trust the people I am working with. And I never feel like I'm alone. Personal log, Dr. Jacob Hadamard.
With the revelation that executives from Morgan Technologies have been sponsoring pirate activities in Tau Sigma and Altair, GTVA Command has ordered any MT personnel to be removed from the current research project aboard the SD Nyarlathotep. The MTSC Impresarii is already en route to the jump node out of the system, escorted by Beta Wing. Alpha, your task is to escort the MTT Irving to the jump node. Given the Union backlash that we have witnessed in the recent riots and the recent attempt to silence mercenary groups, MT personnel may well be a target for vengeful pirates. Like it or not, Alpha, you have to make sure they make it safely out of the system. Once the MTT Irving finishes loading the remaining scientists, she will disembark from the docking station holding the SD Nyarlathotep. They have reported some delays in locating some of their personnel, but should be ready to pull away by the time your wing rendezvous with them. You will then escort the Irving to the Altair jump node, being wary of any pirates or other forces wishing to harm the MT scientists. You may not like this assignment, pilot, but their safety is our concern to ensure that the guilty may be appropriately convicted. Remember, there are many within the MT payroll who are not privy to their activities in recent months.
Officer Irving, we're all set. You ready to leave yet?
All too ready, Alpha.
I don't care what the execs have been doing. We just want off this damn thing. Only thing is, we have one team that hasn't reported in.
Can you tell them to hurry it up, Irving? We're on a schedule here. The Impresario is already at the jump node.
Command, we're really ready to close the airlock. There's no sign of Darwin's team. We can't raise them. Permission to get the hell out of here?
Granted, Irving. We're considering your friends officially AWOL, and we'll detain them when we find them.
They're all yours, Command. We're getting the hell out of here. Clearing the airlock now.
Okay, Alpha. She's cleared the docking ring. Escort the Irving to the jump node.
Acknowledged, Command. Moving into escort formation.
Command, this is Beta Wing. The Impresario has departed. Returning to Tau Sigma Station.
Lathetep survey. The Irving is on her way out of the system. Any sign of Darwin's team?
None yet, Command. We've got security details scouring the place, but this place is a maze of tunnels. Even after several weeks, we only have a handful of the passages explored. They could be anywhere.
Keep looking. We need Darwin's team in custody.
Acknowledged, Command. Survey out.
Survey, this is Search Team Omega. We've located Darwin's equipment, but there's no sign of the team.
Acknowledged, Omega. They may have left some kind of present behind. Given the MT's record, I wouldn't be surprised. Be careful.
Wait. I think I see something. It's a...
Omega, what is it? What do you see? Omega, come in, Omega team. Winslow, can you read me? Command, we've lost contact with Omega team. I think that MT group has sabotaged us.
Acknowledged, survey. Have your other teams report in, and get someone down there to check on Omega.
Roger that, Command. Survey out.
Irving, want to make things easy for us and tell us what you're up to?
You've got us, Alpha. Darwin's team is just a bunch of overzealous explorers. All of the corporate spy types were on board the Impresario.
And you know this because...
One, because the MT execs are keeping a tight lid on this, and two, there are a few of us who actually enjoy research, you know? I suppose it's too much to expect from a military goon.
Hey.
Command, we've got a problem. We've lost contact with another one of our teams. Seems that there are some electromagnetic bursts in the lower hull that are disrupting our internal communications. Trying to fix it now.
Acknowledged, Survey. Take care down there.
Damn. Command, we've lost visual. Seems whatever's happening is system-wide.
What the hell was that?
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh no. No! Ah!
Survey, what's going on? Survey? Alpha, we've lost all contact with Derelict. Alpha, we're picking up a subspace point forming...
Oh, shit. Command, are you getting this? We've got a Shivan corvette jumping in close to the docking ring.
Confirmed, Alpha. Looks like she's trying to cut the Derelict loose. She's also launching fighters and bombers. Let the Irving go and engage those fighters.
No offense, Command. We can't handle this ourselves. Where the hell did they come from, anyway?
Understood, Alpha. We've already called in support. The GVCV bots should be arriving shortly, and the Cypher is on her way. Keep those fighters away from the research craft.
This is the GVCV bot, moving to engage the stuff on you up.
I'm picking up a power spike on the Derelict. It's gone hostile. Get out of there.
It is too late. Fight well for us, Alpha.
Come on. Fast down. Derelict cutting himself out of the docking ring.
Acknowledged, Alpha. Your objective is still the same. Occupy the fighters until the Cypher gets here. Adjusting your incoming vector.
Acknowledged, Command.
All fighters, Dr. Alpha has lost all integrity. Get away from her now before you find the explosion. Stand clear.
This is the GTFF Cypher, now on station. Engaging Alpha craft.
Stand clear of the knowledge of this main gun, Cypher.
Acknowledged. We're trying to take down her lateral beam turret.
The Sagwa has left the area. We managed to drive her off. Your last attempt has left the system. Secure the area, Alpha. We have to regroup.
Debriefing. Security Level Row. The entire GTVA military has gone to general quarters in light of the Nyarlathotep's unexpected escape. We are scrambling as many units as can be spared to move into Tau Sigma as quickly as possible. As of right now, any and all shore leave is cancelled. At present, we are still not entirely sure what happened. Any crew that were on board the Shivan Superdestroyer when the SCV Sathagwa arrived are officially listed as missing and presumed dead. This also includes the Morgan Technologies team that did not report in. From what little we can gather from the report of the scientists, the Nyarlathotep is a partially organic ship. It seems to be self-aware, as it responded to the threat of the pirate cruiser Nero several weeks ago. However, in addition to that, it seems that there were many Shivans hidden aboard in some sort of stasis field. Darwin's team must have discovered the Nyarlathotep's secret, triggering the entire ship to wake up. What is more, we still have the MTD Auriga to deal with in the area. All Capellan refugees are being redirected to stay in Altair until this matter is resolved. Everyone is now on full alert. Be prepared for battle, pilot. We're going to need everybody's skills at their sharpest. It has been 6 days since the SD Nyarlathotep sprang to life and carved its way out of its holding docks at Tau Sigma Station. Even with full patrol scouring Tau Sigma, there is no sign of the Superdestroyer or the SCV Sathagwa, the corvette that assisted its escape. Even with the many navigation and scanning beacons added to the system in recent weeks, finding an object 3,000 meters long in a star system many millions of kilometers across is nearly an impossible task. It is difficult to stress the severity of the situation. The Nyarlathotep is a Shivan Lucifer-class destroyer, the same type of vessel that rendered the surface of Vasuda Prime uninhabitable almost 40 years ago. While considerably smaller than the Sathanis-class Juggernaughts, the Nyarlathotep wields only slightly less firepower. In battle simulations from the information we gathered, we now know that the much larger GTVA Colossus would only have had a 22% chance of surviving an encounter with this vessel. While the point is now moot, the reason for our full alert status is anything but. The GTD Valhalla is moving to Tau Sigma to take command and coordinate the search for the Nyarlathotep and Sathagwa. In the meantime, we are attempting to evacuate any civilian personnel from the system. This is inclusive of any of the pirate groups that have been causing us problems over the past several months. If they ask for assistance, we are under orders to help them. However, they may not be as willing to believe that as you are. There is also the other variable. The Morgan Technologies destroyer Auriga is also a credible threat in the system, and at present we do not know if she will be willing to cooperate in our efforts against this new Shivan problem. This is a complex fight, pilot. We will be carrying out the evacuation operations while also searching for the Shivans. Get ready, pilots. We're going to need all of your skills on this one. Alright, Alpha, listen up. We have a potentially explosive situation developing near Tau Sigma 3. A small band of pirates hijacked a civilian transport, the CPV Atlantica, as it briefly emerged from subspace near Tau Sigma 3 due to the planet's gravitational interference on subspace motivators. The pirates demanded asylum with the GTVA from the Shivans and from the Morgan forces active in the area. Negotiations with the pirates have failed, and now Command has requested that the best fighter wing on the station be sent to sort out this mess. That's where you come in, Alpha. The situation must be resolved as quickly as possible with the minimum of civilian casualties. However, due to the fact that the pirates have made no hostile actions beyond stopping the Atlantica, and the possibility of help from the pirate groups in Tau Sigma in combating the Shivans, Command has requested that the pirates be disabled, not destroyed. Your fighters have been equipped with Akaton SDGs to make this possible. In the event that further pirate reinforcements arrive, you will be notified as to how to deal with them. If in doubt, apply only necessary force. Finally, a word of warning. The gravitational pull of the planet will pull any vessel in close proximity to the planet out of subspace. This includes Shivan, Morgan, and pirate ships, as well as friendly vessels. The Atlantica will also have to put some distance between itself and the planet before jumping back to Tau Sigma Station. You will be required to protect the Atlantica as she prepares to jump. Watch her. She's a vulnerable vessel and is carrying approximately 1,000 civilians.
Goldwing, this is your final warning. Release the Atlantica and be on your way.
This ship isn't going anywhere till we get what we want from the GTVA.
As you wish. Alpha Wing, engage Goldwing now.
Careful with your fire, people. What the man said, necessary force only. We don't want to destroy these pirates.
You mean you don't want to destroy these pirates? One pirate is not going anywhere.
Goldwing are all disabled.
Command, another wing of pirates just jumped in. What are your orders?
Alpha Wing, you are authorized to destroy Green Wing if required. They are acceptable losses in this situation.
I don't like the sound of that. I wonder whether we're acceptable losses, too.
I suppose that the Shivans are pulled out of subspace by the planet's curve.
This is the GTFR Benedict to any friendly vessel. We are under attack by the Shivans. Please, help us, anyone.
Command, should we respond to the Benedict?
Negative, Alpha 4. The Atlantica is a more pressing concern.
The Shivans have destroyed the Benedict.
Alpha Wing, we are detecting Shivan wings inbound.
Cover the Atlantica, Alpha. Engage and destroy the Shivans.
Come on, we aren't properly armed for this kind of thing. We need reinforcements.
We are aware of your situation, Alpha. Delta Wing is en route.
Alpha Wing, please help us. The Shivans are getting close and we're sitting ducks out here.
We can't just leave them here. Commander, you getting this?
Alpha, we acknowledge Go Wing situation and are sending recovery craft into the area.
We'll keep the recovery craft safe, man.
Alpha, this is Holler Group. Take the pilot fighters and take them back to Dalsima Station. Cover us, would ya?
Not a problem. Over. point, I think that we ought to be getting out of here too. Command?
You may depart, Alpha.
Excellent work, Alpha Wing. The CPV Atlantica escaped the area safely, despite attention from additional pirates and from the Shivans. It is a testament to your flying skills that you protected such a vulnerable vessel from an onslaught like that. The crew and passengers of the Atlantica are grateful for your efforts. It seems that this success has improved public support for the GTVA around here a little. The pirates who were saved by Hollerwing also thank the GTVA forces for saving them from the station's brig. You can even go visit them if you like. It looks like this little piece of humanitarianism is going to help the GTVA's efforts to form a truce with the pirates quite a bit. Shivan sightings and engagements are increasing in Tau Sigma. It appears that we will have to begin a concerted effort to track down the Nyarlathotep. While we are still trying to determine the location of the SD Nyarlathotep, the climate of Tau Sigma has changed considerably. It seems as if many pirate groups are seeking shelter with the GTVA forces now moving into the system. Given the choice between facing the Shivans on their own or a prison cell, many are choosing the prison cell. While trying to locate the Super Destroyer, we received a distress call from a group of pirate vessels who are currently under attack. The pirate cruisers Lowry, Basil, and Julius are presently making their way to Nav Beacon Sigma, where they will link into their navigation systems and make the jump to GTVA-controlled space. From what information we have received, they are presently under attack from a wing of MMC elite fighters. The MMC elite forces have just destroyed the mining platform that the pirates were using. The cruisers have indicated that they have almost made it to the nav beacon and do not require assistance. Their flak and anti-fighter beams should ward off any attack. The pressing problem is the Vigilant, the same medical cruiser that you encountered in your strike against the ammunition supply depot. She overloaded her drive system and fell behind the cruisers. With no fighter cover to speak of, the Vigilant is vulnerable and your first priority. Pursuing the cruiser group is the Morgan Technologies-owned Orion-class destroyer, MTD Auriga. She is moving into range and launching fighters for a strike against the Vigilant. Additionally, there have been reports of Shivan patrols in the area. Their intentions are unknown, since they will have been launched from either the SD Nyarlathotep or the SCV Sathagwa. They could help us determine the location of the Super Destroyer. If you encounter a patrol, engage them long enough so that we can monitor their transmissions and pinpoint their source.
Thank God you're here, Alpha. The Auriga has already destroyed the mining platform. We can fend off those fighters, but the Vigilant needs your help.
We've got you covered, Julius. Moving to got the Vigilant now.
Julius, I am picking up a power spike from the Auriga. They're firing one of their beams.
What?
Alpha, Julius is down. Target the Auriga's forward beam cannon. She can lock in on targets at a much greater range.
Barely fires bearing down on the Vigilant and the cruisers. How do we stop beams like that?
Take out the turret, Alpha, but make sure the Vigilant is safe first. Close your distance with Rapier Wing and use long-range missiles on the Auriga's cannon.
Damn it, why do we have to help these pirates anyway? We should let them ride.
You saw what they just did to the Julius? Morgan is trying to whitewash their mistake. No one deserves that.
I am not going to debate the finer points of morality with you. I just don't like having to put my back toward these guys to defend them.
Worried about a backstab, are you? Listen, given the Destroyer and the presence of Shivans in this system, who'd you rather take your chances with?
Okay, so you have a point. We're the galactic nice guys. Shoot at us 1 minute, ask for protection the next.
Your sarcasm is noted, Mackie. Just be sure you're firing at the right target.
And I know where my guns are pointed.
Alpha, Rapier Wing fighters are now within striking distance of the Vigilant. Stop them. Excellent work, Alpha. The Auriga's forward cannon is disabled. Now take down what's left of those fighters.
Shivan Dragon class fighters in wide formation. They're closing fast.
They must be a scouting party. Intercept those fighters.
Command, maybe you didn't hear me right. Those are dragons. And we still have a handful of the MMC fighters. We need some help here.
Do what you have to, Alpha. We don't have the assets available to assist you right now.
Acknowledged, Command. What? Where the hell did they go? Command, the dragons just bugged out.
Keep your eyes open, Alpha. They were a scouting party. You can be sure more are on the way.
There they are, Command. Medical fighters and Nephilim bombers.
Good. We were expecting this. Alpha, engage the Shivans until we get a fix on their transmissions.
It looks like the bombers are going after the Auriga.
The Shivans don't play favorites, Alpha. Watch yourself. Alpha, the Auriga has left the field of engagement. Those bombers are now targeting you. Processing that information now, Alpha. Alpha, good work. The Vigilant has left the area. Alpha, we've traced their transmissions. Return to base.
It seems we accomplished two things on this mission, Pilot. We managed to rescue those pirates from the MTD Auriga, as well as pinpoint a source for the Shivan transmissions. Excellent work, Pilot. You only have a short downtime before your next assignment. With the data gathered from our recent engagements with the Shivans, the GTA Spectre was able to lock on to numerous Shivan communication signals in the Phi Erdani system. A GTVA task force led by the GTD Valhalla will arrive in Tau Sigma within the hour and will move on to Phi Erdani from there. In the meantime, we will be ensuring that the task force isn't in for any nasty surprises when they enter the system by performing a Recon Enforce mission. Alpha, your wing and the GVCV Andrasta will enter the Phi Erdani system and eliminate all hostile targets in the vicinity of the jump node back to Tau Sigma. The area around the node must remain secure until the task force can arrive in Phi Erdani. The defense of the Andrasta is critical to the success of the operation itself. The GTA Spectre detected transmissions from several vessels of capital ship class emanating from Phi Erdani. One of these must be the Sithagwa, and the Nyarlathotep is believed to be somewhere in this system as well. Be prepared to engage enemy capital class vessels. We've made the Maxim cannon available to you in case of this eventuality. The Valhalla and the advanced elements of the task force will relieve you. Command will be monitoring your situation closely out there, and though it'll be difficult to get reinforcements through to you, they'll do their best. Be careful out there, and don't take unnecessary risks.
Command, we've arrived at the Phi Erdani system. No sign of any Shivans nearby.
Copy that, Alpha 3. Await the Andrasta. It will arrive momentarily.
Alpha Wing, this is the GVCV Andrasta reporting. Assume guard positions.
Copy that, Andrasta. We are assuming guard formation.
I don't like this. It's way too quiet out here.
You never like the feeling of any situation. Get a grip.
Shivans would have detected a Corvette entering the system, wouldn't they?
Remain vigilant, Alpha. The Shivans could arrive at any moment, and we do not want to be caught off guard.
I'm reading full Norris, 3.5 clicks from the jump node. That looks like our cue.
More Shivan fighters have arrived to our starboard side. It looks like we have trouble here. The Rakshasa cruiser and bomber conjunction. It looks like the Sahagwa is not alone.
Alpha, keep the bombers away from the Andrasta. The Corvette will engage the SC Nightgaunt.
We've got you covered, Andrasta.
Excellent work. Resume your previous patrol until the task force arrives.
This doesn't look good. The Shivans were ready for us.
I don't know. Wasn't there supposed to be only vanilla at the tip? And this is Ogwa?
Well, it is now.
The Sahagwa is jumping in ahead and we're picking up heavy bombers incoming. It's a trap. Alpha, we are breaking position and moving away from the Sahagwa. Destroy Gemini Wing.
We've got a new hostile contact. It's the SD Tulsha, a Lilith class.
Pilots, try and disable some of the cannons on the Shivan capital ships.
I'm picking up a new wing of behemoths coming in fast. Something really want the Andraste bad.
And we really want the Andraste to survive. Let us sit tight. Hang in there, pilots. The task force is routing straight through the fire done. They'll arrive soon.
They better get me soon, or there won't be any pieces to drop.
GTVA task force is now on station. Stand clear of the Shivan Corvette.
Nice to see some friendly faces, Valhalla.
Yeah, we almost got munched out here.
Agua has been destroyed. The other Shivans are leaving the area.
Deploying Theta and Zeta wings now. We can take it from here, Alpha. You are released. Head inside for debrief.
Welcome to the Valhalla, pilot. In a chaotic situation, you kept your cool and were able to prevent the Adrasta from coming to any harm. Good work. The Shivans tried to ambush us, and it was only thanks to the appearance of the Valhalla and the advanced elements of the task force that we got you and the Adrasta out alive. Nevertheless, your work defending the Adrasta until help could arrive was essential. The appearance of 2 more Shivan vessels with the Thathugwa, along with considerable numbers of fighters and bombers, suggests something larger than we'd initially hoped for. The Shivans also seem to possess far greater situational awareness than anticipated. The GTVA task force has now arrived in system and has begun to secure the area around the Phi Iridani jump node. Clearly accurate reconnaissance on the Shivan presence will be required before any action is taken if we don't want to be ambushed again. We will exercise caution in our future attacks. In addition to achieving our primary objective of sizing up the Shivan presence, we were able to destroy the SC Nightgaunt and the Thathugwa. This is excellent news. If we can continue to defeat the Shivan vessels in this matter, victory will come swiftly and decisively. Okay, pilots, we found the Nyarlathotep. She is hiding in a stellar gas cloud within the Phi Iridani system. Given the presence of both the Thathugwa and the Tolsha in system, this setup indicates something much more widespread and dangerous than even the Nyarlathotep by herself. These ships had to come from somewhere, and GTVI is still puzzled as to their source. The only current speculation that we have is that the Nyarlathotep was part of a larger fleet that has been lying dormant in subspace for thousands of years. Dr. Hadamart's speculation that the Nyarlathotep was indeed the Lucifer that destroyed the civilization of the ancients seems both the most plausible and the most troubling. The Nyarlathotep herself was residing dormant in subspace until a few weeks ago, when she emerged through a rift created by the explosion of the MT Mudinari AWACS. While it was not clear at the time who was controlling the ships in that subspace battle, subsequent evidence has revealed that Morgan Technologies is behind much of the recent criminal activities in these systems. However, the Nyarlathotep's presence seems to be just the beginning of something darker. 37 years ago, the Lucifer appeared in Ross 128 with no apparent source or reason. The Shivans simply came, and even until today, no one truly knows where they came from. Our recent experience has shed light on that war so many years ago, and yet it does not bode well. We barely escaped with our lives from the last Shivan invasion, and if the Nyarlathotep is not alone, the danger is greater than we first imagined. We need information, and we need it now. We have pinpointed the location of the Nyarlathotep, but we do not know her present activities. Before we launch any kind of strike, we are going to need some accurate information on her location and her status. We are fortunate to have a handful of Mara-class fighters in our possession that have been converted so that Terran pilots can fly them. I hope you've been brushing up on your Shivan etiquette, pilot. You're going behind the lines. At 17:15 hours, we pinpointed the source of Shivan transmissions in the Phi Iridani system. The Nyarlathotep is located in a small stellar cloud that until now has been masking all of our scans of the system. Our recent engagements with the Thathugwa and the Tolsha helped us to localize the Nyarlathotep's haven. At present, the GTD Valhalla is on standby and will be waiting with a small strike force of GTVA ships that will be ready to deploy in 3 hours. The information that you provide will be used to launch the strike against the Super Destroyer. Your task is simple. In captured Mara fighters, get close enough to the Nyarlathotep and scan her navigation, communications, sensors, weapons, and fighter base subsystems. Your fighters will appear to be Shivan, right down to your EM signatures, provided that you do not get too close to patrolling Shivans. The interference created by the stellar gas cloud should provide you with enough cover. However, steer clear of other Shivan fighter patrols in the area. If they get too close, you will be readily identified. Given the Tolsha's escape when the Thathugwa was destroyed, we expect this Lilith-class cruiser to be in the area. If it is present, scan the cruiser and any other capital ships you find. Do not engage any ships or it will ruin the element of surprise. Keep a low profile, Alpha. Remember to keep at least 500 meters between yourself and the fighter patrols.
Okay, I've got the Nyarlathotep on the scopes. Looks like I told you, here too. Amazing. GTVA was right for once.
Alpha, do this one by the numbers. Keep a low profile, and transmit to us once you've scanned both ships.
Affirmative, Command. Closing communications channel.
Here we go. Anybody else have an overwhelming sense of doom?
Mackie, put a sock in it. The Valhalla needs her scans if they're going to hit them. Besides, Shivans don't shoot at other Shivans anyway.
Look, Shivan shoot at anything that moves. Don't even bother asking questions. Don't give me that.
We won't know until we're in there. Let's get this over with.
This is weird. The Nyarlathotep seems to be healing her damage. Slow it up, people. Let Ares get past this. We don't want him spoiling this party too early.
She's not the only one. I think the Soldier is too.
That could be a problem. Keep monitoring it.
Okay, that's one subsystem down.
Okay, we can breathe again. Just make sure we keep our distance from those fighters.
Hey, this is Shivan Juggernaughts out there.
Looks like they're really up to something. Let's get the scanning done first. That's two. Three down.
That's the last subsystem.
Careful, pilot. Those Mars are getting close again. They've moved on. Let's keep going.
Looks like you're spoiling for a fight. I'm reading fighters and bombers at the ready, but there doesn't seem to be any movement.
Okay. Scanned all Nyarlathotep systems. How's it told you?
Okay, I'll make a tail to command. Command, transmitting scan information now. The Derelict and the Tulsa are resting near a comm node.
Acknowledged, Alpha. That's the information we needed. Put some distance between yourself and the Shivans, and discreetly leave the area. We don't want to alert them to your presence. Do not leave until your directives tell you.
Roger that, command. Moving out of their range.
What the hell? I just picked up another jump signature.
It looks pretty big. Looks like we have another capital ship in the area. Command needs to know about this.
The challenge with command is getting some interference. I'll try to clear it.
Hold on to your shirts. Let's get in close. Get a scan of it before we do. The Shivans are probably getting suspicious of this. Before you send another transmission, they'll be onto us for sure.
The new ship is a Rakshasa-class cruiser. She appears to be wounded, too.
Yeah, but it appears she's sailing on the other ships. Looks like our big friend is bringing more people to the party. We're going to need a scan.
Oh my god, Malach Corvette just showed up. How many of these ships are there?
Looks like a small battle group. Gonna This can't wait any longer. We're going to have to contact command.
I'm already trying. Can't get through. They're jamming us.
Jamming us? What would they be? Oh shit, they're onto us. Everyone, scramble. Harry's wing is closing distance. This thing has just come south. They're onto us. Defend yourselves and get out of here as soon as possible. We've got to get this information back to command.
Good work, pilot. You managed to scan the Tulsa and the Nyarlathotep systems as requested. Unfortunately, upon your initial broadcast, the GTD Valhalla Strike Force launched a preemptive assault against the Nyarlathotep without your additional information of the growing battle group. We managed to signal her in time to pull out of the attack, but at the cost of burning out her jump engines. At present, the Valhalla is stranded in another part of the nebula. Pilots, I'll make this quick, as we don't have much time. As you are aware, once we had attained the scan data we needed from the Shivan vessels rallying where the Nyarlathotep is at rest, the GTD Valhalla was going to lead a preemptive strike against the Shivan forces. The Valhalla did lead a strike against this position, but ran into severe difficulties. The Shivan force was much larger than anticipated, and the strike force ran into major problems. We lost over a dozen fighter and bomber wings defending the Valhalla and other vessels as they escaped. The Valhalla was able to jump out of the area before it was destroyed. However, it took damage to all systems and the engines of the Valhalla gave out after the subspace jump. The Valhalla's engines can be repaired without the need for new parts, but her fighter complement has been significantly reduced and now the destroyer is under attack again. This is where you come in. Alpha Wing will enter the area and provide any assistance to the Valhalla until the engines of the destroyer are back up and running and she can depart. Be aware that the Valhalla has jumped to the edge of the nebula cloud, so you should be able to get acceptable radar ranges in the field. However, visibility is still limited. Once the area is secured, approximately half of the 8,000 crew members on board the Valhalla will be evacuated in escape pods. We don't want to risk any more lives on board the Valhalla than we have to. Cover the pods as they depart. They have extremely weak hulls and can't take much punishment. We're currently trying to get some support for the Valhalla, but for the moment you're on your own. There are several other vessels that need to be evacuated from the nebula region, and the Valhalla can take care of itself. GTVA scans haven't located any larger vessels in the immediate vicinity. However, the large number of small signatures suggest multiple fighter and bomber wings incoming. Get down to the launch base, pilots. We haven't got enough time to let you choose your loadout, so it has been pre-assigned. Good luck.
Alpha to Valhalla, come in. Valhalla, please respond.
Good to have you with us, Alpha Wing. We're under attack and Epsilon is pretty stretched.
Target the bombs and bombers first, Alpha Wing.
I can't see a thing in this mess. At least the radar range isn't bad, though.
That's it. That's the last Shivan craft. We're not reading any more in the area. We're prepping the escape pods for launch. Pods deployed. Alpha, Epsilon, provide cover.
Shivan fighters incoming. They're going for the escape pods. Keep it tight, people.
These fighters are fast. Don't lose your targets, people, or they'll already be at the pod.
The Shivans just got to one of the pods, Alpha.
No more Shivans on Centaur. That was a tense one.
This damn smoke is a problem. And the fact it's crawling with Shivans.
Give it a rest, Mackie. This place is not crawling with Shivan. GTVA hasn't found anything bigger than a Corvette out here.
GTVA? Give me a break. I wouldn't trust those spooks as far as I can see around here. Ever read about the GDI rebellion?
Yeah, and that was a long time ago.
Well, GTVI is GTVI in my book. I don't trust him.
Valhalla, this is the GTCV Escher. We're here to provide any support we can.
Good to have you here, Escher. You appear to have suffered damage, though.
Yes, I'm afraid that the Shivans got to us, too. It's only minor.
Alpha, Epsilon, we have the pod. Most of the crew is safe. Pilots, we're reading nearly a dozen new Shivan signatures. Intercept the bombers. We're launching Delta Wing to help.
Where the hell are all these pilots and bombers coming from?
We're reading a massive Shivan signature. It's a Demon-class destroyer, designation Thorn.
Alpha, that destroyer is powering up beam cannons, and you can bet where its target. Destroy its main beam cannon now, Alpha. Our hull is losing integrity. We need more cover, pilot. The engines are back online. We're getting out of here. We're taking major damage here, Command.
The Valhalla is safe. Return to base, pilot. The rest of the team can wait. Great work, Alpha 1. The Thon's main beam has been neutralized.
Good work, Alpha Wing. Despite fierce Shivan attacks in your position, you were able to defend the Valhalla until she was able to repair her engines and jump out of the nebula. Captain Barrack sends you all his thanks for defending his vessel so well. The presence of a Shivan destroyer in the nebula is both surprising and worrying. It also explains where the large numbers of Shivan fighters and bombers have been coming from. However, a Demon-class destroyer is a threat to capital ships in its own right, as you've seen today. It appears that the Shivan force is larger than we had hoped. We'll need a lot more firepower to deal with this incursion than initially anticipated. The non-essential crew were evacuated from the Valhalla without any major losses. Your escort of these vulnerable vessels was top-notch, pilots. Well done. The crew will rejoin the Valhalla at Tau Sigma Station in a day or so. We don't have any more time here. We have just received word that the Shivans are moving out of the nebula. We're taking what ships and supplies we can and getting out now. Alright, pilots, we have a serious situation on our hands. The GTD Valhalla was seriously damaged in an engagement with the SD Thon, a Demon-class destroyer. While she survives, she is no longer fit for active duty without repairs and has been withdrawn from the field. Another scouting party in the Steta gas cloud has made an unconfirmed sighting of another destroyer, designation SD Azathoth. The threat of these two additional vessels has escalated this incident to a full-scale battle alert. Our scouting parties have also reported engagements with over 10 smaller Shivan capital ships. Due to our lack of resources, GTVA Central Command has ordered a strategic withdrawal of all forces in the Phi Eridani system. Alpha and Delta Wings, you will be covering this operation. Presently, we have a team of combat engineers who are placing 5 null-near RBCs at the jump node to Tau Sigma. They'll be protected by a handful of Alistar anti-fighter sentries and should be able to provide at least some protection against incoming fighters or bombers. Additionally, we have... Okay, that's it, pilots. We've got the scramble call. Report to your fighters. We will brief you as you launch. As you already know, GTVA combat engineers have been setting up a defensive perimeter on the approach to the Tau Sigma jump node. The plan was to have 5 null-near cannons in total, each guarded by 3 Alistar cannons. The team is working frantically to have this perimeter in place to cover the last stages of our withdrawal. 15 minutes ago, we received a Priority 1 call from the GTCV Escher. She and the GTC Thalos are the last of our ships in the system, assigned to observe movements of the Shivan fleet. They have reported a massive movement of all known Shivan ships in the area, and that they are making their way to the Tau Sigma jump node. We have little choice but to evacuate all remaining forces, and hope that our defenses will hold. 5 null-near cannons are a formidable force, and will serve as a powerful deterrent to small groups of ships approaching the node. Indeed, they are strong enough to neutralize a single destroyer-class vessel. However, with all 3 destroyers on the move, and a host of smaller vessels, we know that these defenses will be overwhelmed within a matter of minutes. Your task is to make that matter of minutes as long as possible. At present, a demolition team is making their way through the jump node, carrying a single meson bomb. By placing this bomb in the path of incoming capital ships, we hope to damage or even destroy a few of the smaller ones. We need not remind you that once this bomb is placed, be at least 3,000 meters from it. The shockwave is capable of vaporizing anything up to a medium-sized cruiser. Alpha and Delta Wing are assigned to the following tasks. Firstly, defend the GTCV Escher and the GTC Thalos as they make their jump to Tau Sigma. Secondly, defend the demolition team as they place the meson bomb in the path of oncoming ships. The bomb will not activate until after the demolition team is undocked with it. Thirdly, defend the null-near cannons from fighter or bomber attack. Once all the null-near cannons have been destroyed, there's little you can do to stop the Shivans from entering Tau Sigma. Hopefully, you will have made them pay for this advance with several of their capital ships. Destroy as many of their fighters or bombers as you can until given the order to pull out.
Command, this is the Cypher. Engaging jump drives. See you on the other side.
We're on our final approach to the jump node, Alpha. We have incoming bombers and we have to power down our anti-fighter beam to give us the energy to make the jump.
Roger that, Esha. We're moving to intercept now.
We are almost finished placing the central guns, Alpha. They should be online to support you shortly.
We're in. Looks like you're throwing quite a party. Just keep them off us and we'll be happy.
Alpha, we're detecting 2 fighter wings and several fantastical configurations and 1 bomber wing. Excellent configuration.
Alpha, the demolition team needs to place the bomb well away from the cannon. Keep the fighters and bombers away from all of our capital ships.
Confirmed, Delta. They're hitting Salos hard. She won't last long against those bombers.
Alpha, we've inbound bombers making an attack run on the Mjolnir cannon. Protect those beams, pilot.
That's it, Command. We're in place. Let's hope the Shivans fall for it.
Alpha, the demolition team has planted the Meson bomb. Position yourself near the Mjolnir cannon and stay clear of the blast radius.
So exactly how many Shivans are supposed to be coming through here?
All of them, I think.
Hold on. Come on. We have a Lilith cruiser jumping in at close range. We're not clear of the blast radius.
Wow, that good. Damn, they didn't get clear of it. Let's see if that sacrifice was worth it. You're on to go. Down. Where to work it, people? Come on, they even still got class Corvette. Entering the CZ. I thought the area was clear.
Command, this is a JVCV method. We need to clear past the jump zone.
We've given you up for dead, Nefertem. There is heavy fire, but try to get yourself to the node. Alpha and Delta wings will try to clear a path for you.
The Nayana process is now in the area.
Damn it. 3 Shivan destroyers, just what we need.
Steady, Alpha. All you need to do is make sure the cannons do as much damage as they can. We'll be pulling you out momentarily. We've lost one of the Nolnir cannons. Look sharp, people. Drag is down. Good work, people.
The lawyer is down. One less Shivan cruiser.
We're clear, Command. Making the jump to subspace now.
We've lost 2 of the Nolnirs, Alpha. Try to keep those last 2 cannons functioning as long as possible. That's it, Alpha. It's getting too hot, and we've done all the damage we can. Get yourself back inside the node and bring it on home.
The Meson bomb was successfully deployed in the path of the incoming Shivan fleet. Combined with the Nolnir cannons, it did manage to do some damage to the Shivans, but not enough to slow them down. Good work in protecting the Nefertem at the last moment. We had given her up for dead. While the loss of Phi Iridani is a defeat, this is a bit of good news for us. Now that the Shivans are in Tau Sigma, you will be reassigned to assisting in the defense of civilian and GTVA assets in that system. Alpha, I'll make this quick as we don't have much time. The security of the Tau Sigma jump node defense has been compromised by the Shivans. The jump nodes in Tau Sigma have been blockaded by GTVA vessels for the past 8 days to prevent the Shivans from leaving Tau Sigma itself. Tanya Australis is a sparsely inhabited system on the frontier of known space, and could be one of the places the Shivans will choose to go. The blockade consists of the GTCV Athens, the cruisers Scimitar, Lone Wolf, and Seliket, and fighter and bomber wings covering them, which are mostly Vasudan in origin. The Shivan attacks have decimated the defending fighter wings. Only Delta Wing, consisting of 3 damaged Taurettes, remains to defend the capital ships. All have sustained damage, and the GVC Seliket has been disabled. The Shivans recommenced their attacks 10 minutes ago, and appear to be sizing up the blockade force. A major attack is sure to follow. Alpha Wing has been assigned to provide assistance to Delta in defending the blockade vessels and fending off the Shivan attack wings. Be prepared for heavy Shivan attacks. Bombers and the bombs they fire are your first priority. Long-range sensors picked up 2 Shivan capital ships, entering the area shortly after the Shivans destroyed the Phi Iridani jump node defenses. Our strike wings were unable to reach the vessels before they made a subspace jump further into the system, and we have been unable to locate them since this contact. They may try to make an attack on the blockade vessels or enter Tanya Australis. If they do, assist the blockade vessels in destroying or driving off the Shivan capital ships. The situation at the jump node is being monitored by Command. It is not currently considered volatile. However, if the situation becomes too intense, reinforcements will be assigned from other combat zones. Command will also update your objectives as required. Good luck, pilots.
Alpha Wing reporting in. How you holding up, Delta?
Good, Alpha. However, we require assistance with Ares Wing.
Consider it done, Delta. Engaging the Shivans now.
Alpha, Horus Wing is tearing us apart. Do something.
Hostiles have been neutralized. We must prepare for the next wave of assault.
The next attack's anything like that, we'll be able to hold until reinforcements arrive.
Trust me, Alpha, it'll be bigger. Each wave gets more and more powerful.
What's the status on those reinforcements, Command?
Additional support will be sent once other battles are resolved, Alpha.
That's just another way of saying there aren't any.
Here they come. All fighters engage and destroy.
Stop. They really want to get through this node, that's for sure.
Yes, Alpha 2, and it's your job to prevent that from happening. We must contain them here. We've lost Delta Wing. It's all up to you now, Alpha.
We have more bombers coming in on our starboard side. Keep them off us, pilot. Capital ship has entered the area. All units engaged and destroyed.
Delicate. Yeah. Blockade is crumbling.
All rigger, all ships, break formation, repeat, break now. Scorpio Wing just destroyed the Scimitar. Intercept those bombers before we lose another cruiser.
We can't keep up with these human attacks. Come on, we'll need reinforcements. Now!
The Oraga just got the Athens and the Syaga. Beam cannons aren't functioning. Command, we're getting the hell away from here.
Reinforcements are still unavailable, Alpha. But well,
What the hell happened just then?
the MCE Origa seems to be preventing beam cannons from firing. Alpha, see if you can scan their sensors and get some data on that device.
Not come the link. Command won't help out here. I don't want to hear them encouragement to die gloriously. Come on, the Shivan cruiser, the Arcade, has retreated. The Orega's headed out.
Alpha, this is Epsilon. We got here as soon as we could.
You're too late. We've beaten them back. Park the Orega. You got through the node, though. Ready to Tanya, Australis.
All vessels are cleared to depart. We need you back at Tau Sigma Station at once.
Our situation is dire. A combination of attacks from the Shivans and the damage the Orega did laid waste to the entire blockade. Only the GTC Lone Wolf survived. However, there was nothing you could have done to prevent this. The Orega is too powerful a ship to oppose effectively, and the Shivans too numerous. Perhaps we can take some cold comfort in the fact the Orega destroyed the Shivan corvette Callega as well. The MTD Orega jumped to Tanya Australis after destroying the blockade. The Biaki retreated and is still at large in the system. The node is completely undefended, and we have no idea how many Shivans have entered Tanya Australis chasing the Orega. Defense forces at Tau Sigma Station and the Altair node are on full combat alert. It is only a matter of time now before the Shivans are engaged. It is unfortunate but understandable that you were unable to retrieve the sensor data we needed from the Orega. We desperately need the data to overcome the vessel's beam inhibitor device. GTVA has ordered a special operations wing to perform a scan in Tanya Australis. The Shivans were able to overcome the beam cannon inhibition device after a short time. Additional intelligence on Shivan vessels could also help us to counteract the inhibitor. Get some rest, Alpha. We're running combat flight shifts permanently now. Your next shift is in 6 hours. After the Shivan smashed through our unprepared defenses at the Faya Ridani jump node, all forces in Tau Sigma have been on full alert. Shivan forces, spearheaded by the SD Azatoth, have entered the system, and although they haven't struck anything larger than a stray freighter yet, we can't take any chances with the lives of civilians. To this end, all civilians in Tau Sigma are being evacuated to safe zones. In Tau Sigma, the only area that we can easily defend is Tau Sigma Station itself. The GTD Malachi and the GVD Kefrem are currently guarding this area. The other safe zones are all in Altair, and are guarded by other Vasudan forces. The GVD Luxor is being refitted and returned to active combat duty as we speak. Alpha, you will be taking up the escort of ships traveling to the Altair jump node. Delta is currently guarding these vessels, and you will relieve them. The civilian transports and freighters, most of which are from the Denimed binding platform, will jump in, plot exit coordinates, and depart. They shouldn't be in the area for more than a few minutes each, but the volume of traffic may be quite high. The Shivans shouldn't have any interest in vessels traveling along this route, but you can never truly tell where or when they'll strike, and they've already got the better of us on several occasions. Be aware that you may encounter a Shivan scouting wing or two. Should you encounter anything larger, the GVD Kefrem is ready to reinforce your position. Get out there, Alpha.
Delta Wing, this is Alpha. You are relieved of duty.
Thanks for the escort, Delta, even if you didn't get any action. See you in Altair.
Yeah, Blink Day made them feel safer.
Do I detect a hint of sarcasm, Becky?
No, of course not. Maybe things here in traffic is just about my idea of heaven.
Whenever you're ready for us, Alpha, we require escort.
Sure, Regular. Forming up now.
If you want Alpha 2, we can escort ourselves to the Altair node.
We'll stay with you. It's just that it's so boring. Nothing's going to happen in this whole patrol.
Well, would you rather be fighting the Shivans? You saw what they did at the Faya Ridani blockade.
Well, when you put it like that, I had anticipated living a few more years.
This is the GVFR Buchan Flyway. We were attacked by Shivans on our way out from the mining platform. Be on your guard, Alpha.
Looks like the Vesudans were right. I've got 4 manticores exiting subspace.
Engaging surface drive now. Our thanks, Alpha.
We have reached the exit point. Departing now.
This is Capella Supernova. We've been attacked by people requesting immediate assistance.
We're on our way, Pandora. I'm translating the coordinates to the alternate node. Follow them.
Thank you, pilot. Proceeding to the warp out point now.
Incoming jump signatures. Destroy those bombers, pilot.
Come into the area. Press 5 support. Pronto.
This is the Capella. We are breaking position at Tower Signal Station now and have the coordinates locked in.
Okay, let's see if we can clear out some of these Shivans.
The Shivan cruiser threat has been eliminated.
Too hot here for us to stay. We're getting out while we still can.
We can take it from here, Alpha. Return to base.
Now do you call this a boring patrol, Mackie?
I wouldn't so. I've had better.
Yeah, sure. Now let's get back to the station before Command tells us to.
A good performance, Alpha. Your escort of the civilian transports and freighters, whilst under considerable pressure from Shivan attack wings, was done well, all things considered. The civilians you escorted, now safe and sound and well away from the Shivan presence, are no doubt thankful that you were there to help them in their hour of need. Unfortunately, things have not gone so well elsewhere. As you already know, the GTVA blockade at the Tanya Australis node fell apart earlier today, and the Narlatep fleet gained complete access to both Tanya Australis and the systems beyond. While during your most recent sortie, Shivan forces attacked the Altair jump node. Thankfully, they bypassed Tau Sigma Station altogether, but we no longer have the resources to guard both the installation and the jump node. The Narlatep now has 3 escape routes available to it: the Iridani Cloud, the Australis Outer Colonies, and the very heart of GTVA space. Things are looking grim, pilot. Be prepared to be called out at a moment's notice. If not, well, see you in 6 hours. Despite the recent incidents at both the Altair and Tanya Australis jump nodes in the Tau Sigma system, we seem to have contained the Shivan advance within the system. To be honest, we don't know why. Given the firepower of the Shivan fleet, the Narlatep, 2 additional destroyers, and a host of smaller vessels, all GTVA forces in the system are outclassed. We suspect that these 2 recent attacks by the Shivans were testing the resolve of GTVA forces in the area. It is fortunate that the presence of the MTD Auriga made the defenses at Tanya Australis seem stronger than they were. We expect that the Shivans are gathering their strength for a strike, but we are sorely lacking any intelligence as to when and where it may come. Fortunately, a squadron of Pegasus-class stealth fighters has now been brought on station for a series of recon missions. Beta Wing will be flying reconnaissance into Fire Iridani to determine the extent of Shivan fortifications around the jump node and in that system. Kappa will be investigating recent Shivan activity in the outer system and tracing their supply line routes. So far, our sensor arrays have not been able to determine any of this, so we need first-hand intelligence. Alpha, your task will be the most risky, as you will be investigating an apparent rendezvous point for the bulk of the Shivan vanguard. Report to briefing for your specific assignment. Since breaking through the defenses at the Fire Iridani jump node, the bulk of the Shivan forces have been gathering in a staging area some 8 astronomical units above the system's orbital plane. Why they have chosen this location is a mystery, as there are no apparent resources anywhere close to their staging area. From our intelligence gathered from communications traffic, we know that the SD Narlatep, SD Azathoth, and SD Thon are in close proximity to each other. There are a number of smaller ships nearby, but their exact count at this point is unknown. Your task is to jump into the area, target and identify each warship, examine their supply configuration, and get out. If a target of opportunity presents itself, we will give you authorization to intercept and destroy that target. Remember, the Pegasus fighters are reconnaissance vessels, not heavy combat fighters. Not even stealth fighters can successfully dodge heavy flak fire, so be careful engaging any enemy forces. Report to your fighters.
Okay, Command. We're in. There's an awful lot of Shivans out here. I'm counting over 20 capital ships.
Acknowledged, Alpha. Target the destroyers, and try to get a profile count on how many ships there are. Keep a low profile. Avoid using your weapons until necessary. We don't want them noticing you.
Okay, all the destroyers are here. Acknowledged, Command. I like my hardware it is. We should be pretty safe on these stealth fighters. You heard him. We'll have to target each ship for 2 seconds to get a reading. 3 corvettes? I don't think we've seen the Hasta before. I counted 8 cruisers so far. There's a lot more of them. Yes, I thought. I've launched some fighters. They haven't seen us yet, so keep it quiet.
Command, this is Beta. We're in Phi Eridani and we're coming up empty. Not even a stray fighter.
Are you sure, Beta?
As sure as I can get. The Shivans aren't fortifying anything. They seem to have packed up their bags and gone elsewhere.
Welcome to elsewhere. Come on, the count is in. All 3 destroyers are here, along with 3 corvettes and 15 cruisers.
Can you verify that, Alpha? From our previous encounters, we've recorded only 2 operational corvettes and a handful of cruisers.
Would you like me to knock on their exhaust pipes and ask for a head count? I'm serious, come on. All of the Shivans are here.
I agree, Command. We are also getting nothing out here. Just a bit of Shivan wreckage. Looks like they scuttled several supply ships.
Acknowledge, Kappa. Alpha, are you getting anything on their supply convoy?
Nothing, Command. Not even a cargo transport or a container. They're all just lined up.
Lined up, Alpha? What do you mean?
As in, lined up. They're tightly packed in a formation that isn't even more than 3,000 meters wide and about 6,000 meters long. I don't really want to get much closer.
Acknowledged, Alpha. Scan the corvettes. Scan the navigation systems on the destroyers.
hell are they doing?
Say again, Alpha?
Do I have to repeat myself? We have a no-self portal, clearly of cheap design. They just walked in front of the null detect, transmitting an image of it now.
Confirmed, Alpha. Finish those scans if you haven't already, and get yourself to a safe distance to watch what's going on. We're notifying the Cypher. Tell where they're going. They must be somewhere in system.
Negative, Command. My instruments are all over the map. I can't tell where they went. I'm getting some odd readings.
Confirmed, Alpha. We're dispatching the Cypher and the Escher to your position now. Can you get a scan on that Shivan Juggernaughts portal?
Negative, Command.
Why not? Was it destroyed?
No, sir, it went with them. All we have left is a few stray fighters.
Say again, Alpha 2? Did you say it warped out with them?
Yes, sir, that's confirmed. We were hit with a shockwave when she walked out. My readings are telling me something weird, but I can't confirm until the Cypher gets here. Damn it, they've seen us.
Stand by, Alpha. The Cypher and Escher will be there shortly to relieve you. Secure the area in the meantime.
Affirmative, Command. I'm going to have to do some overtime at the bar after this one.
We're on station, Alpha. What have you got for us?
Nothing physical, sir. We can confirm the reading I have with your instruments. I have a strong subspace signature here.
We're getting it too, Alpha 2. Does this say what I think it says?
That we're now sitting next to a brand new stable jump node? Looks like it.
Damn. Okay, we're calling this one in. Return to base. Alpha, you've done all you can.
Roger that, Cypher. See you back Earth.
It seems the Shivans have disappeared, with no sign of where they went. Somehow, the Nyarlathotep summoned a device similar to the ancient Knossos portal discovered in Gamma Draconis. It appears they've stabilized a previously unknown jump node and made their way through it. Some 20 Shivan capital ships have suddenly vanished, with only this new mysterious subspace corridor in their wake. We are beginning extensive patrols and scans of the area, as well as setting up a defensive perimeter around this new jump node. The Shivans could be anywhere.
Welcome back to GTVA, pilot. As you are now well aware, we have need of your abilities once again. You join us under very different circumstances to your last assignment with Special Operations Command. With the threat presented by the Shivans increasing and spreading into our core systems, we can no longer bide our time but must act quickly. Our objective, over the next series of operations, is the destruction of the Morgan Technologies Defense Force and the capture of its command vessel, the MTD Auriga. Morgan Technologies sought to gain control of the Tau Sigma system in order to exploit the high potential of the system. The corporation attempted to destabilize the region and undermine GTVA control with a series of strikes on civilian targets by hired mercenaries. The MT Defense Force was intended to replace the GTVA as a dominant military power in the system once Morgan had the second thing they wanted, the 2 million Capellan refugees settling in Tau Sigma. With the refugees in control of the system, they had themselves a ready-made empire. The Auriga and other MT vessels participated in attacks on civilian and GTVA forces and showed no mercy to their enemies. The GTVA considers these forces to be guilty of crimes against the Alliance and war crimes under the provision of civilian protection decrees in BATAC. The Security Council issued a warrant for the capture or destruction of the MT vessels yesterday. The Auriga and her accompanying flotilla must be brought to justice. Our search for the Auriga and the other MT military vessels begins in Tania Australis, the last known location of the Morgan Technologies destroyer. Our scouts believe that an MT vessel has been sighted near Wayfarer Station, and so you're going in to take a closer look. Wayfarer Station is the largest artificial structure in Tania Australis, and is the principal stop-off point for a large number of fringe-dwelling miners, explorer vessels and less savoury elements of society. It is also, unfortunately, the location at which the MT vessel was sighted. They're going to be flying into a potential combat situation in which there will be a lot of civilian targets. This complicates matters a great deal. You will be flying a Perseus fighter and be assisted by Beta Wing, also flying Perseus interceptors. We weren't able to get a positive ID on the Morgan vessel, so your primary objective will be to identify the MT ship among the other targets. Once this has been achieved, try to disable it so that the recovery craft Giordano can extract the vessel's crew. Cover the Giordano during the recovery op and prevent the destruction of the MT ship if possible. If the Wayfarer security forces present any opposition, you have limited authority to return fire. Do not destroy these civilian security vessels under any circumstances. However, Morgan fighters are fair game. Hopefully, once we have the MT prisoners, our interrogations will yield positive results.
We've arrived at Wayfarer Station. Man, there's a lot of civvy traffic around here.
Commence your mission, pilots. Begin by scanning the nearby vessels.
Okay, let's start the search with the Dragonfly over there.
I don't know if you heard, sir, but we're meant to be headed for the Dragonfly. Doesn't look like much of this traffic is headed into Tau Sigma. Guess this whole Shivan thing has everyone spooked around here.
This place is quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, hard to believe it was only built here by necessity. Wayfarer was an explorer vessel. A heavy solar flare hit, wrecked its engines, and it was more trouble than the old crate was worth to repair it.
So they built a station around it, huh?
That's right. Looks like it does a good trade, too.
Pilots, it appears that the half-life is traveling a non-standard departure path. Scan it and watch the escort.
APSC half-life is clean, Command. It's just a civilian science vessel.
Watch the debris, Juno. That's what the marker's for.
Hey, you think we should get a scan of that transport?
We might as well. Moving to the Juno now.
Hey, combat in this area is prohibited. Cease fire or face the consequences.
Carry out your orders, pilots. We have jurisdiction here.
That was a warning shot. The next one will hit you if you don't stand down. Okay, that's enough warning. Let's formally move in.
We have our people. No point in keeping ourselves undercover anymore.
The MTT Juno is disabled. Now deploying the new dot.
Wayfair Station, we are first transmitting data to you now. Please stand by.
Crap, they're GTVA sector wing. Stand down. Sorry about the mix-up, pilot.
This is Giordano. We are on docking approach to Juno now. We've got you covered, Giordano.
Hey, Wayfarer. We have another security wing on an attack vector. Can you confirm?
No, Beta 2. Those fighters aren't part of our security detail. We don't have any record of them at all.
Whatever they are, they're still coming at us. Get ready to engage those fighters. Nova Wing is down, but I'm picking up another hostile wing.
You look like you have your hands full. Do you need some help, pilot?
Yeah, that'd be real nice, Wayfarer.
We are on your beam, pilots. It's more action than we'd get normally.
We have the crew of the Juno secured, but we are not sticking around to repair the transport with all this time. Cover us while we get out here, Barat. We may be pilots. Engaging drive now.
We've got what we came for. Pilots, you may depart now or clear the area of hostile fighters.
hostile fighters are down. Thanks for the help, Wayfarer.
Not a problem, Beta 1.
You did well out there, considering what we had to put up with. Flying in a hot zone with many civilian targets, mistaken identity by the local security personnel, and an attack by mysterious fighters. Flying in this kind of environment always presents danger to our pilots and also to the civilians who we are sworn to protect. The risk of a shot hitting a civilian freighter or explorer is high in this kind of mission, but fortunately you showed skill and restraint, even when under fire from friendly forces. This isn't something that every pilot can boast. The crew of the disabled MTT Juno isn't talking under conventional questioning methods, and because they're not straightly military personnel, are going to need special authorization from GTVA HQ in IKEA if we want to continue our inquiry. This could take some time. Nevertheless, the capture of this crew is a significant step forward. You did well out there, protecting our transport from the unwanted attention of hostile fighters. Their origin remains unknown, though it's a safe bet to assume that they were MT or pirate fighters. Okay pilots, here's the deal. We don't know how, but it looks like a group of MT vessels ambushed a GTVI convoy headed through the system of Tegmen in grid sector 320 by 116. The last transmission from the convoy stated that they were under attack and that several vessels had been disabled. This convoy was meant to be top secret, and so an MT attack on it is of the utmost concern. It is unlikely that the Morgan attack group simply stumbled upon the convoy. The situation with the convoy remains unknown. Alpha Wing will be sent in to reconnoiter the area and see if there are any convoy ships remaining and what shape they're in. Our convoy consisted of the GTSC Beaufort, GTFR Aztec, and the freighters Emza, Seru and Yar. The GVCV Sopidu and GVC Marut escorted these vessels. As you can judge by the escort, this was no ordinary convoy. If there's anything worth salvaging out there, we will send in recovery craft to retrieve survivors. The rescue of crew is our primary objective, but the recovery of convoy craft would help us to conserve resources. Alpha Wing will provide cover as these duties are carried out. It would also be reasonable to assume that were there anything out there to salvage, Morgan might come back and finish what they started. The convoy possesses considerable defensive firepower, but their status is unknown, and if MT ships attack, you'll be called upon to defend friendly targets in the area. You're going out into an unknown, possibly volatile situation. Tread carefully and keep your wits about you.
Convoy craft, Alpha Wing reporting. Please respond. Repeat, Alpha 2 reporting. Respond, convoy craft.
Greetings, Alpha Wing. We were wondering when help would show up.
What happened here?
We were jumped by a number of MT vessels. They disabled us and took the GTFR Aztec with them.
What was the Aztec carrying?
The Aztec was a freighter attached to R&D. It was carrying parts for GTVI's anti-beam inhibition device. We're carrying some research data too, so if MT want everything, you can bet they'll be back.
So that's why this convoy's flight plan was classified.
Evidently, it was not classified highly enough. Morgan did not just happen across our convoy.
It would appear that GTVI has a security leak somewhere along the line.
That's the truth, most embarrassing to intelligence.
Leave the speculation to the experts, people. GTSC Beaufort and escort. We're sending in recovery craft to extract our personnel. Stand by.
Command, Freighter Hemser here. We believe that we'll be able to pull ourselves out of here if Alpha Wing can provide escort.
Very well. Sensors are showing minimal damage to the engines and hull of the Sea-Doo as well. Alpha, escort these two vessels out of the area.
Roger that, Command. We are forming up on the freighters.
Uh-oh, looks like somebody wants to stop us from leaving. Get ready for a fight.
Just detected a large explosion near the convoy. So Peter, what's going on?
We've been hit by a large electromagnetic pulse, Command. All weapon systems are offline.
Cargo transport has jumped in. It's trying to dock with us. Do something, pilot.
It looks like they're serious about trying to get hold of this information. They really aren't going to assist. In the meantime, Alpha, hold them off. Don't let MT get the boat off.
The electromagnetic dampening has worn off and our weapons are functional again.
Good work, pilots. The Falcon has been destroyed.
We're not out of the woods yet. Bombers are going for the convoy ship.
Defend those ships until we can extract the crew. The recovery craft will be with you within a minute.
We're a little busy here by saying continue your approach.
We're on docking approach to the subhero now.
More hostile fighters incoming. Hold on. These ships are Vasudan.
Say again, Alpha? Did you say Vasudan?
Roger that, Command. What's going on here?
The situation is unknown. Continue your defense of the convoy against any and all aggressors.
I didn't think that Morgan had any Vasudan military assets.
Nor did I. Maybe we're not fighting Morgan Technologies.
And who are we fighting?
Unshocking now. All survivors are on board.
All of the Torpedo's crew is safely aboard. We're getting out.
Host secured. We're jetting clear of the airport.
We've got a new enemy wing inbound. I can't get a good lock on them.
What the? Those things look like they've been stealthed.
Defend those transports, pilots. We'll sort us through and watch these fights are later.
Stand clear of the convoy ships now.
Who the hell are you, and why are you attacking the convoy ships? Identify yourselves, Deuce.
I'm afraid that we answer to a higher authority, pilot.
This is GTVA Command. Stand down there. You have no authority here.
We have every authority here, Command. We're here on orders of GTVA High Command.
We have new orders coming in. The Deus' mission is confirmed. You may assist in the destruction of the convoy craft, pilots.
Is this some new form of stress relief for pilots? I like it.
Omega 1 here. Deuce, this CZ has been sanitized. Departing now.
They're gone. Wonder what all that was about.
We'll tell you back home, Beta 1. Return to base now. The convoy is away.
Alpha and Beta wings performed acceptably in a combat situation in which details were not readily available. Because of your efforts, the recovery craft were all able to dock and escape safely with the crews of the stricken convoy craft. By all rights, this situation shouldn't even have happened. The method by which Morgan Technologies obtained the coordinates of the convoy remains unexplained. However, it would seem that all of your effort was in vain. The Vizang, Crusadra and Ajmetu didn't show up at the designated rally point, and have failed to do so in the intervening hours. Our search teams have found nothing to suggest they didn't make it, not even debris. The 3 recovery transports, their crews, and those of the convoy craft have simply vanished. Command can give no valid explanation for this. The freighters Emza and Silu both escaped with their crews. This may only be a small number of personnel to survive, but if our operations have saved only 1 person, then they have not been in vain. We have not been able to determine the origin of your mysterious attackers either, though they do not appear to be empty vessels or belong to any local pirates. The GTC Deus, however, was a vessel dispatched by no less than GTVA High Command to destroy the convoy craft once it had been evacuated, to prevent them falling into enemy hands. Our efforts to locate and capture the MTD Auriga have met with very little success. The vessel has eluded our search teams, though we have forced it into the Delphi system, from which we have discovered no stable jump nodes for departure, other than the Tegmen node, which is blockaded. We are now commencing a methodical search and scan operation in Delphi. The Auriga will not escape from our grasp this time. You will be escorting the GTA Alacrity in a sweep of Delphi Spatial Sector 143 Gamma near the gas giant Delphan. Only an AWACS vessel provides the required sensor clarity over a wide enough area to feasibly cover an entire system, and so half a dozen of the vessels have been deployed. You must ensure the Alacrity's safety as it completes a sensor sweep of the area. The vessel has other jobs to complete and didn't come cheap either. If the MTD Auriga or elements of her group are discovered by the Alacrity, the GTD Mercura and GTCV Farragut are on standby and will be deployed to deal with the enemy forces. You will be required to assist them, which may require a short jump to another area in the system. Be prepared to receive new orders. Other than the MT vessels and our own, there should be next to no other activity in Delphi. The system was discovered only recently and remains unknown to the general public, pending review of the system's potential. The Auriga has nowhere to go. The net is closing in, pilots, and we're going to get our men. Now get out there, they're waiting for you in the loading bays.
Begin your search pattern, Alacrity. Pilots, you know the drill.
Yeah, we know what to do.
Tachyon enable detection grid online. We're beginning a sensor sweep of this sector. It's gonna take quite some time. Get comfortable, pilots.
Babysitting. When are we gonna get some real missions?
Maybe when we've got some real enemies to fight. All we've done so far is chase shadows. They've gotten away every time, too. Like they're taunting us.
Taunting us? Get a grip. I think you're going stir crazy out here.
Yeah, but it sure is creepy out here, you have to admit. Anything could be hiding in this system.
What? Like the Auriga? Or maybe the Shivans?
Huh. Or like those mysterious attackers that took out the GTSC Beaufort convoy. They attacked while the transports were loading the survivors.
Then a GTVA cleanup squad breezed right in and blew what was left away, right?
Right, but that's not the strangest part. The strangest thing is that the rescued transports never showed at their rendezvous. No distress call, no debris, no nothing.
Weird. A real Bermuda Triangle mystery, eh?
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think it was any unnatural power that took those transports.
It's certainly the right place for it. This far out into the fringes. It's spooky.
Why the hell are we out here in the first place? It's like we're being shadowed, as if Morgan weren't bad enough.
If you ask me, they should just forget about the Auriga. It's not like it's doing any harm way out here.
Command doesn't need your opinion, pilot. Keep quiet and stay focused.
Command never needs anyone else's opinion. They're always right.
That is enough, pilots. Concentrate on your mission unless you want a formal warning.
This place has got us all nervous, pilots. Let's just finish this and get home alive.
At least I knew what I was fighting with the Auriga. Now I'm not even sure who I'm fighting for.
Up a new contact. It's the Cypher.
Cypher, Alpha Wing reporting. Nice to see you. That's odd. The Cypher's not responding. I don't see any damage.
I can't get a lock on her either. What's going on?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
You always have a bad feeling. It's probably just transponder trouble.
I'm reading a power spike. Good God.
Alacrity is down. Repeat, we have lost the alacrity. Pilot, that frigate has been designated hostile, but we still can't get her fixed. Get away from her, now!
There's a wing of hostiles on Alteus. I can't get a lock on them either.
You see what I mean about a bad feeling? Damn it, they're not fighting fair. Let's regroup near that asteroid field and try to shake them.
That's over 20 clicks away. We'll never make it.
Would you rather die? Come on, let's move it.
Mercure here, pilot. Command signal us we've got trouble.
Try to catch the frigate, Mercura. Alpha, Beta, cover the Mercura and she'll cover you.
We're way off course, Command. We'll never reach it in time. We've knocked down Skull Wing's transponder signals. The Boeing Delta now comes in.
Sorry, but is that all you got? We really need more cover.
You'll have to make do, Beta 1. Most of our fighters are guarding other A1 vessels.
More hostile fighters on attack vectors. Get a transponder lock on those things, Mercura.
Already on it, pilots. We should have a solution in about a minute. Hold them off until then. It looks like the jamming is being broadcast from a ship. Attempt to get along now.
Makura, can you hit the enemy frigate at this distance?
We'll try, Command. Powering up main cannon now. Stand back, everyone. Our shot went wide, Command. There's no way we'll hit that target at this range. We have a positive lock on the source of the jamming. It's an A1, the boulder.
Destroy the boulder, pilots. We need a sensor lock on these enemy craft. Boulder is down. Sensor locks have been established on all fighters.
This should make things easier.
bombers incoming. They're launching Helios warheads.
We're on our way, Makura. Hang on, we'll get them off you.
We've got a lock on the enemy frigate. Destination is Enigma.
Damn it, the Enigma's getting away. GTVA Falcon, engage the Enigma at once.
What next? Is the GTV-80s gonna show up or something?
Tail wing has been neutralized. Good work, pilots.
We've sustained severe damage, Command. Request immediate status update.
Get back to the GTVI rally point, Makura. We'll assign other vessels to hunt down the Enigma.
Alpha, Beta, see you back home. Thanks for saving our hides back there.
GTVI Central Command has issued no explanation, either officially or unofficially, to explain today's actions. However, it is clear that the GTFF Enigma was not a vessel belonging to Morgan Technologies, but to GTVI itself. This much was ascertained from the sensor data that was recovered once the GTA Boulder was destroyed. However, it does not explain the intent of the vessel. No records of the Enigma itself exist in standard archives. You did sterling work defending the GTD Makura from a heavy attack that nearly cost us over 5,000 lives. Despite the extreme danger posed by these mysterious GTVI fighters, we beat them back. The Enigma, as you well know, vanished and has since evaded detection. The events of this mission have been classified Level Omega, the highest level of security that GTVI possesses, by Central Command. You are not to discuss or record the events of this mission in any form. Failure to comply with this directive will result in the penalty of death. Off the record, it would appear that GTVI is once again dealing with a rogue faction in its midst, but the size and influence of this group remains unknown. Without any verification from Central Command, we simply can't say. Your actions with GTVI in this operation have boosted our effort to capture the Auriga. The empty vessel has been located, and a full strike will be carried out on the vessel ASAP. Enough is enough. In spite of the mysterious roadblocks we've encountered, we have finally found a way to draw out the MTD Auriga. She has caused us a great number of problems over the past few weeks, from interfering with searches for the Shivans to massacring civilians and raiding scientific installations with no apparent method behind the madness. Although it is only one vessel, the Auriga has caused more damage than some small NTF battle groups did at the height of the war. Now we must deal with the Auriga. The Auriga is an immensely powerful vessel, armed with heavy beam cannons and capable of far more damage than a normal Orion-class destroyer. It is also protected by a limited self-repair mechanism and a beam cannon inhibition device. These pose great problems to our forces when attempting to combat the vessel. We now know that the inhibitor works by disrupting our ion beams with electromagnetic radiation as they form, causing them to collapse. This effect prevents friendly vessels from firing, while the Auriga itself remains unaffected. The technology appears to have been developed around the framework for Admiral Bosch's ETAC design. Fortunately, sensor scans of the Auriga, coupled with our knowledge of the ETAC project and other pieces of data from captured MT Elite Guard crews, have helped us a great deal. We believe that we have enough information to temporarily negate the beam cannon inhibitor. This will enable us to launch an attack on the Auriga on roughly even footing. On the orders of GTVI, we are now initiating an operation to neutralize the threat posed by the Auriga. GTVI wants the Auriga captured, not destroyed. This will not only eliminate the threat posed by the MT destroyer, but it will give us a powerful and much needed tool with which to fight the Shivans. The motives of the crew of the Auriga remain shrouded in mystery. As you'd expect, GTVA want to know their motives as well. The Auriga is a technological treasure trove of designs thought lost during the GTI rebellion 37 years ago, plus experimental technologies that we weren't even sure were possible. How all of this found its way onto a corporate destroyer is a mystery. GTVA also believe that the Auriga has the power to take on the Nyarlathotep. Capturing this vessel will be a tough job, but it may be our only hope. Our best pilots have therefore been picked for the job. Get down to the briefing room, Alpha. You're going to play an instrumental role in this mission. Alright, pilots, let's get right down to business. The MTD Auriga is cornered in Delphi, from which there is no apparent escape route. The only node discovered in this system thus far is too unstable for subspace travel. The 3rd battle group has been directed to assist us in this operation, so we have considerable resources available. However, the Auriga will not reveal itself readily. The vessel has proven on too many occasions already its capacity for evasion. Fortunately, our scouts have located a temporary supply depot set up by a forward group of MT vessels on the edge of the Delphi system. It is hoped that a strike at the depot will draw the Auriga out to defend the supplies and guard vessels. The supply depot is guarded by an Aeolus cruiser, the MTC Minerva, and one wing of fighters, designated Halberd. The supply depot attack force will consist of the GVCV Andrasta and 2 fighter wings, Alpha and Beta. In order for our plan to work, we need at least one important MT vessel to survive the attack, so that the Auriga can rescue it. Alpha and Beta will therefore engage the fighters and destroy the cargo. However, the Minerva must not be destroyed. She'll be used to bait the Auriga out into the open. When the Auriga arrives, our trap will be sprung. The Andrasta will signal the GVD Luxor and our additional fighter and bomber reinforcements to enter the field of engagement. The Luxor is carrying modified sensor equipment which should allow our vessels to fire their beam weapons despite the Auriga's beam cannon inhibitor. The Luxor has also been given additional ablative armor to increase resistance to the Auriga's attacks. Alpha and Beta will then be joined by Gamma. All 3 wings will be tasked with clearing the area and protecting our bombers and capital ships as they commence the attack. Destroy all other MT combat vessels in the area. We don't want any scattered vessels causing us trouble once this operation is over. The bomber wings, consisting of Delta and Epsilon, are most at risk. The Auriga has a large complement of advanced fighters, which the bombers must be defended from. Once the bombers have disabled the Auriga, the GTT Gabriel will be sent in to secure the destroyer. When we have full control of the Auriga's bridge and vital systems, engines will be restored and the Auriga will depart. You will be relieved by additional Vesudinal wings from the Luxor once the Auriga has been captured. You will then be authorized to depart. Good hunting, pilots.
And we have acquired the depot on visual, proceeding to engage the Minerva.
Do not destroy that vessel, Andrasta. We want to lure out the MTD Auriga. Alright, pilots, this is the easy part. Let's make it quick and clean.
Yeah, easy for you to say. You're not the one touching flak.
Halberd wing is no more. Concentrate on destroying the cargo Alpha and Beta wing.
fire on the Minerva. Okay, Andrasta, begin phase 2 of the operation.
You're coming with us, Minerva. Prepare to be boarded.
Since we don't seem to have much of a choice, we'll comply, the suit. But our rights are protected under BATAC. Remember that.
The Auriga is jumping in, Command.
Brake to avoid the Auriga's beams, Andrasta.
Command, the NPC Minerva is making a run for the Auriga.
Destroy, pilot. The Minerva is no use to us anymore.
GTV Box 4 on station. Bomber wings are on standby, pilot. We report that the area is secure.
Power up the anti-inhibition device, Luxor. Intercept those enemy fighters so we can deploy our bomber wings. Every minute we delay, our capital ships suffer more damage.
We are preparing a test fire now. All units, stay clear of the Auriga.
Hey, it worked. No, the Auriga doesn't stand a chance.
Don't count on that yet, Alpha. Let's just see how this turns out first.
Delta Epsilon wings now.
Fairfoot Wing has launched from the Auriga and have targeted our bombers. Alpha and Beta, provide cover while we strike.
Bomber group in escort has arrived. Engage and destroy the pilot.
The Auriga has been disabled.
It doesn't look like we'll need you here anymore. Epsilon and Delta now departing. Thanks for your help, pilot. This is GTVA here. We're proceeding to dock with the Auriga.
Axe-wing is down. Good work.
Prepare to be boarded, Auriga.
This is it. Hold your breath, everyone.
That's odd. The Auriga's airlock seems to be jammed. It may take a few minutes.
Gabriel, we're reading a massive power spike from the Auriga.
The Gabriel's been destroyed. All units, clear the Auriga immediately.
The Auriga is coming back online. It was a trick all along. The Untrust is gone, and the Luxor is under heavy attack. The Auriga has jumped, Command. Repeat, the Auriga has jumped. Damn!
Get back to base, Alpha. All remaining wings, defend the Luxor until help arrives.
The Auriga outwitted us again and escaped from the area, destroying the GVCV Andrasta in the process. We are guessing that she may have had some warning into our activities, given our recent experiences. Unfortunately, all of our preparation was for naught, and the GVD Luxor has been heavily damaged. She'll be in dry dock for a month or more, while the engineers fit a whole new engine array and repair the secondary damage. However, we were able to overcome the Auriga's beam inhibition device and attack the destroyer directly. This technology will come in handy should we have to face the Auriga again. Our scientists hope to adapt the device to inhibit the beams of hostile vessels in the future as well. Despite the failure of our primary objective, we were able to destroy all remaining Morgan Technologies vessels. The MT Defense Force has effectively been destroyed, the Auriga being the only surviving vessel. You survived a highly hazardous engagement, pilots, that many others did not. While we will mourn those who died on board the Andrasta and the GTT Gabriel, there is no time to waste now. We must strike at the Shivan fleet before they can devastate our systems. The Auriga has disappeared from the Delphi system, and the pursuit has cost too much and raised too many questions already. The hunt for the MTD Auriga is officially over.
8 days ago, the Shivans disappeared from the Tau Sigma system, with no sign of where they went. Somehow, the SD Narloth summoned a device similar to the ancient Knossos portal discovered in Gamma Draconis, with which they then stabilized a previously unknown jump node. In an instant, more than 20 capital ships suddenly vanished, with only this new mysterious subspace corridor in their wake. GTVA forces from the 8th Vasudan Battle Group formed a heavily armed defensive perimeter around the new node, while Science vessels sought to explore its final destination. The answer came unexpectedly from a distress call received by a search and rescue vessel in the Sirius system. A Syrian civilian rescue team had been sent to investigate a transmission loss from a mining operation in one of the star system's asteroid belts. Just before their own communication system went dead, the rescue team signaled that they had encountered a Shivan deep-range patrol. Shortly thereafter, probes confirmed that the Shivans had opened up a previously unstable jump corridor between Tau Sigma and Sirius. The Shivans, it appears, have infiltrated deep into GTVA-populated systems. All available forces are moving to defend the populated worlds in that system. At this moment, long-range patrols from the 8th have entered Sirius, from the newly formed jump node, pursuing the Shivan advance. What the Shivans are after at this point is unclear. Their pattern of movement appears different from their previous engagements, where they have made strikes against populated areas or established supply lines. However, GTVA Command is not taking any chances, evacuating civilian targets perceived to be at risk, and drawing the Shivans away from these vulnerable targets. Given your experience and proven record against the Shivans and Tau Sigma, you and other pilots from the 212 Silver Scythes have been assigned for active duty in pursuing the Narlathotep. You will rendezvous with the 8th Vasudan Battle Group flagship, GVD Kefrem, and the Terran destroyer GTD Ignatius, where you will be assigned your first mission. The GVD Kefrem and ships from the 8th Vasudan Battle Group arrived in Sirius some 6 hours ago. The Kefrem came through the newly stabilized jump node in Tau Sigma, following her own long-range patrols. Apparently, this node was mapped many years ago, but was too unstable for even small probes to use. After conducting extensive operations in Tau Sigma, as well as the recent patrols in Sirius, the Vasudan destroyer is in need of fresh supplies. Prior to making its rendezvous with the GTD Ignatius, the Kefrem will be taking on supplies and a new wing of fighters from the GVD Nechtbet. Once these are secured, the Kefrem will then join the Ignatius in searching for the main Shivan fleet. We have to play this carefully, as a direct, unprepared confrontation with the SD Narlathotep, or even the SD Thon or SD Azathoth, could prove disastrous. Your task is to provide initial contact with the Kefrem while she takes on supplies from the Nechtbet. Once there, help patrol the area during the docking procedure. Delta Wing will then join you for your return to the Ignatius rendezvous point. We do not expect any hostile encounters, but keep your guard up. Good luck, and see you when you return with the Kefrem.
Kefret, this is Alpha Wing, reporting as ordered.
Welcome, Alpha. We are expecting the GVD Nechtbet momentarily for our resupply. Launching Delta Wing.
Nechtbet now on station. Get them. Stand by to receive our supply convoys.
Affirmative, Nechtbet. Standing by.
Wow, the Nechtbet. I never thought I'd actually see her up close.
Yeah, we have a star in her own right. Did they ever find enough duct tape for her engine?
Hell yeah, after she single-handedly took down a Ravana-class destroyer during the last invasion, despite having a malfunctioning power plant, to take good care of her, she's had a gifted career.
Yeah, but did the pilots who flew to Fence 4 ever get any credit? I don't think so.
Feeling a bit better, Becky?
Oh, shut up.
So much for our free ride. I'm picking up incoming hostiles. Looks like the Shivans have noticed us. scouting party. Let's try to keep them away from the resupply ships.
Alpha, keep engaging those Shivan fighters, but make sure you let some of them escape.
Say again, Command. You want to let some of them go?
Affirmative, Alpha. There's no time to explain.
Okay, Command. They're gone. Now, would you mind explaining what the hell you were doing?
In a moment, Alpha 2. Kefrem, did you get a vector?
Affirmative, Command. Transmitting our coordinate readings now.
Got it, Kefrem. Moving to stage 2 of the operation. Alpha, you're not out of it yet. Rearm if you have to, then engage your jump drive. We will brief you while in transit. Pilots, we have an opportunity here that would be foolish to pass up. By letting a few Shivan fighters escape from the engagement at the Kefrem Nekthbet rendezvous point, we have a directional vector of their point of origin. At roughly the same time, one of our other patrols just signaled that they have spotted a group of hostile fighters in a debris cloud and are moving to intercept. Alpha, you and Delta Wing are to reinforce Beta Wing as they engage these fighters. However, you must let some of them escape in order for us to track them back to their source. Consider yourself a shepherd, pilot. Send these sheep home. Once the Shivans break off, you will immediately follow them back to their source. We will brief you on the next stage then. Happy hunting.
There they are. Beta Wing, this is Alpha and Delta Wings. Moving to assist.
Glad you finally made it to the party. It seems that we're getting a bit close to the nest.
Any sign of where they're coming from, Beta?
Not yet. This asteroid field is blocking any clear trace of a guiding transmission. We'd be better off following them.
Okay, let's get at it. See if we can't draw their fire out of the asteroid and scare them home.
No sign of them retreating yet. I'm getting some incoming bombers.
There's your cue, pilot. Those bombers will give us the lead we're looking for. Destroy the fighter cover. Then the bombers should flee back to the Shivan rallying point.
Not to be disrespectful, Command, but those bombers are carrying EMP weapons. How are we going to see where they're going?
Just don't get hit, Alpha.
Helpful advice as always.
We do our best. Keep at it, everyone. Okay, that's it, Alpha. You've chased them off. Lock onto their jump signature and follow them to their source.
Affirmative, Command. Triangulating your data now and engaging.
Excellent work in sending those Shivan bombers packing, pilot. However, your mission isn't over yet. The bulk of the Shivan signals appear to be coming from a low orbit near one of Sirius's large gas giants. They have been using the atmosphere to hide their fleet, and no doubt to refuel. Beyond the signal triangulation, we have little more information than what we already have. Your task is to get yourself within 200 meters of any cruiser that you find, and give us the precise coordinates and heading of that vessel. We realize that this will be a tricky prospect, given that your ships have already seen heavy combat, and cruisers carry anti-fighter systems. However, keep the fighters off your tail and keep moving, and we will take care of the rest. Additionally, break off the operation immediately if there is any sign of a corvette or destroyer.
We're in, Command. Several Shivan capital ships, directly ahead.
Good, Alpha. Target them and get a count. We want to know how many we're dealing with.
Looks like we have 3 cruisers, 2 Canes and a Lilith.
A Lilith? Okay, Alpha. We need you to relay direct coordinates to us. Get within 200 meters of each of those cruisers, and we'll take it from there.
Damn, we're coming in hot. Must have cover fire. Okay, Capella. We've got their coordinates. Transmitting now. If you're going to do something, do it fast.
Stand by. The Ignatius is on its way.
The Ignatius? They're not pulling any punches, are they?
Would you? We've got another problem. That thing's kind of dot, powerful enough to cover large holes in the Ignatius. Alpha Leader, do what you can to take it out.
This is the GTVA nation. You Flybaits might want to get out of the way.
Flybaits? Hey, listen, bud. You're the one who jumped into a flying target.
If you say so, but you still might want to get out of the line of fire. The stock is being planetary necessary. Pointing and taking out.
The Ego is down. That's one cruiser down. We've neutralized the Zoth. Excellent work, people. 2 cruisers. Excellent. Keep at it, people. Taken out the Backrug. That's it. All the cruisers are destroyed. Ignatius, return to base. Alpha, clean up any remaining fighters and get out of there. Don't linger too long. It looks like the Azathoth has noticed you.
Good idea. Let's not stick around for long. I'm picking up the Azathoth at long range.
This was a very risky mission, pilot. As you can see, even a small group of Shivan cruisers can be in extreme danger to our forces. When you identified the Zoth as being a Lilith-class cruiser, we elected to send in the Ignatius to hit the group as hard as we could. Congratulations, pilot. The SC Zoth, SC Backrug, and SC Migo were all destroyed in this risky strike. As you can see, even the firepower of Shivan cruisers is never to be underestimated. Without your assistance, the Zoth may have been able to outflank the Ignatius. This was an opportunity that we may not see again. Command informs me that the Shivans have now come out of hiding in the system and are gathering for a strike. The GVD Nekthbet is supervising the defense of the inner colony worlds, while our forces will be tracking the Shivan fleet's movements and responding accordingly. Consider yourself warned. Report to the showers, pilot. You've earned your break. After the successful strike against the cruisers orbiting Sirius 12, the Shivans began to move. Fearing the worst, we allocated our heaviest armaments to defend the inhabited worlds, led by the GVD Nekthbet. All non-essential personnel were evacuated from spaceborne installations, and planetary defenses were placed on highest alert. When the Shivans came, we would put up a hell of a fight. But they never did. The Shivans were moving, to be sure, but the same systematic tactics we saw nearly 4 decades ago were nowhere to be seen. The GVD Kephrem and GTD Ignatius continued their search. It seemed the hand of destruction had spared Sirius, if only for the moment. That hope was short-lived. Less than an hour ago, the Shivans materialized near the Castellan shipyards, stationed adjacent to the Sirius to Neb jump node. The evacuation of the shipyard was still in progress under the direction of the GTD Guardia. The SD Azathoth appeared first, crippling the destroyer almost immediately. The rest of the Shivans followed, and while many of our people fought valiantly to cover the escape of shipyard personnel, I am afraid to report that casualties are in the thousands. That having been said, this could have been much worse. The SD Narlathotep and her fleet are now somewhere in the Deneb system. The Kephrem and the Ignatius are moving to coordinate their efforts to pursue the Shivan advance, while aid and rescue efforts continue in the wreckage of the Castellan shipyards. Welcome to Deneb, pilot. I hope that your next visit will be under more pleasant circumstances. Following what, for all accounts, was a massacre at the Castellan shipyards, a number of vessels did manage to flee to safety. Several have made it to safe zones within Sirius, but another group of ships fled through the jump node into Deneb. We have just received a distress call from the GTVA Epicurus, a corvette escorting a handful of ships, including 2 medical cruisers, assigned to evacuate the Castellan crews. After arriving in Deneb, they made a secondary jump, only to find themselves in trouble. The Epicurus herself sustained heavy damage in the escape. Her jump engines are presently offline, and life support is failing. Her crew is moving to abandon her, until such time as the corvette can be towed back to safety. She has deployed sentry guns and a transmitter, along with safety codes to deter pirate salvage. However, our more pressing concern is the GTM Tellus, one of the medical cruisers that also made an escape. The Tellus' jump drive overloaded as the group fled the shipyard. Like the Epicurus, she is dead in space. However, the damage to her jump drive is not as severe as the corvette, and it can be repaired with one of our crews. This is important, given that the number of escapees on board is more than can be handled with our available rescue craft. Due to our recent arrival in system, we are the nearest unattached unit that can oversee the rescue effort. Alpha, you are to fly cover for the crews as they evacuate the Epicurus and repair the systems aboard the Tellus. The Shivans are present in Deneb, but we still do not know their location. Delta Wing is on standby for reinforcements, if you need them. Good luck, pilot, and let's make sure that the casualties at the Castellan shipyards are kept to a minimum.
We're in Epicurus, moving to dock. Hope you have your bags ready.
All do ready, Grace. We have deployed the sentry guns and are ready to abandon ship.
Alpha, now that you're here, we're getting the Graham back to safety. You're in good hands, Tellus.
Thanks, Corin. See you at the rendezvous. Good to see you, Alpha.
This is the Lori May requesting permission to dock, Telus.
Granted, Lori May. The sooner we get this done, the better.
Is everyone alright in there? Tellus? Epicurus? Sounds like you had quite a fight.
It wasn't a fight. It was a mess. The Shivans went to us like we weren't even there. It seems like we were just in the way. They had us adhere to rights, but they didn't seem to care.
Welcome to our world, Epicurus. Ever since the Narlathotep showed up in Tau Sigma, we've just been in the way.
Alpha, we've docked with the Telus. Our engineering crews are on their way to the engine room.
Okay, we're docked. Alpha, watch our backs while we load everybody on. It's gonna be a tight fit.
Good God, the Narlathotep just jumped in. She's about 45 clicks out.
Looks like the whole party's there. Damn it, we're not ready to clear out yet.
Alpha, clear your engines. Everybody, come power, play dead. We're going to make a hasty exit.
Play dead? You want us to drop our plans and ruin these bastards?
They seem to lock onto power fluctuations. They've probably already noticed it. Make like space junk and float.
Alright, if they so much as look at me sideways, I'm putting a harpoon in their tailpipe.
Mackie, let's put a spark in it. He's gotta get us all killed.
Why? They can't hear us. We're on the tight beam low power transmission. Damn, they're doing the fighters. Hold your breath. Maybe they want to see us.
Just shut off, pilot, and let them think we're space junk.
I don't like this. They're getting close. So someone forgot to shut off the sentry guns? Good move, people. Do you think they've noticed?
Bill, now in a moment.
I'm not willing to wait that long. Great. Lori May, we're going to have company. Pull up your stakes and get out of there. Looks like the party's over. They've noticed it. Come on, let's get them before they call for reinforcements.
We've almost got it. We're doing a quick bypass search to give us a short jump out of this area.
Pulling away now, Alpha. Just keep those fighters off our back.
Alpha, the Grace, Lori May, and Pellet have all made it out of the system. Get out of there while you still can.
We weren't expecting this kind of a firefight, Alpha. However, both the Tellus and the crew from the Epicurus managed to escape. It seems that the Shivans jumped into the area, not in pursuit, but by coincidence. Luckily, your playing dead ruse worked, even if only for a few moments. We're tracking the Narlithotep and its accompanying armada as we speak, and hope to implement a plan of action within the day. Be prepared to... 10 days ago, the SD Narlithotep opened a stable jump corridor between the Tau Sigma and Sirius systems. While the GTVA Science Corps had known about this corridor previously, it was then far too unstable to travel safely. It appears that the Narlithotep stabilized the corridor somehow. Our top subspace physicists are still trying to work out how the Shivan destroyer achieved this. The potential for such a technology, should we be able to replicate it, is enormous, more so even than the technology of the No-Sos portal. The majority of the Shivan battle group has since moved out of Sirius and through Deneb into Vega. They have not stopped to pursue any targets of opportunity unless they stood in the path of their relentless advance, as the shipyards in Sirius did. Fortunately, the personnel and the photon artillery prototype under development there were successfully evacuated before the shipyard was destroyed. While most of the Shivan capital ships have moved on to Vega, the Ravana-class destroyer Azatoth and several smaller vessels remain in Deneb. We must now attempt to flesh them out. The arrival of the Shivans has brought an interesting phenomenon to light. It seems that the Narlithotep is still broadcasting some kind of signal to all Shivan vessels, which it has been postulated the Shivan vessels in the Phi Eridani stellar gas cloud homed in on. The signal has also been picked up by a Rakshasa-class cruiser that the GTVA captured during the Second Great War. After analyzing the behavior of the Shivans, Dr. James Sheridan, an eminent scientist in the field of Shivan research, believes that we can lure the Shivans into a trap, using the cruiser as bait. With any luck, the Shivans will attempt to rescue their stricken cruiser, and thus open themselves up to attack. The instrument of their destruction will be the GTVX Gorgon cannon, the most powerful defensive weapon ever constructed by the GTVA Science Corps. An extract of Dr. Sheridan's report on the Gorgon cannon follows. A standard meson bomb detonates without focus and spreads its massive destructive power in a large spherical area. By stripping out and modifying a Zephyrus-class vessel, it can be used to focus the meson charge into a coherent beam with incredible destructive potential. While the cannon is fragile and unstable, no vessel of destroyer class or below can withstand the power that it unleashes. We're going to be putting this to the test soon. Report to mission briefing, pilots. Command has authorized the deployment of the GTVX Gorgon experimental cannon for this operation. As you've heard, the cannon focuses the energy released during a meson reaction into a coherent beam. Although the beam is powerful, the cannon itself has a low damage threshold. It is for this reason that we are deploying a considerable defensive force to protect the Gorgon. You're part of that force, Alpha Wing. The Gorgon will be defended by Alpha and Delta Wings, and the cruisers GTC Hyperion and the GVCV Jilva. Due to the importance of this mission, you will be permitted to carry the UD-8 Kaiser cannon, our most powerful primary cannon. Bear in mind that while your primary objective will be to protect the Gorgon cannon, we would like the cruisers back in one piece, if at all possible. We have more fronts than just this one to fight on, and we need every capital ship we can get. The Rakshasa-class cruiser, SC Nodens, captured by GTVI during the Second Great War, has been deployed approximately 2 kilometers from the Gorgon cannon. Despite being crewless, its computers continue to respond to the Shivan signal. Our engineers stripped the cruiser of most of its weapons and engine assembly long ago. This will at least prevent the Shivans from using the vessel against us, or any autopilot taking over and forcing the cruiser to depart. Instead, the Shivans will have to come and get the cruiser themselves. Our captured cruiser has already attracted some Shivan attention. While only fighters have yet arrived, heavier support is sure to follow soon. The Shivans have attacked all GTVA vessels nearby, so it will be the job of Alpha and Delta to intercept any incoming fighters or bombers. Vessels attacking the Gorgon are to be given top priority. Everything else can take care of itself. If or when we lure the Shivan capital ships out of hiding, the GTVX Gorgon will handle them. The initiation sequence for a sustained blast from the cannon is considerable, and your wings will be expected to fend off the Shivans until then. Don't engage the Shivan capital ships, and don't get caught in the Gorgon's beam. The effects will be permanent, to say the least. The instability of the Gorgon must be constantly compensated for to prevent a critical overload of the cannon's main reaction chambers and power regulators. It is for this reason that the cannon must be manned, however dangerous this may be. Defend the cannon at all costs, Alpha. The 23 technicians and scientists on board will be counting on you to get them through this. Get down to the loading bays, Alpha. It's time to bag ourselves some Shivans.
Wow, that's quite a sight, isn't it?
We don't have time for sightseeing, Alpha 3. Engage Gemini Wing before Shivan reinforcements arrive. Gemini Wing neutralized. Heads up, pilots. More Shivans are inbound.
That's the last of the basilics.
Picking up a new Shivan contact. It's the Shivan Juggernaughts, Kane class.
Neutralize the fighters, Alpha. Borg in control. Prepare for test fire.
Affirmative. Prepare to fire 25% power. Stay out of the way, Alpha.
Yeah, I would not like to get hit by that.
Firing now.
Whoa, that was 25% of the power.
That's the ROG, Alpha 2. Looks like you have the meson flow regulation nailed as well.
Wow, imagine if we could get the hell out the tip in front of that thing.
No time to rest easy. We've got the Hebus and Nephilis of the Vector to attack the GTVA.
Engage those bombers. We cannot afford to lose the cannon's defense force. I think we're gonna run out of ammo before we run out of targets here. Pilot, Leo Wing has entered the area and is attacking the Gorgon. Stop them before they do any serious damage.
That was a close one. Thanks for covering our backs, pilot. A Shivan Azrael transport has arrived and is attempting to dock with the SC Noden.
Stop that ship, pilot. If the Shivans board the Noden, our ruse will be uncovered.
We'll take the fighters. Alpha 1, turn the transport now.
SC Demos neutralized. Good. The Shivans remain unaware of our trap.
my god. Command, the SD Azathoth has entered the area. Request immediate status update.
We don't do something pretty soon. We're all dead.
Target the Azathoth and open fire. ASAP control.
Gorgon control, do not fire. Without a full core preparation, you're risking reactor breach.
Open fire. Maximum power.
If you don't do it now, we're all dead anyway. Fire the damn cannon.
That's it. We did it. We actually... Wait. I'm reading core instability.
The Gorgon cannon has been destroyed. The Shivans have been cleared from the area. There's nothing more we can do here. Return to base.
The arrival of the SD Azathoth was unexpected, and caught our forces off guard. We had not expected to lure such a vessel into the area. It was only thanks to the quick action of the crew of the GTVX Gorgon cannon that we were able to eliminate the Shivan destroyer. It is the first major victory we can claim. However, this victory comes at a price. The GVCV Jilva was annihilated by the Azathoth, and the crew of the Gorgon cannon were killed in a meson containment breach that destroyed the cannon. The loss of the prototype may be a blow, but it is the loss of life that is most terrible. The GTC Hyperion survived this engagement, and will now assist in strikes on the Shivan fleet elsewhere, bolstering our offensive capability. Captain Jacobson of the Hyperion thanks the 212 for defending his vessel. I am afraid that there's no time to rest. A GTVA strike force has run into serious trouble in Vega, and you will be deployed ASAP to assist. Get ready for some more action, pilots. After the elimination of the SD Azathoth by the now destroyed Gorgon cannon, GTVA Command decided to press the issue, and attempted a direct engagement of the SD Nyarlathotep in Vega. Be glad that you were not there, pilot. What we have on our hands is a rout. Without taking a single capital ship loss, the Shivans have already wiped out all of our fighter wings, 3 of our corvettes, and damaged 3 of our larger vessels. While the GVD Reshef, the GVD Kefrem, and the GVCV Iniad are still engaging the Shivans, they are moving to pull out. The GTD Ignatius will be jumping in momentarily to cover their escape. Your problem is not here, pilot. It is here, some 30 kilometers away from the battle. Unfortunately, the GTFF Cypher sustained damage to its subspace drive when it activated the jump and found itself adrift still within sight of the battle. 2 cruisers, the SC Tsar and the SC Dole, along with fighter and bomber wings, have broken away from the fleet and are moving to intercept. The damage to the Cypher's subspace engine is not critical, and would be reasonably easy to repair otherwise. However, the Cypher suffered a hull breach from a beam in its engineering section, killing several critical personnel and rendering any repair equipment unusable. The GTT Minos is already en route with a backup repair crew. Once aboard, they will be able to bring the engines back online and leave the area. Alpha, your task is simple. Make sure that the Cypher makes it out alive. The SC Dole and the SC Tsar are closing fast, and will be within beam range within minutes. Either disable, disarm, or destroy these cruisers before they get within beam range. Additionally, watch for bombers. We have already discovered that there are a handful of wings in this battle, armed with extremely high-yield bombs. Don't let them get near the Cypher.
We're in Cypher and on our way. What's the status?
Feeling like a sitting duck, Alpha. We've already taken down one wing of fighters and bombers, but those cruisers are closing fast.
Captain, they have destroyed the index. We are taking critical damage.
Okay, better wing is in. Sit tight, and keep your trigger fingers working, Cypher. We'll take care of those cruisers. The Minor Earth is already on her way.
Captain, Russia, we are in and moving to draw their fire. You are clear to withdraw.
Affirmative, Ignatius. Withdrawing now. Ignatius, the Shivans have just cut into our engine core. It is going critical. Get out while you still can.
Affirmative, Russia. We're taking a beating ourselves. Recalculating our next jump.
My God, they're not going to make it.
Ignatius, the Reshef is down. The beam cruisers are in pursuit. They're bearing down on you. Get out of there.
It's too late, Cypher. They got our engines in half. We're done for. All hands abandon ship.
I am meeting several extra fighters on attack vector.
Okay, this is it. Let's show them what we've got, and not be fast back pattern.
They destroyed the Ignatius! How the hell are we supposed to stop that? Even with the Amazon gun, they just ripped through our forces like they weren't even there!
Now's not the time to give up, kid. We still have our job to do. The Cypher needs our help. Let's get on those cruisers. Alright. Way to take them down, people. We've got more on the way.
With 2 destroyers in a few minutes, we didn't even make a dent.
Just be glad they're not focusing that firepower on our worlds, kid. The students seem to be in an awful hurry. They're only destroying what's in their way. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Don't get too focused on those fighters, Alpha. We have some inbound bombers, and those cruisers are closing. We've noticed that too, Alpha. Just keep the Shivans off us, and we might be able to trade some ideas.
There. One of those K-class cruiser. This battle's not a total washout.
This is the Minor. Cypher, what's the status? Feeling naked on a windy day, Minos. We're glad to see you. You're clear to dock. Just watch your head. Alpha, we have a wing of inbound Seraphim bombers. Destination Aquarius. Scanners indicate they are carrying high-yield warheads. Affirmative, Cypher. Moving to dock.
I'm guessing they have as much hitting power as the Helios. Let's set them down now.
Thanks, Alpha. That was getting close. There's just a few more fighters and bombers to worry about. Don't let your guard down. Alpha, our engines are back online. The crew of the Minos is moving to undock.
That's it, Cypher. You're clear and good to go. See you back at the rendezvous point.
That's it. The area's clear. Let's get out of here. The fleet's going to need us very soon.
This engagement was a disaster, pilots. Not only did we lose the GVCV Iniad and the GVD Rishev, but the GTD Ignatius was destroyed while covering the escape of the GVD Kefrem. These losses are much more than we are capable of handling. But alas, there was nothing you could have done in this battle, except help save the GTFF Cypher, which you did admirably. The frigate jumped to safety and is under repairs as we prepare for our next engagement. We're going to need your skills again very soon, pilot. Since the Shivan fleet jumped into the Sirius system just over a week ago and began their journey through our systems, we have desperately been trying to hold them off, slow them down, or thin them out. However, our operations have met with only limited success. While we were able to destroy the SD Azatoth with the GTVX Gorgon cannon in Deneb, we lost the prototype and several other vessels. In a recent engagement, an attempt to destroy the Shivan fleet failed, with the destruction of the GVD Reshev and GTD Ignatius as the result. Several smaller vessels were also destroyed, and we barely dented the fleet. The official death toll stands at over 23,000, with many more missing and presumed dead. Obviously, with conventional attacks failing, another method must be found to deal with the Shivans. Command believes that it has discovered just such a method. A Deimos-class corvette, under construction here in Vega, has been modified to carry only a skeleton crew and a payload of Meson bombs. This vessel, the GTCV Argentis, will be used to ram the Narlithotep. It is hoped that the vulnerabilities observed in the Lucifer's reactors could be capitalized upon here. Though we have one available to us, the Narlithotep does not appear to have the same shielding that the Lucifer did. We will therefore not have to destroy the Narlithotep within a subspace corridor and risk losing the ability to travel through the jump node, but the Shivans will not simply let us ram the Argentis into their command ship unopposed. After monitoring Shivan fleet movements, our experts believe that the Shivan's movement patterns are consistent with travel to only one destination, Beta Aquilae. It is at the Beta Aquilae Vega jump node that we will mount our attack on the Narlithotep. It will be a difficult task to eliminate the Narlithotep, but fortunately, our defense forces have a new tool to aid them, the GTB Hydra. The Hydra is a next-generation refit of the GTB Artemis, a true fighter-bomber with improved armor, maneuverability, and afterburner reserves. The Hydra can also mount the UD-8 Taser cannon, making it a formidable foe to enemy capital ships and fighters alike. The Hydra has been brought into service early due to the threat posed by the Shivans, so you'll be testing her, so to speak, as the Hydra hasn't had an op-eval period. Use her well. Basic flight trials have shown excellent potential in the vessel. Get down to the quarterdeck. They're waiting for you. We mount our final set of missions in order to ensure the success of Operation Silver Bullet, commencing at 1400 hours today. The 144th and GVD Kefram will flank the Shivan fleet, while the 23rd provide cover for our forward Azura units monitoring Shivan movement. The vegan 4th fleet is providing logistical support across the system, and new pilots from the 232nd will be participating in the most critical phase of our operation, here at the Beta Aquila jump node. The Beta Aquila jump node lies between Vega 4 and its moon, Larissa. Due to the intense gravitational forces exerted by these two bodies, ships must exit subspace some distance from the node. This means that the Shivans will have quite some distance to run before they can enter our core systems. The Shivans must pass through this area in order to enter Beta Aquila, and it is here that Operation Silver Bullet will take place. Our defenses, consisting mainly of Nolnir cannons, has been set up in proximity to Reva Station, Vega 4's principal trade station. Civilians are being cleared from the area, and the installation has been evacuated of non-essential personnel. We don't want to lose Reva Station if at all preventable, but if we must, the casualty total must be as low as possible. Our forward observer units, the GVC Keviket, GVA Taurus, and GTCV Endurance are monitoring the Shivan fleet closely, and will give us advance warning when the Shivans begin their move towards the Beta Aquila jump node, which should give us several minutes more to prepare than we would have normally. Once the Nyarlathotep begins to move, they will attempt to harass the Shivan vessels, inflicting as much damage as possible. From there, the main job is ours. Once the Nyarlathotep is engaged, the GTCV Argentus will be signaled. We must delay the Shivan advance until the corvette can arrive, thinning out the Shivan cruisers and corvettes. If at all possible, all Shivan incursion further into our systems must be stopped. You've been equipped with tag missiles. Use them to paint targets for our defense cannons to lock onto and destroy. However, our primary target will be the SD Thawne. The Demon-class destroyer will be the Shivan's primary fire support vessel, housing many wings of fighters and bombers. Armed with powerful beam cannons, the Thawne will be more than capable of ripping our defenses to pieces if we're not careful, not to mention the Argentus. Alpha and Beta wings and bombers will be charged with the destruction of this vessel. Again, once the destroyer is within range, the Nolnir cannons will add considerable fire support if you are able to tag the Thawne for them. Once the Argentus arrives, cover it from Shivan bombers and beam cannon fire. The Argentus must reach the Nyarlathotep in order to complete its mission. Ensure that the Argentus survives long enough to destroy the Nyarlathotep at any cost. All other objectives are secondary, as unless we can destroy the Shivan command vessel with this attack, it is highly unlikely that our efforts to destroy it by more conventional means will succeed. However, note that the Argentus will explode with considerable force. Get out of harm's way if possible. Courageous pilots are one thing, martyrs quite another. When the Nyarlathotep is destroyed, mop up any remaining Shivan vessels, making sure that the defense of surviving Allied capital ships is paramount. This is it, everyone. We stop the Shivans here with Operation Silver Bullet success, or we unleash a wave of terror and destruction upon our core worlds, one from which the GTVA may never recover. You have your orders. Now do your people proud out there, pilots. You're making history here.
Almost all the civilians and staff are clear. Are you ready, pilots?
As ready as we'll ever be, sir.
Very well. Powering up the RPCs now. They are now under our control.
This is it. This is the big one, alright.
They used to call it going over the top, I think. Dates back to 20th century trench warfare.
What happened when you went over the top?
Usually, you died. Life was cheap. Maybe it still is.
That's just great. Do you always have to be so negative, Mackie?
Not always. Only when we face odds that make winning the Dota Serpentis lottery look easy.
We're going to be doing all we can to support you. Play it smart and you won't get killed.
At least my hazard pay is going to be through the roof this month.
One wing of Shivan Dragon fighters has entered the area. These look like Shivan scouts.
Play it by the numbers, pilot. Interceptors engage. Bomber pilots, cover where you can.
Roger, Command. We won't let them escape.
New contact on scanners. Aiden class. It's the GVC Capella.
Sevaket, respond at once. Why have you abandoned your post?
The Shivans overran our unit. We are the only survivors. We carry critical information about Shivan movements. Transmitting now.
We are pulling the data from Capella's computers now. Stand by.
Picking up 2 new jump signatures. Mullet class.
They have arrived. Quite well.
Sevaket is down. Destroy those Corvettes pronto, pilot. Don't let them get into mid-Aquilate.
I think that this is what they meant by going over the top.
68% of the data was recovered from the Capella. Let's hope it's of some use.
Neutralized. Excellent work, pilot, but we're not out of the woods yet. Our score is going critical. Clear the blast zone. Both Shivan Corvettes have been destroyed.
GTV Galahad, now on station. Hope we didn't miss the party.
Hardly. The Shivan fleet's headed this way. We've taken down 2 Molochs, but there's still plenty to come.
I would not call the situation a party. It is a terrible speech,
Save the discussion for later. We have another wave of incoming capital shipping.
Tag the cruisers. We'll need all the help we can get here.
There goes the first cruiser.
The Shivan guns are damaging our hull. Stop some of their fire or we're done for.
Be careful, pilots. RPC beams do not distinguish friend from foe.
Only one cruiser remains. Destroy that vessel now, pilot.
Shivan transports have been destroyed.
Great work out there, pilot. All 4 cruisers have been neutralized.
Primary heat sinks in Cannon 01 have failed. We are going to have to shut her down.
Are you kidding? That's 1/3 of our defensive firepower.
We can't risk the collateral damage. Mjolnir 1 powering down.
The GVCV helipad has been dispatched to cover the jump node. ETA is 3 minutes.
The SC Abbott has arrived. She's flanking the cannons. Unit 2 is down. Pilot, destroy that vessel before she chews to our whole defense screen.
Main batteries are opening fire now. This should give them something to think about.
Excellent work. The SC Abhop has been eliminated.
Watch Sp's wing. They are attacking your fighters, Alpha.
If you can lure Pisces Wing into our field of fire, we can help you out with them.
Easier said than done. I'm taking fire here.
Sharp. We have Shivan bombers coming in near the jump node.
They've targeted the remaining cannons. The fighters are a diversion. Mjolnir 3 has been hit. The jump node defenses are down.
I know the command has forgotten about us here. It was one battle in 5 years.
Anti-fighter has been initialized. We will assist in clearing the remaining Shivan.
Still no sign of the Catan. Rearm if you have to. She could be here at any moment.
That's about as clear a sign we're going to get. The Catan has entered the area.
Deploying reserve bombers now. Epsilon Wing is at your command.
This is just a try. Listen, Yalithatev. She should have been here by now.
Our thoughts exactly, Alpha 2. Grievous controlled it. All the Shivans follow the same exit vectors.
Negative. The Nayala Todeb and several smaller vessels left the area, another heading about 7 years ago. Transiting to you now.
Oh my god. I know where she's going.
Spill it, Mackie.
Oh, Yalithatev is going home.
Lieutenant Mackey, are you suggesting that she's headed for the Capella jump node?
Well, the Shivans don't stop on their way here. They're not in the way.
This is beginning to make some kind of sense. In that case, what we're fighting here is diversion.
A diversion.
That's a Raj, head of Ben. Command, request permission to investigate the site of the old Capella node.
Denied, Cypher. We need you here to help deal with the Thawne.
Come on.
The answer is no. Focus on dealing with the Thawne. You can address this later.
Apologies, pilots, but there's somewhere we need to be and no time to spare. GTFF Cypher signing off.
Captain of Space Coordination, you have your order.
To hell with orders. You can have my commission if we're wrong about this. Helm, engage those space drives.
Hold your position, Cypher. Damn! Pilots, redouble your efforts. The Thawne must be destroyed. The Thawne's hull integrity is falling. Keep it up, pilot.
Registering a major hull failure on the primary target. We did it! The Thawne is going down!
Oh, right. That one's for the Valhalla, you big son of a bitch.
Shivan bombers have entered the area. Alpha Wing, provide assistance. Hold on, we're receiving a long-range communication signal. Stand by.
Command, this is a Cypher. I think you might want to take a look at what's going on over here.
Say again, Cypher. Have you encountered resistance?
There's no time. Scramble the fighters. Scramble everything.
Pilot, stand by. It looks like we're going to have to look into this more closely.
I knew I was right.
Shut up, Mackie. Let's get back to base, pronto.
Well done, pilots. The Thawne has been destroyed, but we have no laurels for you to rest on. The situation is rapidly developing elsewhere in Vega, and if we don't respond immediately, we are all doomed. We have a fresh Hydra fueled and loaded. You'll be fully briefed in transit. Now move! Sorry to shove you into a brand new Hydra and brief you while en route, but we don't have time. It looks like Lieutenant Mackie and the crew of the GTFF Cypher were right, and now we have very little time to act. The SD Narltep and her accompanying fleet were never on a course for Beta Aquilae, but were attempting to return home. It now appears that they might just succeed. The SD Thawne and the bulk of the Shivan fleet engaged our forces near the Beta Aquilae node. We destroyed the Thawne, and seemed to have the rest of that battle under control, but we may have lost the war. The Narltep is attempting to stabilize the jump node to Capella, which was destroyed 5 years ago when the GTD Nereid was detonated inside the corridor. The explosion destabilized the node and stopped a massive Shivan fleet from pushing further into GTVA space. From our experience at the new Tau Sigma Sirius corridor, if the Narltep is successful, the door to Capella will once again be flung wide open. We have one last hope, or we will all face annihilation. The GTFF Cypher has engaged the small fleet guarding the Narltep at the remnants of the Capella jump node. She has bought us enough time to rally the GVD Kefrem and the GVCV Estenu to provide support for the GTCV Argentis to make her run. Operation Silver Bullet may still have some life after all. The Cypher has transmitted the coordinates for the Super Destroyer. The Narltep is engaging with her weapons, but not maneuvering. It appears she must remain still in order to summon their own Nosos portal from subspace, and shortly thereafter stabilize the node. Our window of opportunity will be very narrow, and we will only get one shot. In order to make this happen, our first order of business is getting the Cypher to safety. She is presently within beam range of several Shivan cruisers, and is in a direct firefight with the SCV Tholhu. The Nyarlathotep has launched bombers, which are presently bearing down on the frigate. The Cypher is attempting to move out of range of the Nyarlathotep, but will need cover as soon as you arrive. The Cypher is transmitting the coordinates of the Nyarlathotep directly to the skeleton crew of the Argentis. If she is destroyed, the explosive-laden corvette will not be able to make her run. You must ensure that the Cypher makes it safely out of range of the Nyarlathotep or any capital ships in the area. The Kefram and Estenu will provide fire support against the cruisers. Your task is to intercept any bombers. The Nyarlathotep is not unguarded. In addition to her own formidable weaponry, the SC Neogtha and SC Tolsha, a pair of Lilith-class cruisers, flank her. They are armed with exceptionally powerful beam weapons and are guarding her more vulnerable underside. Once the Cypher has made it to safety, the beam weapons of these cruisers are your primary target. Either destroy the turret or destroy the cruiser. Just make sure they cannot fire. The Liliths are a tough nut to crack, so be careful in your choice of action. Additionally, the Nyarlathotep's rearmost beam weapon has a field of fire that covers her underside. While not as devastating as her principal forward beams, this weapon is as powerful as the lateral cannons and is still a major threat. If the Argentis is to succeed in her mission, this threat must also be eliminated. Once these cannons are eliminated, the Argentis will make her attack run on the Nyarlathotep. Keep any stray fighters or bombers clear of her, but be careful. When the Argentis collides with the Super-Destroyer, the blast will destroy any small craft in the area. Do what you have to succeed, but come home if you can. I need not stress the consequences of failure, as the reopening of the Capella jump node will spell certain doom for all civilization as we know it. Go with God, pilot.
Damn it. I hate it when I'm right.
No one's arguing with you now, Mackie. Let's do this. Cypher, Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Epsilon wings are moving to give you cover.
Thanks, Command. We're managing not too badly. We managed to stay in the Nyarlathotep's blind spot, but her escort are giving us a bit of trouble. We need to get clear soon, and there are incoming bombers.
Cypher, this is the Captain. Targeting cruise. Get yourself to safety. We will cover you.
Gas and Dallas has been neutralized.
Affirmative. Kefram, we're gonna need to get things cleared up for the Argentis.
The Soul Free is down. The Corvette has been eliminated, but there are still several cruisers out there. Keep it sharp, people.
At least if it's honest here, we'd be in a lot more trouble than we are now.
You don't call this trouble. If that ship restabilizes the node, we'll have a lot more than just on to worry about.
We're lucky to have the Kestrel and Senate. Even there, no one's on stage.
Shut up about the odds and get to work. I don't know. We need to clear the path for the Cypher.
The Cypher has been destroyed. Keep up the pressure. The Argentis is standing by. That's the rear guard, Alpha. Eliminate what's left of the bomber, and then move to take out the beam cannons.
out of range now, Alpha. Get your people in and clear a path for the Argenta.
Two down. They've almost got it. Aye, sir. Let's blow this stuff. She's picking up one too many times.
Command, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. We're getting some subspace distortion here. She may be closer to activating the portal than we realize it.
Are you sure, Cypher?
Very sure. It's now a full-blown surge. The gate will be arriving at any moment. Get the Argentas ready. We may have to do this hot. Alpha, get on those beams.
The test ram has gone down. Repeat, the test ram has gone down.
Dear God, I hope some of them didn't do these teapots.
That's it, Command. The gate is arriving any second now. Tell the Argentas it's now or never.
I'm sure a sacrifice is not in vain. I just hope that she's bought us enough time to do this.
Affirmative, Cypher. Alpha, do whatever you have to eliminate those beams immediately.
Oh, come on. The Nautilus arrived. Somebody in Yoko deck. Two cruisers. It's starting to stabilize.
It's going to be a lot worse if you don't take down those beams, Alpha. The Argentus is on its way. Do it now.
Yeah, that's it. Come on. We did it. The beams are down. Repeat. The beams are down. Argentus is a free pass now.
All remaining pilots, get clear of the blast.
Argentus is in, Command. This is it. We're making our final run.
Godspeed, Argentus. We will remember you.
Acknowledge. GTVA Argentus signing off.
Yeah! Take that, you big ugly bastard! Nail epithet and destroyed. Mission successful. Repeat. Nail epithet. Expanding cloud. Mission is successful.
My God, what an explosion!
Congratulations, everyone. We barely made that one. You'll all receive a commendation for this one.
We damn well better. I will duct tape it to my cockpit.
Understood, Mackie. See you back home. Return to base.